Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are, and welcome to the SimGrid Endurance Cup. This is Season 3, and this is the finale held here at Misano. What a way to finish off what has been an incredible season. My name is Daniel Handover, and joining me in the commentary box this evening is Mr. Ewan O'Leary. Ewan, how are you doing this afternoon?
Yeah, I'm very well, thanks, Dan. Very much looking forward to this race here tonight. As you mentioned, it's been a really good season, and it's a really good circuit to end things off with, really. We've got a championship still up for grabs to be talking about throughout the day, and in this race in isolation is going to be good as well. So yeah, well worth sticking around for, well worth tuning in for, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely, we all are indeed. A big thank you as well to SimSocks for sponsoring the series. Again, it's one thing that you always overlook is your footwear. You need that confidence, and to gain that extra step in your pace, make sure you go and check out SimSocks. So a big thank you to those guys for sponsoring this series. It's actually one thing, isn't it, Ewan, that, to be fair, I have overlooked it for quite a while, actually. And it's something that I'm actually really intrigued by, because it's amazing how much confidence that can actually give you, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is very, very good to have, actually. And I know I'm the same as you. I would have overlooked it a lot as well. I know I'm not a serious sim racer, really. I don't do much driving anymore. But you know, it's very, very important, especially for these real top guys to have this kind of equipment, and it's very well worth checking out indeed. So make sure you head on over there, because as you mentioned, it's very overlooked often, and it could give you that little bit of an edge. So well worth checking out.
Absolutely, very, very true. Well, I mean, to be fair, with how sim racing is becoming and how close the competition is, any advantage is advantage that is worth having. Before we actually do get into qualifying, though, not too far away, bro, we're going to have a pre-qualifying interview, and I believe we have Albert Sanchez from Odox Motorsport. So we're just going to bring him in a few moments' time, and we'll be able to have a chat with him and see how it's all going. So, Albert, can you hear us?
Hi. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Albert. Good to have you. Good to have you with us. So, team manager for Odox Motorsports. I mean, this has been it's been an interesting season with this season 3. You know, and it all is coming down. I mean, you know, first off, mathematically, you are the only people left in the championship that can actually win. You know, so is that sort of like changed as you sort of gone through? What's your game plan going through into this round?
Yes, so the strategy today can be decisive because we have less than 3 points for the first one in overall, that's Lada Rosneft, and we try to maintain the little distance with Just Hit and Team for Thriller, no, today. Misano was a very fast circuit, Audi was very competitive here, and we try to be synchronized our 3 drivers to focus on the pace, no?
Well, absolutely. I mean, to be fair, it's going to be it's going to be very, very close. We know how close it has been this entire season, and I mean, as well, how has it sort of like developed throughout the series for you? Because obviously, there's been quite a lot that's been going on. So, has really much changed from the first round coming through now into this sort of fifth round, or is it still the same sort of like relatively in terms of setup and how you adjust and how you prepare? Is that the same, or has that changed a little bit?
The Howdy for this season was the first time that the team works with him. No, we are very learning race by race because we are very difficult to set up the height of this platform Howdy, and we are very understand with the dampers, with the suspension, and with how the platform works. The setup from today, they are very, very different for the first run so far.
Right. Okay. So yes, you have gone through quite a lot of sort of changes. And is this something you'd like to continue with? Are you happy with the Audi? Is it something you really want to sort of like push forward with, considering how much you've learned throughout this season?
We don't know because we have in parallel another championship with Esrio and VZO of SimGrid, and now is all with the same car, but maybe on the next season we can change with other car. I don't know.
Brilliant. Well, no worries. Well, I mean, to be fair, it's going to be absolutely incredibly exciting to see you and to see Odox Motorsport on the grid again. Really looking forward to what's been happening. And I mean, yeah, anything else you can tell us? Is there anything, I don't want to, I can appreciate you don't want to divulge too much information, but is there anything you can tell us in terms of, just anything about the circuit? I can imagine, obviously, probably you don't want to disclose too much, but, has there been anything that's been a little bit more trickier for you going into this particular round?
Oh, yes, Misano, it's very close, like a circuit with a fast spin max, no? We need to be the platform so stable because any difference on the suspension we made of the circuit, but have a lot of chance to make to overcut or undercut in the strategy, and we try to get the pace of the drivers. This circuit don't have very, very tricky parts, but because it's very, very long, but we try to understand how the race starts and then adapt the strategy to the other teams, no?
Brilliant stuff. Well, as you said, Albert, we're going to be incredibly excited to watch you on board. But thank you very much for joining us for this pre-qualifying interview. I think the last thing for us to say is good luck. Really hope you enjoy it, and we look forward to potentially catching up with you a bit later on.
Same for interview and for your broadcast during the championship. Good luck for all teams.
Thank you very much, Albert. There we are. Albert Sanchez there, the team boss for Odox Motorsport. But before we also get going into qualifying, we do have a very, very exciting hot lap as well. This is a SimSox hot lap by James Parker in the Aston Martin Vantage. We've actually, apologies, it's Sofoch. That is a small tab we've had. So Sofoch is going to be giving us a SimSox hot lap in the GT3 car.
Hello everybody, Sofoch here, and today I'm going to take you on a tour of the Misano circuit. Entering the first corner complex at Variante del Parco. Important note here is to use all the curbs, brakes a bit before the 50-meter board and prepare as good of an exit for this part of the track as possible. Next up, Curva del Rio, braking before the 50-meter board, using the inside curb to help the car rotate. And once again, very important to prepare a good exit for the next straight. Get a little bit of a breather here, preparing for Curva Quercia. I'm probably murdering these names, but once again, braking around the 100-meter board, trying to use the inside curb to help the car rotate on the exit. Important to have a smooth exit without any oversteer here, and coming up into Curva Tramonto, very tricky corner, braking roughly where the curb on the right side starts. Keep it close, keep it tidy, nice exit for the longest straight on the circuit. I said a straight, but it's not quite a straight. We have a bend here. It's obviously flat out, but you can already start preparing for one of the trickier braking zones on the circuit. Coming up Curva del Carro, very tricky corner complex, very easy to get track warnings here or invalidate your lap. Braking before the white line, keeping this one very tidy. and setting up the car on the right side for the next corner. This can be done flat out, but in this case I lifted slightly, but once again using a lot of the inside and outside curve. Lastly, Curva Misano, braking before a 50-meter door using all of the curb, and that's a tour of Misano.
And there we go. That was Samir Fock taking us for a lap in the Ferrari 488 GT3 here at Misano, sponsored by SimSocks. A fantastic circuit, Ewan, but very, very tricky. We've seen, as we can see now on your screens, everyone going into qualifying. Only 20 minutes, though, so not too long. There is Alberto Garcia in the Odorts Motorsport car. So you just spoke a few moments ago with Albert Sanchez. Yeah, Ewan, I love this circuit, but at the same time, it can provide some frustration if you're not quite comfortable here.
Yeah, exactly. You mentioned the fact it's a tricky circuit a little bit early on. The word I would use is annoying, this circuit, to be honest. For me to drive personally, I'm sure some of these guys will feel the same. You know, not everybody's going to love every circuit. That's just a given, really, over the course of a season. But yeah, some of these sections are really annoying, mainly because they're very, very difficult to get right. And it can be difficult to string a lap together around here. Once you're in it's like any circuit really, once you're in a rhythm, you can get things going quite nicely. But I find it very difficult to get a rhythm around here. It's quite stop-start at times. There are a lot of tight technical sections. It also gets quite fast as well towards the end of the lap, and that long back straight and the curving turn 11, 12, and then you have to break down into 13. So it's got a lot of different elements to it, this circuit, but a great challenge for all of these guys. We're going to enjoy watching them go around here, but I'm sure a few of them are going to be frustrated by it, as you say.
Indeed. I mean, to be fair, again, this is where something, as you say, if you get into a rhythm, you know, you're golden here. It's such a good circuit to really be able to get into. And here we go. Currently now on your screen is the Rocket Simsport Bentley, currently driven by John Monroe. So he will be qualifying for these 17 minutes that are remaining. Track is fast. Obviously, it will get better as the race progresses and as the qualifying progresses. It's currently 29 degrees, both ambient temperature and track temperature. So everyone now on their first flying laps. 17 minutes. You think initially it's quite a long time. It's amazing how quickly it really can tick down. And before you know it, you're on your last lap and that's it, done and dusted. So you really have to make sure that you maximize every single opportunity here, as John Moreau is doing exactly that as he goes through into turn 3 and 4, and utilizing all of the curb that he possibly can, maybe a little bit more than if he tries. Again, it's all about building that confidence up. It's such a key thing here. His confidence is key. I know that's something that you can take for every track, but the curbs, you can really utilize the curbs. Again, as you see John Moreau going very, very wide. And Felix Rupert, same again, utilizes as much of the curb as he possibly can, which I didn't realize. That was the thing that I first realized, Ewan, is the amount of curb you can actually use at Misano, because it is quite surprising.
It can be very surprising. I seem to remember watching the Sprint Series in real life around this circuit. I think it was John Watson, the Formula F1 driver, was saying, you know, if these guys stuck to the road properly around here, they'd probably be about 5 seconds slower. But the curves are so massive that you can cut out so much of the circuit and go so much faster. You see, it's kind of parallel with the circuit is these kind of red strips of tarmac around the outside, and you can put all 4 wheels on them basically, and it's fine. All the way around, there's tarmac everywhere as well. It's a real modern circuit in that respect, not gravel and grass covering absolutely everywhere. Obviously you can see some around the outsides, but these red strips parallel to the circuit do allow the drivers a little bit more leeway. You can run the cars out a little bit wider, but also you've got to be careful of these curves at the same time. The kind of black and yellow sausage curves they have on the outside are ready to catch you out as well. So you can't just go over all of the circuit willy-nilly, but you're right, you can definitely use that to your advantage and increase your lap time in that way.
Indeed, you can. Absolutely. Lars Kisser, currently the person that is on pole position for the Unicorns of Love. I love this livery. I've really grown to like this livery. It's just so different. It's so unique. And it's good, again, to see the BMW. Look at that. The top 5, though. Top 5 currently. No 2 cars are the same in the top 5. You've got BMW. Actually, I'll say that. Santoro has now just gone through up into pole position. What can Lars Kisser do? Runs very, very wide over on the exit curb. It's so close. Does Lars Kisser improve? He does, but it's not enough to put him any higher than still P3. And as we've got currently less than a 10th, separated by Danilo Santoro Matteo Blotto and Lars Kisser. So it's getting very close. Here are the times starting to fly in now. Where is Shvitalov going to come in? He now goes pole position by just over a 10th. Oh, this is going to get even closer. We're seeing these quick times already, and there's still 14 minutes left to qualifying to go. I would imagine, and I would put money on this order that we've seen here is not going to stay the same. Eamon Murphy currently for the Yassi RM car going through the last couple of corners. Now, I mean, currently P23 is a second behind, but again, this is where everyone starts to warm up. They've got to get used to, they've got to settle into the rhythm here. Such a key thing as he comes through the last corner. Is Eamon Murphy. He is 6/10 up. That's going to put him at least in the top 10, possibly even a top 5. Where is it going to put him? No, it puts him P8. Exactly the same time as De Havilland.
Yeah, indeed, he's put in a decent performance there, and bouncing back, let's not forget, from a disastrous Paul Ricard round where they disconnected and DNF. They had a P2 in the first 3 races, really on for defending their Endurance Cup crown, but they're not going to be able to do that now. They are indeed out of championship contention, given that they are 52 points back. There's only 50 points available in this final round, so they can't win any more. They can still bounce back with a good result, and they're going to be hoping that they can. But we talk about rhythm around this circuit, we've been talking about it for the qualifying session. That's what makes qualifying so difficult around here. If you can just get that one lap together, though, then you'll be right up there, as we've just seen with the Fordzilla Lexus having a fantastic season, up in 3rd place in the championship now. Fabian Pife gets up into 2nd.
Yeah, absolutely. And bear in mind, I remember when I was commentating last round, the Lexus for Team Fordzilla, it won. It was, I'm not saying that in a surprising way in terms of but it was such a good sight to see that we had the Lexus up on the front and winning at Paul Ricard. It's fantastic. And again, they're really trying to make some moves now, because obviously Pife, number 66, is only 66 thousandths behind Shvitalov in currently, who is still pole position. It's, again, it's so close. James De Havilland, you can see now on your screen for Vrim Racing, the number 349. Garcia, though, number 121, only, I say only, it's only a 10.5, bear in mind. It's only a 10.5 away from, and that separates P1 to P5, but it is P5. Jadakis just gone through for the Lamborghini, number 34. He only manages 3, but again, I say only manages. It's less than a 10th. This is how close it is. A 10th is less than half a car's width. It's so close in terms of distance. That really is still, even if you're 2 or 3 tenths away, there's all to play for, especially with an endurance race such as this. Girometti, as we're looking through on the times, we're just being told that he's actually, if he continues this sort of pace, no, it's only 5 or 6 corners that has gone through, but he manages to keep there. He is going to be keeping a provisional pole position, just about manages to get it perfectly right on the exit, didn't run too much. Is he going to be losing a little bit of time? He does lose a bit of time, though, on that last complex, but still, that is enough for P7. Again, there's lots of people, Ewan, that are in title for, if they can really hook a lap up, for pole position.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so close. As you mentioned, the top 11 are separated by less than 2 tenths. You have to go down to 17ths to find half a second. It's really ridiculous, to be honest, between all of these guys. And yeah, it's any small improvement, as you say, is going to bump you up the order quite a lot here. Eamon Murphy does need to improve a fair amount to get up into 13th. That's probably the biggest margin there is in the whole field, to be honest, at just over a 10th. But he could get into the top 10 maybe with this lap time, trying to bounce back, as I mentioned, from that the heartbreak of Paul Ricard a few weeks ago. He comes over the line right now and jumps up into 4th place. Wow. A decent way to start things off.
Absolutely. He's not going to be well, to be fair, he'd obviously want to be a little bit higher, but again, that 10th, it's going to be it's obviously easier to make than that initial time that he had, which is about 4 or 5 tenths off. Marco Bischoff, they're going through the number 995 Ren Velton Ambassadors McLaren 720S. They go now into P4, pushes Eamon Murphy down into 5th from Yas Heat. And now that means that the top 5 is separated by less than a 10th. Antoine Fleury, number 17 Team Fordzilla, the sister Team Fordzilla car to the Lexus, goes across the line currently in P24. But obviously that time that they've just gone through will not be counted because they did cut over the track. So they're going to wait. 10 minutes left to go, though. There's still a little bit of time. You can come into the pitch, you can grab a fresh set of tyres, and then you can continue on your way. So, you know, there's still some time in it to have. Yaroslav Shvitalov, number 41, still going through, still pole position by 66 thousandths of a second. Felix Ripper, though, currently P29, the XL Racing by Renvelt. Audi, what is it going to be this lap? And it's an improvement, but it is not enough of an improvement to make up any other positions. Again, goes to show how close it is, because a tenth of a second, less than a tenth of a second, in fact, will actually put you up to P24, 5 positions within that 10. And that's so easy to gain, but it's also so easy to lose as well. It's amazing how it can really change. Look at Santoro, how much curb he's taking. You saw it there as well, going through turn 6. The amount of curbs that people are taking is absolutely... I can't get over how much curb people are able to use it. Again, it's like they're making up their own track, isn't it?
It is a little bit. It does take some getting used to, but it's the way things are with these tarmac over circuits. We've seen some classic racetracks on this calendar, like for example Laguna Seca, which is a real one where you can't make any mistakes or run wide pretty much anywhere, or the Hungaroring to a degree as well. I know that's been tarmaced over a little bit in recent years, but this is a proper modern circuit with all the tarmac. Not quite as proper as Paul Ricard, I might add, but. It's still one of those circuits where you can run across the curves, you can run across the tarmac quite a lot, and we're seeing these guys take advantage of that, and why not? You can't exactly blame them for doing so. So yeah, they're just playing by the rules, really, playing the game, I suppose. But yeah, it certainly just takes some getting used to, and I'm sure it would have taken some getting used to for these guys actually when they were in practice and getting used to the circuit, where you can run the lines and whatever. It is a learning experience on any circuit, really. No matter where those lines are, it just takes a little bit of getting used to. So yeah, these guys will be accustomed to it now, but it does look a little bit strange for us.
It does indeed. I'm sure we'll get used to it. Like I said, we've got 3 hours of racing to go, and I'm sure we will start getting used to it after a while. But yeah, for the moment, it still looks a little bit odd. Maximilian Wolmuth just went up his last lap, put him up into P16. We are looking as well that Lars Kisser has now taken over Shevratalov, and so is Santoro. So both drivers, both Santoro and Kisser, are both now above number 41 of Yaroslav Shevratalov. Although, as I say that, I think there's going to be a straight away, there is going to be a response from Shevratalov as he crosses the line. There we go. Another, and again, continues to go back now into provisional pole position. Although it's not by a lot. I wonder what Fabian Piffet can do, because he, from the Team Fortuna Lexus, number 66, currently only 3/10 away. So that can be something that is relatively easy to make up as well. The track, have a look, it's gone to optimum now. So this may be now where tyres are starting to work a little bit more for some teams, and we're starting to see some drivers sort of like move up the field now once maybe their setup is accustomed more for optimum weather conditions. Danilo Santoro, as he comes through, just uses about as much of the curb as he can. He is a 10th up. Is it going to be? He takes a very, very good amount of, a really, really fast amount of speed going through the last corner. What is it going to be? Oh, it is by 100th of a second, 9,000ths of a second is the gap. But Piffet, though, we're being told, he is about 3/10 up. And if you look at the times that he's currently behind, it's only 2.8. It's only 0.288. So this could very well be a pole position, a provisional pole position with 6 minutes left to go. I think it might very well just be enough. The people we're talking to, they don't quite know. As he comes across the line, no, it's not. Dropped a couple of tenths, or just dropped a tenth in that last couple of corners. Again, commitment we're talking about, isn't it, Ewan?
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to be committed around the circuit to get pole position, and these guys certainly are. You can just have a look at the margins, and you'll realise that straight away. I'm impressed with the Forza Lexus, though, particularly in qualifying. On some of the races so far this season, it's not been the best qualifier, let's say, but it has some fantastic races, as I mentioned, a couple of podiums in the last couple of races, third at Laguna Seca and a win last time out at Paul Ricard. So they're very strong in the race, but a good qualifying performance could put them in good stead. There's a big jump up there for Rasmus Christensen, by the way, for Paul Sitch, but there's a lot of changing going on in the order right now. It's changing so quickly, but that is down to the track conditions. We've got 33 cars running around there at the moment, pretty much constantly rubbering the circuit in, making it go faster and faster every single time somebody goes round. So it's no surprise really that we're seeing faster and faster times come in late on, but it's nevertheless very entertaining indeed, and that there's going to be a very close final 5 minutes coming up. Just saw the 41 leaving the pit lane for the final time today.
Absolutely. To be fair, that's going to have to be a very, very committed lap. Blotto for the 194 Mercedes just goes up into P5. Chris Harteveld in number 32 for the GTWR RHG Academy 488 GT3. That's a mouthful. We'll try and say that 3 times in a row. It's going to be possibly a improvement as well. Girometti goes up into P6 just on the timing tower. Last corner for Chris Harteveld. And where does he come across the line? Currently, he's been moved down to P11. Is it going to be back into the top 10? Yes, it is. And it is 10th. So he moves up into P10. I wonder for how long, though, because, again, 4 minutes left, Ewan. Oh, there's still a lot that can happen. I mean, Shivatalov is actually, obviously, he's gone out for his final run. Eamon Murphy, though, if he can gain a couple of 10th, that's going to be a possible front row, or at least a front 2 row. 13th, though, currently, is he move up? He does move up into 7th, but again, just been told, he drops, it seems to be just drops a little bit of time on the last couple of corners.
Yeah, it seems to make a mistake. Well, I can't say I've seen a mistake, to be honest, but it's clearly the other cars, the other drivers finding a little bit of pace that he's not able to find through that section of corners, and yeah, it's costing him really. A couple of attempts doesn't sound like much, but it has put him in 7th for the moment, and that's a fairly long way back in terms of this race. It is a 3-hour race, and you can make up that kind of time, but you'd rather start further up towards the front. I think that's pretty much a given as the 88 goes over the line, not really improving on that one, I'm afraid. John Munro getting up into 24th. They've only finished 1 race so far, the Rocket Simsport car in this season, but it was a top 10, so maybe they can surprise today and go out with on a high, let's say, with another top 10 today.
Well, let's hope so. Again, we will have to see, as you say, currently P24. But still, again, only 6 tenths. Again, another couple of tenths, and you're well within the top 15, top 13. So, as we say, there's still 2 minutes and 48 seconds left to go. De Havilland in the VRM Racing Lexus as he comes through the last couple of corners. If he manages to get a good last exit, he may be on for a very, very good time here. He makes the run down. No mistakes at all on the last exit. Where is it going to be? It puts him up into P4. Wow! On the second row of the grid with 2.5 minutes left to go. That was absolutely fantastic stuff. Fair play indeed for De Havilland. Maximilian Vedi, where are they going to go? They go up into P26. 6.5 tenths behind. Lars Kisser, though, going to have to pull something out because, I mean, to be fair, say pull something out. 0.5 tenth would do comfortably over Shivatalov has now gone back into pole position. And he's only there, like I said, by 9 thousandths of a second. And he's only in front of Lars Kisser by 15 thousandths of a second. So again, it's just so close. And that one little bit of extra curve, that one little millimetre of throttle that you can get on earlier, that is the time that you need. And that is it. It's an inconceivable amount of distance in terms of actual, if you were to look at that time in distance, it's just so close, which is what we absolutely love. And this is what makes this Endurance Cup so close and so exciting to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. It's fine margins, certainly, for all of these guys. And the top 3, at the very least, have got another time in them, I suspect. They're all out there on the circuit at the moment. And it looks like they're all going to try and improve at the very least. We'll see where Felix Rupert can go here in the 71 Audi, only 18th. I'm afraid a fellow Audi, Garcia, only in 11th at the moment. Here he is for Odox Motorsport, 2nd place in the championship at the moment. Needs a podium at the very least to even stand a chance of taking the victory in this season. I guess probably realistically needs a win, and then they've got to pray either way. So definitely need a better qualifying at the moment for Alberto Garcia. 8th place might not be good enough for them, I'm afraid. That is quite a long way back.
Indeed, we've actually just been, we just saw off of screen that Lars Kisser, he has gone up into pole position by, and this is the amazing thing about it, he's just under a tenth of a second. I mean, in terms of margins for here, with 20 seconds left to go, that is absolutely massive. Malik Mambo for the Tech 1 Racing Lexus, where is he going to go? Currently in P20. Are they going to improve? Yes, they do, up into P15. Danilo Santoro, again, they're going to have opportunity for one more lap. No, they're not going to have opportunity for one more lap. That is it. This is them done. This is their last lap. Is it going to be any more of an improvement? They've only got to make a 10th, and they're in pole position. But we've been told that Garcia has actually invalidated his last lap. Santoro goes up into P2 for the final lap. Oh, what is going to happen? Yaroslav Chermatalov. Oh, that's going to be an interesting one as well. we've actually, apologies, I've just been told that Shevatalov, he's invalidated that lap, so pushing just that little bit too much, and he now invalidates, so that is it. No one, well, at the moment, Shevatalov can't actually make up any more positions, so he stays in P3, but if people can make up positions, he might even drop down further the order. Buffet has just invalidated his last lap as well, that we've been told. Where is... This is going to be Robin Pagardel, the GTRC Endurance Team 911. Do they improve? I don't believe they do. Sebastian Dreyer, the XL Racing by Renvelt, the number 73, just coming through the last complex. Darren King up into P14. That was a good last lap. I'm sure he's going to be pleased with that. And again, just a few more cars going through. But again, there's still positions absolutely just happening everywhere. Position gains just across the board.
Yeah, a lot of invalidations late on, though. We didn't see it become too much of a factor throughout the early part and the middle part of that qualifying session, but towards the end, when the pressure was on, some of these guys really crumbling under the pressure and going off the circuit as Barrier gets into 10th position there for the Frenchman, so that's a good lap time from him. Garcia just in front of him in 9th. Shevatalov in 3rd at the end, and the Fordzilla Lexus in 3rd in the championship came in 6th at the end. Piffet invalidated his final lap time, as you mentioned as well. So interesting qualifying session, but a lot of these guys crumbling under the pressure late on.
Well, I think it's one of the things, isn't it? You know, there's lots of stuff that you've really got to consider, and everyone's really, they are wanting to push that, you know, as much as they can. What it does go to show is, again, how there's no real sort of advantage, I don't think, necessarily with anyone in terms of across the board. It's more so just like different parts of the lap. You see different cars and different teams making up a little bit of time, and it's really going to even it out across across the distance and across the race. But I believe we do have just been told that we have Lars Kisser, pole position for Unicorns of Love, in for an interview. So we'll see if we can bring him in. We'll be able to have a quick catch up. And here he is. Lars, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Hello.
Brilliant stuff. Well, I mean, to be fair, first off, we would like to say congratulations on that pole position for the Unicorns of Love BMW. That was fantastic to see. And again, good to see the BMW up at the front. How was that like for you?
I'm a bit surprised, to be honest, that it was really enough for pole position, also by 69 hundredths of a second. I expected it to be a lot closer, to be honest, and I also definitely expected to be on pole here. Like, I really tested and drove a lot, practiced a lot in the BMW, and it made a lot of fun for me, so was really trying to push the limit of the car in the practice already, and I'm really happy to see that it seems to have worked out.
Well, absolutely. I mean, to be fair, as you say, it's really worked in your favour. I mean, you know, going forward into the race now, you know, I know you said it was slightly surprising, but has this changed strategy at all now that you're on the front row, or is it going to be a similar similar thing moving forward?
I think it will be pretty similar. Like, actually, we're just driving the Ender Cup just to have some fun. That's also the reason why we're driving the lead. And yeah, we'll just look where we come out. We just want to have fun, drive a couple or some nice races with nice fighting, and that's pretty much the goal for today.
Well, I mean, brilliant stuff. Well, I mean, that's good. Absolutely. Just to have fun, have a bit of a laugh. I mean, to be fair, as you're having a bit of fun, you still managed to put it on pole. So fair play indeed. Going forward as well, because obviously this race, it is close. It's always been close in qualifying, and it's always going to be close in the race. I mean, is that something that you're obviously going to, naturally, you will have to take into consideration? But what's the sort of race pace do we feel like as well? And, you know, appreciate you don't want to divulge too much, but what sort of race pace for you guys? Are you confident within the race pace as well?
I'm feeling pretty comfortable in race pace. Like, in the practice, I've been able to do some 33 sometimes with a bit of luck and really good lap times. That was pretty much the pace we drove in the Sprint Cup and the Porsche, with only 80 liters instead of full fuel tank and a set of endurance brakes. So I'm really happy with my race pace. Like Niels and Flo, they're a little bit slower, so we'll see where we come out in the end.
Good stuff. Well, no problem at all. And then final thing, because I'd really love to ask. Now, one of the only BMWs on the grid, actually I think the only BMW on the grid, what was the thought process with actually choosing the BMW? Was it just something that you just like driving the car? Was it, you know, just a sort of balanced performance? Like, what was the thought process for you on that?
As I said, we are just driving the Endurance Cup just to have some fun, and I really enjoyed driving the BMW a lot. So I was pretty much the main reason why we actually drove the car now, because yeah, it was pretty much my own decision. I was the person who said, yeah, let's go with the BMW.
Well, brilliant stuff. And are the your teammates enjoying it as well?
Sometimes not. Like, and at Hungaroring, we struggled quite a bit. And so it wasn't much of a joy, but I think Paul Ricard and now at Misano, we're really happy with the car and how it behaves, as we also learned a lot about the setup and how to drive the car. And now that we got into it, it's way more enjoyable than at the beginning.
Brilliant stuff. Well, that's a good as well. If you're able to, sort of adapt to the car and start to enjoy the car more, that's absolutely fantastic. Well, Lars, really good to catch up. Again, congratulations to yourself and the team for pole position of this final round. And anyone you would like to quickly give a shout out to before we let you go?
Well, of course, to René Sievert, our team manager, who also does all the skins. Looks amazing again, our skin, and yeah, that's it.
Brilliant stuff. Well, Lars, good luck for the race again, and we look forward to seeing you and possibly catching up with you in similar circumstances later on.
Thank you.
And there we go. Last kiss of the pole position. I tell you what, I've really got a soft spot for that BMW. I just love the look of it. It looks fantastic.
Yeah, I can't say I agree, but no, I appreciate a lot of people do like it actually, and it's not the most popular car on the grid. As you mentioned, there's only 2 entered to the series. Unfortunately, GT Racing and Friends, the 411 is is withdrawn from this round, I'm afraid. So yeah, that one's not on the grid. But yeah, it's all right, I suppose. And I know a few people like to watch it at home as well. So that's fair enough. Clearly, putting it to good use as well is Lars Kissett.
Indeed, no, it's really good to see it. And as you say, the only BMW in the series, it's nice to see the slightly less popular car jumping in. And like I said as well, they said that this was just a bit of fun for them, and they've still managed to put it on pole. I mean, absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. A few minutes to go before the race will get underway and the formation lap will get underway, but also in a few moments, we're going to be able to give you the results for the SimSocks most pole positions. So once we get that to you, obviously, we will let you know. But that's going to be something, again, thank you very much to SimSocks for sponsoring that as well. I mean, Ewan, obviously, we both race. I don't know about, obviously, I've got an idea, but like, what would you be looking for, especially if you were sort of on that pole position? I mean, the actual sort of like way that you can move forward and the way you can approach it, like how would you normally, would it just be absolutely flat out as quick as you can, or would you try and conserve, especially if you're at the front of the grid?
Well, certainly in the race, it's only 3 hours, so I would be going for it, to be honest. I mean, focusing on the race, I think in terms of setup, it's important to have that little bit of qualifying edge as well as race, especially in a 3 hour. I mean, in a 24 hour, you might want to just go for the race pace, to be honest, because they're so long. It doesn't really matter where you qualify. But in a 3 hour race like this, that little bit of edge in qualifying, little bit of an edge in the race as well. Maybe gear it slightly to the race, but I'd be going pretty flat out throughout the race. It's only 3 hours. The car can obviously withstand that. You can probably keep that up for 3 hours, especially with 2 drivers. You'll only be driving 2 hours maximum on your own. These guys at this level should be able to keep that up, driving maximum attack for that long. So yeah, it's going to be pretty all-out racing, really. 9 hours of Paul Ricard is the only time this season where we really see any kind of endurance come into play. I know it's the Endurance Cup, but 3 hours becoming ever more of a sprint these days with the reliability of the cars, the drivers just getting better, to be honest, over consistency, certainly, just getting really good at what they do. So yeah, it's going to be an all-out brawl for 3 hours, I'd imagine.
Absolutely, it will be indeed. But before we get underway, we have actually got an interview. David Christie met up with the owner of SimSocks just before this race. So we're going to give you that interview as well. Really excited and really interesting interview as well. So we're going to play you that, and then we're going to come back for the formation lap and to get underway for the final round of the SimGrid Endurance Cup.
Joining us today then, we have one of our most exciting brand new commercial partners here at the SimGrid. A very warm welcome to Mohammed Karolia, the director of SimSoc. Good afternoon, Mohammed. First off, how are you?
I'm okay, thank you. Good afternoon, David. Thank you for having me today.
Now, obviously, we've mentioned SimSoc quite a few times, and it's fantastic to finally actually get a chat with you and discuss the product itself. Firstly, how did SimSoc come about?
Well, myself and my two sons, we've been sim racing for a few years now. Initially, I actually got into sim racing probably back in 2010, and then kind of shelved everything till my kids grew up. And I think 2017, 2018 is my son decided to take the old dusted simulator out of the cupboard, and we started sim racing again. I realized I was quite out of date with everything, so we had to kind of renew all the equipment, get everything up and running again. And as we kind of progressed, joined a few leagues. Initially, we started racing in Formula One. And as we were going through, and we realized that there was a bit of a gap, a bit of a niche when it came to having something on your feet. I mean, we had some sim racing clubs, etc., all the latest equipment that we were running on, but I just felt that, especially the room we were running in at the time, which was just like a small box room that I kind of converted into like a man cave, and put two simulators into there. And we realized that the room was getting quite hot, and as the room was getting hot, we were sweating a lot, and we couldn't keep our feet on the pedals. It just kept on slipping off. So I looked around, searched the internet, and I couldn't find anything. So some people, it is a bit subjective. Some people were racing bare feet, some people were racing with socks, and some were with maybe karting boots, etc. I tried karting boots because we do kart quite regularly, but I just couldn't feel the modulation of the pedal under the feet. So again, looking for some socks that would kind of complement that. I couldn't find anything, so that's when I thought, okay, we need to see if we can kind of develop something. So one night it was just more or less I just sat and I told my son, I said, just put your foot on the paper. I drew around it, and that's where it started from. And it was a bit of, initially started with a bit of a fun project, and then it just developed from there.
Oh, so why do you think footwear is so important in sim racing, with the likes of in-person esports coming back into massive popularity and getting quite a lot of attention?
Yeah, well, if you look at normal car driving, obviously everybody drives with normal shoes, and because you're physically sat in a car, you get a lot of feedback from the road underneath your feet, etc. But when it comes to sim racing, you don't get, it's all simulated. Everything is simulated. So, but having your feet on the pedal, where you've got some boots on, there's just too much of a gap between the foot and the pedal. I don't realistically feel anything coming through at all. And even like how much of the pressure you're putting on the pedal. That's why we feel that bare feet was initially the right way, but obviously especially when you've got like grandstands, portraying sim races, like I think SRO doing one where they've got like an open arena where there's a lot of simulators. Aesthetically it's not pleasing, so obviously you need to put something on your feet, and at the same time you need to make sure that you're still kind of getting the full feel of the pedal underneath your feet, especially when it's trail braking, especially in the modulation. That's why we felt that the socks will kind of complement that perfectly.
Yeah, and the other thing I wanted to ask as well, Mohammed, was how important is driver feedback when you were developing the SimSoc, and what sort of changes did you end up going through?
So driver feedback was obviously very important. I had a few friends who do sim racing along with us in a small group. Initially when we had the first prototype made, it didn't go down quite well according to plan. Initially I had kind of the idea of having individual toe inserts for the sock to kind of get more feel in the toes as well, because some people tend to kind of put the toes around the pedal at the top. So I thought maybe that might kind of work well, but we tried that and it didn't go down quite well. So then we kind of went back to the drawing board, kind of redesigned it, and obviously the other factor was having the sock that kind of fits around the foot perfectly. So we needed add support, and at the same time we needed a cloth that would breathe properly. So obviously everybody perspirates, so we had to make sure that you keep your feet cool, etc. So that those were the avenues we went down. I mean, we went back and forth with the manufacturers trying to get the kind of perfect material, perfect shape, perfect sizes, perfect fit. and obviously then the grips came in. Then where do the grips sit? So that's why if you notice on the right foot sock on the accelerator, we don't have a grip on the heel. The reason for that is because when we tried our initial prototype, which had grips on the heels on the right foot as well, it was dragging along the plate of the pedal on the pedal plate. So which it just wasn't working properly. It was too much drag. So basically we removed that, and especially for heel and pro techniques as well, it wasn't working quite well. So we removed the grips from the heels, and we stuck with the grips on the front of the toes on the right foot, and the grips on the front and the back of the left foot. And that's kind of what worked. But again, we had to trial and test that with quite a few races, and we also had the contact with a professional racer in real life who actually tested the socks for us as well, and he kind of approved the kind of particular design for the time.
Back, everyone. Fantastic interview there as David Christie caught up with the owner of SimSocks earlier on. But again, not too long now, and we are going to get underway for the finale. And again, Ewan, it's just too close to call, isn't it? You can't predict anything. Like I said, ODOT Motorsport are mathematically the only people and the only team that can still win the championship. It's going to be a tall order, but again, anything can happen.
Yeah, anything can happen, and they've just got to hope that it does, really. I know you never hope for demise for your rivals, really, but they've got to take advantage of that if that indeed does transpire in the end. For the 41 Simware Pro Car, a top 10 would seal it at any point. Odox can win and a top 10 will be fine for the 41. But given the fact that they've not finished off of the podium so far this season, I find it difficult to believe that they're going to be outside the top 5, really. It really is in their hands. It's theirs to lose. And Odox have got a big job on their hands. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, they've got to finish on the podium at the very least to stand any chance at all. If indeed they do finish on the podium, then it's going to have to be a disaster for the 41. If it's any third for Odox, for example, then it's going to have to be a disaster for the 41. So they've got a real tall order in front of them, and it's difficult for them to be able to do it. Fordzilla Lexus, at least to my calculations, are 46 behind, so I guess they probably could win it mathematically, I guess. But anyway, the 41 would need a complete disaster for that one, and obviously Fordzilla need to win. So as I mentioned, 41 is in their hands, and they've just got to get to the finish comfortably, as they have been doing in the season so far, and they should be fine.
Absolutely, you are absolutely correct indeed. There is, like I said, it's one thing that mathematically possible is very, very different to being, to being comfortably possible. Again, I don't want to say anything because literally anything can happen. We've seen that previously. It's so close. And again, as well, obviously, you think Unicorns of Love. I mean, they've got the last pole position on. They've got the last pole position of the season. Again, that's given them some confidence. It may have also. I can't see it would have done, but again, Simware Pro, they might have to adjust their strategy ever so slightly. They might have to try and do something different. Again, there's all these different things that you've got to consider, all these different things that you've got to think about. That again, realistically, it's things that we don't know as commentators, and the things that we have to sort of work out as the race is going along. Which again is great for us because it gives us that tension, doesn't it? It gives us that little bit of uncertainty, which again for spectators as well as us is absolutely fantastic to see. So a couple more moments, and then we will be able to bring you the grid. But like I said, I know we said it. Predictions, absolutely, you just can't predict it at all. We've also seen as well, like one thing I'm interested to see as well is, Darren King. As they go through, Darren King's last lap put him up. It's a big jump actually up into P14. So it may have been that last possible moment, so that last possible lap where the tyres just switched on, the setup was there. So we may see them actually move up the field even further as the race progresses, especially in the early stages. So that's one of the things we also really can watch out for as well. Some people later, a bit further down the grid, see them sort of moving up as well. Bottom right corner of your screen, again, big thank you to SimSocks for sponsoring this series and for sponsoring season 3 of the Endurance Cup. Fantastic to have them on board. And again, something that is actually overlooked. I know I overlooked it, but footwear. It's actually probably one of the things that said is overlooked, but you would actually need any sort of advantage with how close and how competitive sim racing is becoming. Any advantage that you can gain, not necessarily even lap time, but more confidence inspiring, I think is an advantage that you should take.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about it a little bit earlier, yeah, definitely well worth having a look at the SimSoc website to see what's right for you, I suppose. I'm hoping that people watching this will really. But yeah, as you mentioned, it is overlooked often, and it can give you that little bit of an edge, even if it's just confidence. Then it's helpful. So well worth checking out indeed. As we get finally a bit of a look at the starting grid.
We do indeed. So Lars Kisser, Unicorns of Love, taking pole position. Danilo Santoro, number 27 for the Yasa Ferrari. We then have Yaroslav Shevchalov, the number 41 in the Aston Martin. And then going through James De Valande in the 349 Lexus 4, and that's VRM Racing. Giannis Chodakis in the Lamborghini, the number 34, with Fabian Piffet in the number 66 Lexus as well for Team Fordzilla. Then we have in P7 Giacomo Prioretti in the number 194 Mercedes, and then Patrick Girametti in the 446 Lexus. 2 Lexuses in the top 10. It's fantastic stuff. Alberto Garcia, P9, so definitely not what he wanted, but again, we can see how the number 121 Audi can make up some positions from Odox Motorsports. And then we do have P10, Valentin Barriere, the number 991 Aston Martin. Eamon Murphy, 149 for Yas Heat in P11. And then Thibaut Props in P12, number 32 Ferrari. Marco Bischoff, number 995 McLaren, currently in P13 with Ramus Christensen, P14 in the number 52 Pole Sim Sport. P15, Darren King in the 888 Aston Martin, and that's currently the CDA, DAL and ACR car. And then we've got 16th, that is Ludovic Lehanaf in the number 7 Mercedes, with Malek Mamad in the number 88 Lexus. Again, lots of Lexus that we have seen. Florian Bonjour in the Nissan, the 333, and then P19 was Robin Pagardel in the 911. Rounding out the top 20 is Sebastian Drier in the 73 Honda. And then further down the field, Felix Rupert, 21st in the number 71 Audi. We have Bastian Offerman in the number 166 Mercedes, and Manos Gerardis in the 31 Lamborghini. John Munro for Rocket Sim Sport in the number 26 Bentley in P24, with Daniel De Oliveira in the number 35 Ferrari in P25. Alexander Chinov in the 217 Bentley, again in P26, with Maximilian Woolmarth in the number 72 Porsche 911. Thomas Lagny in the number 80 Aston Martin, with Axel Petit in the 934 McLaren. That's the virtual drivers by TX3 AAA Esports. P30 Marcel Aporos in the 53 Aston Martin, with Igor Zanella in 31st in the 193 Bentley. Antoine Fleury in 32nd in the number 17 Mercedes. And then last but not least, P33 Marco Macri in the 192 Racing Line Motorsports Porsche 911. That is your grid for the final round. We have a warm-up, a formation lap, which will last around about 2 minutes. Gives an opportunity for drivers to make some final adjustments, to try and to have that last-minute conversation with their teammates before they get underway. And this final round is going to be a big one, because Yaroslav Shevchalov is starting in P3. I can't imagine that would have knocked their confidence down at all. But at the same time, though, they are going to have to work for this particular win. But they do need a top 10. Bear in mind, as long as they're in the top 10, doesn't matter, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong on this, Ewan, but as long as they're in the top 10, I believe you're saying that even if Odox Motorsport win, they will still win the championship overall.
My very basic math says that, yes. So I'm hoping so. I'm hoping I'm right as well. Yeah, I believe it doesn't matter what Odox or Fordzilla do, as long as the 41 finish inside the top 10, then they'll be absolutely fine and they'll win the championship. And as I mentioned, they've not finished off the podium yet this season. I find it very, very difficult to believe that they're P11. I'm being corrected, P11. There you go. But yeah, they would be tied on points in that case, and the amount of wins they would have is it would put them in front in terms of the championship. So they're in a great place, is what we're saying, really. And there shouldn't be any danger for them because they've had such a great season. They've been absolutely dominant. They've taken it to the previous champions in Yas Heat, who had that DNF last time around, and they've been absolutely fantastic. So full credit to them. The job's not done just yet, as we saw with Yas Heat last time around. Anything can happen. You could have a disconnection at any point. A crash for them would be disastrous. But no, even given what Odux Motorsport have done in qualifying, they've got a lot of reasons to be relaxed going into this.
I have, absolutely, very true. As you say, it is not over until the checkered flag drops in around about 3 hours and 1 minute's time. But again, as you say, they're in a very, very good position. People that, also as well, Danilo Santoro, they're in a really good position. The Yasa Ferrari, that's in a fantastic spot as well. P2 in qualifying. Again, I know there's only about half a tenth separating the top 5 or the top 3 or the top 4, but again, it just gives you a really, really good confidence boost. And there we go. We see the number 3. Now, it's a very ACC-inspired livery that I'm noticing here. They're about halfway around the circuit now for their formation lap, and then we will be underway as we got BMW, the Unicorns of Love lights already on, actually. It's a menacing car, though. It's the size, almost the size of the circuit itself. And it's a really, really menacing-looking car. And again, it's good to see the only BMW on this grid up into pole position. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, exactly. That is indeed, and it's got quite a menacing presence, as you say, at the front of the field. And we'll see if they can hold on to that lead any longer. But that Ferrari is definitely going to be tucked in behind it, hiding behind the BMW, certainly throughout the opening laps, if indeed Kitter gets off to a good start. So let's wait and see. It's going to be an exciting race indeed. A lot to play for. A race win up for grabs, of course, for all of these guys as well. So the nerves are going to be up. The fans are loving it. Look at that. With these guys getting ready for the race, and they'll be, the nerves will be up now. But when they get settled in, it will all be fine, and they'll go through the motion from there.
They will do indeed. So we have one more corner to go, and then we're going to get underway. There we go, last kisser for Unicorns of Love. BMW rounding the last corner. He is going to be given the green light, and then we will be underway. Who is going to get the jump? Who is going to be the person that comes out on top going into the first sector? And I believe we are away. Yes, green flag has been won and green flag has been waved. So it's going to be Last Kisser still manages to go through Shematalov. He is going to go side by side with, couldn't quite see who that was. That was De Havilland going through. As again, they all managed to squeeze through. There's a couple of 3 wide opportunities going through there. That's a bit tricky in the latter grid of the grid. But it's going to go 3 wide down into turn 4. Oh my goodness, what is happening here? Shematalov has gone, thank you very much. And it's just got the inside of Santoro. And Last Kisser was sandwiched in between Santoro and Shematalov, but again, he hasn't dropped too much time though. A couple of guys have dropped the field, unfortunately. So a bit of a pile up a little bit further down the field. But again, Shematalov is just away with it already. How much confidence did he have in the car then? That was absolutely fantastic. A big gaggle of cars back there. Trying to see who that might have been. Yaroslav Honzik at the 149 Yas Heat with Hertevel as well, and also Bischoff. So that was a bit of a battle straight away kicking off. These guys have got to take it nice and easy. Misano is a track that does not take any prisoners whatsoever, especially if you get it a little bit wrong with cold tyres, cold brakes, you name it. So they have to be careful. Shematalov, though, pulled 6/10 of a second already on Kisser, but Kisser has actually pulled about 4/10 on Santoro. Great stuff at the front. James de Havilland in P4. He's only a couple of tenths behind the Ferrari. So again, it's really close at the front. So there's a bit of a gap, as we can see, between, I believe that's Barrier and Honzik. And then it gets really, really close again. You can just see that sort of bit of spread there. And then all of a sudden, all the cars behind as well, really concertinaing up. Again, great stuff. But at the moment, it's going to be, after the first lap, Shematalov from Kisser, from Santoro in your top 3.
Yeah, it is indeed. I'm afraid a lot of chaos happening in the background. We're going to have to try and get to the bottom of it for you. But very, very tricky to do so, actually. I'll try and work out how many cars were at least spun around. 4, I'm counting, who are off the back of the field right now. It's all in one long line, apart from those 4 at the back who have been disconnected because of that, or they're just dropped a little bit further back, should I say, because of that incident we saw around this portion of the racetrack last time around. But you could be forgiven for thinking that Shevchelov is going to take things easy into the first few corners on this occasion. He's got so much to lose right now, and an accident making a move like we just saw him make might put an end to his championship. So I was really expecting him to take things easy, but he wasn't having any of it. He's going to take this race by the scruff of the neck, take the championship by the scruff of the neck, put it into his own hands, control this race from the very start, and that was a ballsy move to make, but he looks like a hero now that he's pulled it off.
I'd tell you that could have, as you say, that could have gone but one of 2 ways. But luckily, there was definitely some skill involved. And again, good fair racing between Kisser and Santoro, just giving enough room. I think Santoro did go a little bit wide. He did have to concede that position. But really, really good start. Close, clean racing, exactly what we want to see. And as you say, I mean, there wasn't really, that was a big, big risk to take. Luckily, it did pay off. Darren King, though, he's already up 4 positions, started in P14. He's now into the top 10, and he's really hassling Harteveld in the Ferrari. So the Triple A Aston Martin, the Coach Dave Academy, and, well, basically, this is not the Coach Dave Academy car. This is more of the community car, I think we could say about that. But he is being pressured by Bischoff in the 995, the Renvelton 720S. All seems to go through. They were told as well, all drivers in the briefing, I know it's easier said than done, but they were told to take it easy in this first stage of the race. The first 4 or 5 laps, just settle down, wait for your tyres to work, wait for the brakes to get up to temperature, and settle into the race, because it's a long way to go. And if you have got pace, you will overtake a car. It is generally, as it boils down to it, it's as simple as that. You don't necessarily have to make the move straight away. You do have a little bit of time where you can just reset, compose yourself, and then try and make the moves. Also, as well, you've got to try and work out where your opposition is faster, where they're slower, where an opportunity can present itself. All these little different bits and pieces that you've got to consider all of the time. Shevchelov, he has pulled a bit of a gap. It's not all too much, though. It's stagnated now around this sort of 0.8 to a second. It's actually dropped down now. It's a little bit slower going through down into turn 9 and turn 10. Now as they come through for the really, really fastest section of the circuit, or the fastest complex of corners on the circuit, manages to go a little bit wide there for Kisser, but he takes a slightly later apex and manages to maintain that position. So it could just very well be the line that Kisser is taking. I believe he has dropped another couple of tenths. So yes, I reckon that it seems to be, as I said, the positions have just sort of stagnated at the moment. Ludovic Lehanaf, currently in P13, only about 1.5 tenths behind Chodakis, which I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, you, but there may have been, I think Chodakis was actually caught up in one of the incidents. He's currently now in P12.
Yeah, he's dropped quite a long way from where I remember him qualifying as well. I think he was 6th on the qualifying grid, and he's doubled his position off of the start, so he must have been involved in some way in the first incident that we didn't get to see in the end. But we know that it was quite chaotic. I mean, at the end of the day, they are race drivers and they're going to go for it into the first few corners, and sometimes there's no way of stopping it really. Obviously there will be somebody at fault surely for it, or it might be a racing incident, but somebody is going to have been out of line, getting a little bit too optimistic off of the start maybe, and just getting things wrong, misjudging things. So it's unfortunate that incident has taken place, but there's still 3 hours for these guys to make up the time. It doesn't change the fact though that Chodakis is now down in 12th. And that is going to mean he's going to have to get through a lot of cars that he wouldn't have otherwise had to. As we can see, a spinner in the background might have been Felix Rupert there in the 71.
Could very well have been. Might try and find confirmation of that. It was indeed very well spotted there. But yeah, Felix Rupert for the XL Racing by Renvelt 71 Audi is going to lose. He's lost a whole host of positions. He's going to lose another one as well to Oliveira. So that's a position that he really wants to. He's going to have to make up a lot of time to try and get that back. He's already having a bit of a look. Try and make up that position as soon as possible. Whether he's got any damage or not, I don't think so. The car looks relatively, well, the car looks pretty all okay. So it may have just been a small little tap and it just got sent around. But again, we're going to see, I'm sure, we're going to know what really happened when it comes to any penalties that are being applied. James de Havilland, I'm going to try and pronounce that again, apologies. In the 349 Lexus, the VRM Racing, still being hassled a little bit by Girometti, and he's actually dropping a little bit to Santoro. The gap is 0.6 of a second. It was 0.3 a little bit earlier on, only a few laps ago. I wonder if Girometti is just going to sit behind, try and bide his time, conserve the tyres, conserve the fuel, if at all possible, and then maybe try and make the move going into the pits, although he's close enough that a move is something that would definitely be on the cards here. He looks through, I thought he was going to pull it then and have a bit of a go. He is taking a slightly tighter line everywhere. It may cost him a little bit. He's got enough time behind him though. Do you think Barrier and the double 991 Mercedes is quite a considerable amount behind? So that gap there, he's got some affordability to be able to push a little bit. Although I think at the moment, he may just be taking it a bit conservatively, just to allow, really to try and pull the gap as much as he can before a move is potentially made. He gets so close, it runs a little bit wide going through turn 14. And he has dropped now a little bit of time. So, yeah, I don't think he's actually really trying to make a move too soon, rather than just, I think he's just sort of sitting there biding his time and seeing how the race develops and how it all unfolds.
Yeah, the advantage of Barrier being so far behind is that he can take all these weird lines and try and make a move in that way, and not be under threat from attack further behind. It's the position that Lars Kisser is in at the moment. He'd like to get past Shevatalov and like to experiment with different lines, trying to do so, but the problem is that Santoro is right there to pick up the pieces if indeed he does go offline, so he's just got to be careful of that. The interesting battle in this kind of Lexus Cup that's going on for 4th and 5th place between de Havilland and Girometti is that they're both on that kind of top 10 bubble in the championship, to go a bit NASCAR on you. If you get inside the top 10 in the Endurance Cup, then you get an immediate invite to the next one, the next season. So both of these teams are going to want to be inside the top 10. The 446 currently is 10th, so they're going to need a strong result at the very least to ensure their place. A top 5 would almost certainly do that. The VRM Racing 349 is in 13th at the moment, currently 22 points off, as this is a replay of the start of the race. Now try and work out how all this happened. It was the Chordakis who spun around Fabian Pic. Oh my goodness me, that is an outrageous rejoin from the Forzilla Lexus, and he takes out another one of the cars. I think that's a Ferrari that he spun around there, completely at fault there, I'm afraid. The 66 Fordzilla Lexus. I know that they'll be frustrated at getting spun around in the initial one. It was Jeremy Lefebvre, by the way, not Piffet. But I know they'll be frustrated at getting spun around by Chordakis, and that part wasn't their fault. But the rejoin, absolutely inexcusable, I'm afraid.
I think I would agree. They're going to get more than a bit of a slap on the wrist for that, I'm sure. It's all well and good. I mean, to be fair, again, trying to start it out as much as you can, dump the clutch, try and spin the car around, which is all well and good if you're on your own. You've got a few seconds between cars. But again, at the start of the race, it is an absolute no-no, unfortunately. You do have to just sit there. It's a painful process, and we have all been there. So I really do feel for them. But again, it's trying to, curb the sort of emotions that really run hot then, and just sort of dumping the clutch, spinning the car around. It is a bit of a shame. This is the number 71. So this is Felix Rupert as they go through. Is it going to be cutting down? A small tap for the number 26 Rocket, and that would be John Monroe that is starting. I mean, to be fair, an interesting one actually. The camera angle does portray possibly slightly different what it may have. Come to that again. Obviously, the stewards will be deciding, I'm sure. I don't know, Ewan, what your thoughts on that was, but I don't know. Maybe the repair sort of dropped down and John Murray wasn't expecting it. It was so close, but ultimately contact was made.
Yeah, it's a perfect example of what I was talking about a little bit earlier on. This will give us a good view of it. A bit of a cutback from Rupert, and this is what we were talking about earlier with the two Lexuses, or the fact that Lord Kitts are in the moment. If you've got a car behind you like that, you can't try and make the kind of ducks and dives and the undercuts, the crisscrosses and everything like that. You can't try, as we've got a battle with Odox, by the way. It's quite on in the middle of the field. But yeah, you can't really do that when there's other cars around you. And I'm afraid Rupert tried to. Monroe was just driving his line, really. And for me, he wasn't really at fault there. Monroe just driving his line. Rupert came down on him, in my opinion. But obviously the stewards will be looking at it. I'm not a steward, so it doesn't really matter what I think about it. But yeah, this is exciting. 7th place all on down. You also have Honzig's involved, and Alberto Garcia involved as well, important for the championship, these couple of fights, as we see Chordakis serving his drive-through penalty for starting off that chain reaction by spinning around generally left field in the first few corners.
Indeed, yes. So, absolutely, we've got a bit of a battle here. Whoa, Phillies repair. Just trying to go around the outside, I believe he has done, of Oliveira. That was a position that he lost as he rejoined. That was the last position that he lost when on the rejoin. So he's already trying to make some moves. As you say, Chordakis is taking that penalty there. Great battle that we saw from sort of P8 down to P12. That was really good stuff as well, going into the last complex and down into turn 1. Darren King. And I believe that was King and Bischoff that were going to go side by side. Ultimately, though, Darren King did have to concede the position. Jaroslav Honzik from the Yassi RM car, currently in P7, driving a respectable race, 1.2 seconds behind Barriere, who's got now 4.8 seconds behind Girometti. There is Yaroslav Shevratalov in the number 41. And Kisser, he's there or thereabouts. He's not dropping all too much time. It's just maintaining the position, maintaining where he needs to be, and just doing exactly what he needs to do. He's not pushing the car really in terms of trying to get past and trying to, duck and dive every which way, but more so just controlling his own pace. I think at this moment in time, if Sherlatov does start sort of driving into the distance and he does start pulling away a little bit, I don't really think it's going to be too much of a problem. Because again, as the BMW is a very, very stable car from what we have seen. It's a very, very indeed. We do have as well, I believe, another penalty coming through left field as well. Look at that, the number 66 Lexus. That is unfortunately what we were going to see, isn't it? Unsafe rejoin for the number 66 on that one. Again, I really, really feel for the Team Vordilla car. I absolutely do. Unfortunately, though, I do think that is justified.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But that is the maximum penalty that you can be given. Apparently, I thought you could go to stop 60 actually, but apparently not. Only stop and go 30 seconds here. So yeah, that's what Leffy is going to have to serve in the next few moments. And yeah, you're clearly going to be very frustrated, and you can't blame him for being frustrated, but you can blame him for the rejoin, I'm afraid, and it wasn't good. And he's got a penalty for it, which is a shame for Forza. They've been having a fantastic season, really. Third place at the moment, just under 50 points behind Simware Pro, 46 points behind at the start of the day. They've been getting better and better and better throughout this season. Finally getting that race win last time out. Maybe the longer race suited them a little bit. Paul Ricard with 9 hours, this more intense 3-hour race maybe wouldn't have suited them too down to the ground anyway, but that certainly set them back. Any dreams of a championship have completely gone out the window in this season, and things are going downhill fairly quickly. They're probably going to drop positions in the championship to the likes of Yassi today as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as well we're going to have to see how this race develops. We're only 15 minutes in, bear in mind, literally just ticked over to that number, in fact. So it's a long way to go for a lot of these drivers. And as well, it's a shame about the stop-go 30. Again, there's still possibly some positions to be made up. I was just looking there as well, though. Bischoff was really on a charge. He'd overtaken Darren King a couple of laps ago, and he's really, really trying to make some moves. And he's trying to make moves on P9. So that was Chris Harteveld, so still trying to get by, but really, really pushing as hard as he possibly can. Maximilian Walmerth, currently in P21. He's only a few tenths away from Offman. He's going to gain a position, though, as is everyone is behind P19, because that is going to be Lefil coming in for his stop and go 30 seconds. So not only does he have to drive all the way through the pits, he has to then stop in the pit box for 30 seconds, and then he has to go all out again. So it's good. Probably, I would imagine, maybe a minute 45 lost just through there. Maybe a little bit less, maybe about a minute 15. And there is Marco Bischoff as well. Again, he's just really, really he's just driving the absolute wheels off of this McLaren early stages of the race. Might be taking a bit too much out of his tyres. We'll have to see as the race does progress. But again, just taking as much curb as he possibly can. He is close, and he wants to make up these positions. He's in 10th at the moment, but he's trying to gun. I think, to be fair, realistically, with the pace that he's got at the moment, the pace that I'm watching, I mean, a P7 is not actually... it's something that's really not too far away. Barrier, though, I've just had a look. Look at the gap. He's really dropped. Honzik has caught up to the back of Barrier really quite heavily. So it must have been a small little excursion, a small little off-track, possibly for the 991 Mercedes. There is currently now riding on board with the Yassi RM 149 Ferrari, currently driven by Jaroslav Honzik. And again, he is close because that gap has dropped. The gap between Barrier and Girometti has actually increased ever more to 6.6 seconds. It's really sort of like a double. It's two different races at the moment. We've got the top 6 or the top 5 that are currently in their own little battle. And then we've got that big gap of 6.5 seconds, 6.8 seconds now. And then we've got the remainder of the field. So it's like split into 2 little races here. Although I think even with only 5 cars in the top 5 currently that are close to one another, I really don't think that's going to be. That's actually going to be giving us a very good race. Nevertheless, looking at the timings as well, though. Barry, he is dropping a lot of time. He is probably holding up, I'd imagine, or he's starting to hold up this group now. It doesn't look like, actually, because you look at the gaps and they're still quite excessive, but you can't drive the car as hard as you want. Look at how close Jaroslav Honzik is, though. He is closer this time. So I wonder, is it going to be this lap? It might very well be this lap. I don't know what your thoughts are, Ewan, but I reckon in the next lap or so, a move is going to have to be made because Barry has dropped another 2/10 on Girometti in P5.
Yeah, he's certainly applying the pressure now, and he's going to have to get through, really. The race is going off the road at this point. It's getting very nervous in this group now. These guys getting quite pushy to get through as well. Just needs to be a little bit careful, but you're right, Barry just hasn't got the pace. He's losing about half a second a lap at this point, and I couldn't say that it's a particular sector where he's particularly losing it, a corner where maybe it's somewhere down the straights he might really no, not really, it's just everywhere. He's just a little bit slower and losing quite a lot of time at the moment. Over 7 seconds, is creeping up to 7.5 now as we speak. So the race is going on at the road. If anybody wants to win the race overall from this group that we have right now, then they need to make a move in the next minute or two, really. They can't let this continue on for too much longer because 7 seconds is already creeping up to an unassailable gap in this kind of field. Even with 2 hours 40 remaining, these guys have got to be careful of that kind of gap with the kind of talent that we have up front. So I know there's a lot of talent in this second group, but they do need to start getting a move on, especially for the likes of Honzik and Garcia, who are, let's not forget, fighting for positions in the championship, and one of them fighting for even a shot at winning this championship. Because at the moment, if the 41 has any issues, then Odox are not there to pick up the pieces.
Well, this is true. It's a very good point. A move's going to have to be made. I'm going to make a possible thing that, I mean, look how close the train is catching up now. It's really becoming, there's more and more cars every single lap, and they're getting closer and closer every single lap. Do you know what's probably going to happen? I would imagine that it could well be tyres. Like the tyres may not be working for Barrier at the moment. We know that the car has got pace. We know that the team has really got a good amount of pace. We have seen that in the past. It could just be where the tyres just aren't switched on at the moment. So we may see them come into the pits as they come out for their second stint. We may see that now start to increase and they'll pick up some pace. But yeah, just a bit of a shame that they're just dropping off a little bit. Oh no! Garcia, is Chris Harteveld and Alberto Garcia have had a coming together. And that is, unfortunately, Alberto Garcia that lost out the most, exactly what they did not want. And that's now allowed Marco Bischoff. He's trying to capitalise on the small incident that just happened there between Harteveld and Garcia. Can't quite make it stick, though. The Ferrari's got such good traction on the outside as long as you can hook it all up. And that's really, as well, Bischoff goes through. Or they're going to go side by side again as they come through down into the final complex of the corners. Bischoff is on the inside, and he has made the move stick this time around. I wonder if Harteveld has got... Oh, there's another bit of contact. What has happened there as well? That was Lehanaf, I think, as well, that got caught up. I don't know what's happened with Chris Harteveld. So Harteveld is off, and he's not moving at all. So has he got beached?
Surely, some kind of hardware issue. It's got to be. I can't see any other reason as to what that could be. I think there was a Mercedes that, I think it might have been the 7, as you say, that went for some kind of problem. They've gone back to the pit lane now, I'm afraid. Such a shame for the runners-up last season, won a race last season as well. Of course, they've not returned to the same heights at all, I'm afraid. All of the championship contenders have, but apart from them, as Jaroslav Honzik is now getting impatient and getting through. You can't blame him, really, because he's been stuck behind barrier for a very long time, finally been able to get through, but he's got 8 seconds up to the guys in front. It's been a very chaotic couple of corners there for this group. It's been completely blown apart, as you can see, in the midfield. Firstly, Odox Motorsport getting spun around there, down to 16th now, and 32 as well, having a bit of a battle that ensued from that, and seemingly having some problems. Let's take a look at the problem. It was the 32 that actually went to spin around the Odox Motorsport car, not intentionally, but They just did in the end, I'm afraid. Just braking a little bit too late. The Odox Motorsport car maybe a little bit slower than they were expecting through the mid part of the corner, and just getting into the back of the Audi, and that was it really. And then this happened on the back straight. Be very interested to see what happens to the 32 though down here into turn 11. I'm really puzzled now.
Well, exactly as you say, they just sort of like seem to stop. I believe that Bischoff just sort of got the move done. I don't know whether, we see Harteveld, he just backs out here, as we can see, and then, just sort of seems to stop. So I'm not entirely sure. Again, I'm sure we're going to have some more information on that. Just look in the bottom left-hand corner on the timing tower, you can see John Monroe did receive a drive-through penalty for the contact that was made earlier on, around about sort of 5-10 minutes ago now. So that's a big, big shame for the number 26, really running well in P15. So now they jump straight into the bits and serve that. Valentin Barriere in the number 191, the virtual drivers by TX3. And there we are, race control, right-hand side. Cars 71 and 26 on lap 3. Drive through to car 26 for avoidable contact. It's a little bit of a tricky one. Again, we're not stewards, so we do not. The stewards obviously have the final decision. It's a bit of a tricky one. Someone has got to do it. Unfortunately, stewards, while they do have an incredible amount of work to do, and they're absolutely fantastic for all that they do, there's always a party. That are never happy. There's always one side of a party that are never happy with the steward's decision. So it's a thankless job in a certain way. But no, credit to the stewards as well for taking that and having a review and looking through it as well. I believe that's why we probably saw it a little bit. It took a little bit longer to come through. They were probably reviewing that just for a little bit longer to make sure that was the decision that they really wanted to make. So fair play to them indeed. But yes, John Moreau does receive a drive-through penalty. At the moment, though, what has happened with Valentin Barriere? He's managed to find all of a sudden just a little bit more pace. And he's really hassling the back of Jaroslav Honzik all of a sudden. Goes a bit wide. Bischoff is not going to he's going to capitalise on that straight away. Going through turn 14. Side by side through turn 15. No, can't quite make it stick. Barrier just puts his car exactly where it needs to be. Again, good capitalisation from Bischoff in that Renvelton McLaren, but just couldn't quite make it stick. And that's exactly what Honzik wanted, because the gap has now extended from what it was, 2-3 tenths of a second, all the way up to 6 tenths of a second. So that's taken a little bit of pressure off, and this may allow Bischoff and Barrier to have a bit more of a battle, which is going to play fantastically into the hands of Honzik. Intrigued to see, though, as well, what the gap is. It was 9.8 seconds when they came across the timing line going across the start-finish line. What is it going to be now? It's 9.9. So the gap isn't coming down as much, but ultimately, it is still coming down between Honzik and Girometti.
We'll see if it continues to do so, really, but Barrier certainly was the cork in the bottle there. It's not quite such a loaded bottle anymore, but Bischoff is going to try and go through. Now Barrier just shoves him out a little bit and slams the door in his face for now, but Darren King is going to be involved as well here in a few minutes' time. It looks like the train is starting to reform a little bit, with Blotto not too far down the order either, but I'm not sure why Honzik wasn't able to get through and get away from Barrier as soon as he got through, really. Maybe a little bit of mirror driving, just concentrate on your mirrors a little bit too much, trying to defend a little bit too much might have been the reason there, but anyway, that's nearly a 10-second gap now. Let's see what happened to the 32 though, because I'm still not sure what did actually take place. Slowing down a little bit, quite a lot actually. The Mercedes trying to avoid. I thought there was contact actually. The Mercedes trying to avoid does a big slide and rejoins the circuit in a slightly questionable way, but it was all right in the end. But it must have been some kind of hardware failure, because they just seemed to pull up this off the side of the road like they were going to lay-by on the motorway. It was very weird.
Yeah, as you say, hardware failure. There's a pretty good chance that it is a hardware failure, which is a shame. Exactly, obviously, what you don't want. So it's just one of those things. As much as you have mechanical failures in the real world, it's almost saying you have software and hardware failures in the sim world as well. It's almost just of the equipment and the kit that everyone's got. Again, much similar to the real world cars. They're so reliable. Unfortunately, when they do go, which is very few and far between, they do go. And that is going to cost, as we see with Harteveld, that cost him and has cost the team a possible top 5 position. But again, the front 5, how close do they want to be? It's just absolutely relentless. Great shot now on board from Marco Bischoff as he tries to get the cut back now, going through, or just a little bit too much curb, I think, which just cost a little bit of time there. But at the moment, the Renvelton Ambassadors 720 GT3 still wants to get by, because all of this time, look at that now. You can see Jaroslav Honzik up ahead by 1.3 seconds. So Bischoff needs to get by sooner rather than later. This could very well be the opportunity to go through. Doesn't need a second invitation for that as he goes up the inside. He is going to get the cutback though. Barrier does get the cutback, but I don't think it's going to be enough. They're going to go side by side down into the second to last corner. Barrier goes a little bit wide, manages to tag a bit of grass, but manages to keep it on the track. Is there going to be another cutback? Look at Darren King as well. He wants to potentially have a move and capitalise on that slower exit that Barrier got, but Bischoff does manage to keep it ahead. And I wonder if Barry's going to try and make a bit of a lunge. No, he's a bit too far back this time around. He's going to have to defend from Darren King straight away. So his shift, position of shift has to change almost immediately from attacking Bischoff and trying to regain the position to going straight on the defense from Darren King. Again, Bischoff set that corner up a good three corner overtake, managed to get it made and done and dusted in the end. That's released him now, and the gap has already gone up to 0.7 of a second. So Darren King needs to do the same in relatively quick succession to try and make that. Has a bit of a look. Doesn't quite make it stick yet. He just wants to have a look, try and upset the balance of the 991 Mercedes. But again, I think we were going to see this as well. Once one move was made, unfortunately, then that just gives everyone a bit more confidence, doesn't it, Ewan? And then you start to see people get a bit more, just a little bit more aggressive on that overtake, especially as the race settles in, the car settles in, they get more used to and more accustomed to what goes on. So this is where we now start to see the moves coming down, and Barrier, unfortunately, just struggling a little bit to stay afloat.
Oh, the battle. Yeah, it's Kisser under pressure. I'm not sure if he went for a move on Shevchelov, and Santoro's trying to get involved now, but this could be a perfect opportunity for the 41. Exactly what we've just seen. Every time Barrier gets overtaken, he gets into a battle with another car, and the car that's just overtaken him goes off up the road. Now, if these two battle a little bit too much, then the 41's going to be allowed to get away from them, and they're not going to see them again based on previous history. So it's very important that if these guys want to win the race, then either they need to get their overtakes done quickly and get single file again, or just not fight for the moment, because if you give the 41 an inch, then they will absolutely take a mile from you. So not sure how that battle actually came about, but there was certainly punches thrown, a couple of early ones maybe, just in the early part of this race. As De Havilland is making a move now.
De Havilland trying to go around the outside, going through into turn 8. Doesn't quite make a sit there, but he does get the cutback on Santoro. No, he does not. So still stays in P4. This is playing perfectly into the hands of Kisser again. Is it going to be a last minute move? No. Darts to the inside, darts to the outside. No, there's not. Possibly a bit of contact. No, just about. I don't want to know how close that was, but it was very. So De Havilland, the 349 Lexus, still can't quite make a move. It's all kicking off already. But again, look at it. They're still so close with one another. The gaps haven't really extended too much. Santoro has to go now defensive going into the last complex. If there's any place you want to go defensive, that is not it, because you carry so much less speed. And De Havilland really dives just a little bit too late, I think, unfortunately, going into turn 14. As we go through now, second to last corner. It's all settled down now. All starts to settle down. It really kicks off for that lap, and it's now it has calmed down. So I think that sort of all stemmed, believe where Shematalov actually made a small little mistake. Konstantina's up the entire rest of the top 5. And obviously that's when everyone just got a little bit excited and tried to make moves here and there. And really no one actually made a move in the end. If anything, the biggest winner again out of this battle, and after all that, was Shematalov, because he's now brought a 0.7 of a second gap onto Kisser. Just touch on your point as well, Ewan. I think realistically going forward, until the first round of pit stops, I don't think there's any point in racing. There just isn't, because as you say, if Shematalov manages to get, and I believe it's probably going to be about 1.5 seconds, if he can get that sort of gap, if that team can get the gap, they're just going to go. And they're just going to sail off into the distance. So you've really got to be nice and careful. So I wouldn't be racing at all if I was Kisser or Santoro.
Yeah, well, it depends what their aims are for the race, really. If they're happy with the podium, then they might just fight for it anyway. And, if they've got no expectations going into the race, they just want to have a bit of fun, as we saw last Kisser, he might just want to fight anyway. And not, go single file for the whole of the race. So, I don't know. If certainly, if I was trying to win the race, then I wouldn't be making fights like that. Certainly, unless it was for the lead, then maybe you'd go for it. But still, it's a little bit early for that kind of thing. But certainly entertaining for us, so we want to see them going for it, even if it isn't the best tactical choice. As we're seeing these guys a little bit further down, absolutely going for it. The battle from 17th all the way down to 23rd, or raging really. 7 cars all in a line, very, very different cars involved. Oh, we've even got a Nissan coming in at the back, with some Porsche at the front, and Mercedes involved as well. So yeah, lots of different cars, balance of performance working quite well, especially for these guys, allowing them to have a good fight in the mid pack. So yeah, very entertaining indeed. Lots of fights going on, even if some of them aren't the most tactical or the best tactical decisions, let's say.
Well, as you say, I mean, really, really good racing going on. We actually just saw out of the corner of your screen a few corners ago, Walmouth in the XL Racing by Ren Velton red car actually get past Offerman in the 166, the Beto Sim Racing.de, company driven by Bassin Offerman. So that was a position gain for them there. There is Bassin Offerman. You can see now on the screen. And yeah, he just lost out on a position to Walmouth. But again, a big train of about 6 or 7 cars. And again, the more battles that continue, the closer that this is going to get. There is Darren King, though. I did see on the timing tower, he's really hassling the back of Barrier at the moment, but can't quite find a way through. So Barrier's doing a really, really good job. He manages to keep people behind for a considerable amount of time. So he's putting his car exactly where it needs to be. And he's putting his car exactly where it needs to be in terms of also as well, not pushing so he's not losing too much time. Because if you look at the gaps between King and Blotto, while there is a bit of defending from Barrier, it's not too much that it's actually cost them really too much time. So, I mean, Barrier, he's dropped 2.4 seconds off from Bischoff. And again, I'm sure Darren King wants to get by as soon as possible, but yeah, at the moment, there's just no way through. The Mercedes is a very, very stable car, and it seems to be performing well. It's just, unfortunately, it's performing well in being able to defend, but it just still hasn't quite got that all-round pace. Darren King, though, gets a very, very good run out of the last corner. Is there potentially going to be a move? He's only about a 10.5 behind. Has another bit of a dart out. No, nothing there going into turn 1. Is it going to be a last-minute lunge into turn 2? He's not close enough, because you know that Barry's just going to close the door immediately as soon as he can get over into turn 2. And again, for another sort of portion of the lap, Darren King's going to have to look at... You can see the frustration. This is actually quite an interesting thing here as well. You can start to see the frustration now in the car, because there's a move. Look how much Kirby's taken on the inside as well. Kicks up a bit of dust for good measure. Barrier's going to have to go on the defensive if he wants to keep King behind, because I imagine there's going to be a last-minute lunge. Has another look. Look how aggressive he's driving the car, Ewan. I mean, that is a sign of a continually frustrated driver there.
Yeah, certainly being aggressive at this moment. I think it's important for Darren King to... Oh, that's fantastic. If he can pull it off. Not quite, but he faked one way, tried to go down to the inside, going the other. That would have been brilliant if he'd have pulled it off, but not quite. It's certainly being aggressive. I think he needs to be, though, because Barrier just hasn't got the pace right now. If you want to do anything in this race, then you do need to get through one Barrier and try to and get up the other a little bit further, get up the road, so to speak, because look at the gap that has been created in front of Honzik there. I don't think any of those guys outside the top 5 would have had the pace to continue on with them anyway, because Honzik has continued to lose time himself. But King might be sniffing a top 5 here today, and if he wants to do that, then he can't stick behind Barrier for too long. It looks like the leader's starting to get a little bit more agitated as well. We're getting towards the pit stop phases. Santure especially getting a little bit more racy in these last few laps.
Absolutely indeed. Just being told as well that Marco Macri in the 192, the Racing Line Motorsport Porsche, has actually got a drive through, and that's for track limits. We're only 35 minutes in. We're seeing track limits already, so we're going to see, I'm sure, a few more of those, which is interesting because you can take quite a lot of liberties. We said earlier on, the amount of liberties you can take at Misano is quite incredible. So I'm sure that there's going to be a few more of those come through as we're only 35 minutes into the race, but that is the first for Marco Macri in the 192 Porsche. Top 5 is still there or thereabouts. If anything, I wonder if there's out-and-outright pace between Chevitalov and Kisser. I think Kisser have got the upper hand here. I know that Chevitalov haven't really got too much. They haven't got to push all that hard, because again, even if they were to drop down to P5 or 2 P6, then they would still be on track for winning the championship. They're not going to want to do that. Naturally, they are going to want to win, of course. They haven't missed a round without being on the podium. And they've been on the podium for every single round of this season. So I'm sure that they're going to want to continue that streak. But again, I think the Unicorns of Love BMW has just got the pace at the moment. I wonder if Shevatolov is sort of backing it off, driving at sort of 8-9 tenths and just really controlling the pace. But at the moment, though, also Santoro, they've got a good amount of pace as well. It has opened up the gaps ever so slightly, but it's almost nothing as well. One small little mistake, and that's going to cost you 3 or 4 positions straight away. No question about that. Again, this little top 5 battle that we're seeing that have just extended from the rest of the field, it's just fantastic to watch. And again, it's great to see the Lexus, like 2 Lexuses within this top 5 battle. Fantastic to see. But again, a car that isn't used all that much. It's great to see it up in the up and fighting amongst the top steps of the podium.
Yeah, absolutely. All of these 5 cars having a fantastic run of things so far. And we're talking about this race as if it's going to be like these 5 right towards the very end. I can't see that personally. It's all about what pace of these guys' teammates got. It's not going to be these guys driving the entire 3 hours. They've got to hand it over. Who's got the best teammates may come into effect. I mean, some of the teammates will probably be very well matched on pace as well. So we're going to see a close race, I'm sure. But I can't see all 5 of these guys staying right up towards the front as the 73 just drives wide, almost as if they were giving the position to Redux Motorsport there, but I'm sure they weren't, and that position has now been reversed. Garcia into 13th, which is still 10 places lower than he needs to be, even if he stands a chance, because the 41 can DNF and still win the championship pretty comfortably right now. Things stacking up against the Audi team right now, certainly, but these 5 battling entertainingly for the moment. No real side-by-side action just for the moment. However, I'm sure there will be, at least after the pit stops. Maybe they might wait until that point, but certainly in the future at some point there will be.
Yeah, it's very true. Just been told of another drive-through for the 217 Bentley. That's the Desperate Measures Bentley that have going through in a drive-through, currently driven by Shinov. So again, a big shame. That's the second one we have seen, Alexander Shinov, that will be taking that drive through. But as you were saying, we're getting very, very close to the first round of pit stops. So it's not too far away. Darren King, wow, that was a bit of, I'm sure he didn't want to take that much curb, but he's actually got a really good position, possibly on barrier. There's going to have to be a move here. He's in that position, goes late onto the brakes. Still can't quite do it, though. I'll try and actually get the words out properly in the right order this time. But Barrier still manages how late he was on the brakes, because Darren King was late on the brakes. And Barrier just was able to brake just that little bit later. So again, while the 991 Mercedes, it doesn't have the overall pace, I don't think, at the moment. The GTRC Endurance team, they have a fantastic amount of race car. They're just putting their car exactly where they need to be. And Darren King, again, every single lap, is just getting more and more frustrated because the gap is opening up. It's now 4.2 seconds between Honzik and Bischoff. Although I have noticed as well, Bischoff has actually made the move on Honzik. So that's something that Bischoff is now from the P6, Honzik in P7. The gap is only 0.6 of a second. So I wonder if we're going to see any possible moves from the Yassi RM car back on the Renvelten 995, the ambassadors for Renvelten team, company driven by Bischoff. Again, Darren King, he's not even like, one thing I've noticed, Ewan, as well, and you can see that on the steering. I wonder if you can get possibly an onboard shot of Darren King's car, because just look at the steering angle that he's got. He's being so aggressive with pulling out and darting out. He's just absolutely aggressive. That's late on the brakes. Is it going to be the move? Finally, is it going to be the move he wanted? Oh, it's a bit naughty on the exit. I think he ran him a little bit wide. He actually goes a little bit wide himself, and he has a bit of a moment, but that has opened the door. Barrier, though, he might be coming back. He might try and make a move back. If he's going to do it, it has to be this lap at minimum. It has to be probably the next 2 corners if he wants to make the move back. The Mercedes is so fast in a straight line. It caught up quite considerably there, and it had a very, very good amount of braking. So if Barrier can hold on just that little bit, might try and make the move. But here we go. We've got an instant replay here. This is of 115. This is Bischoff. So this is actually overtaking, I believe, Yaroslav Honzik as they go through. I mean, again, textbook move. That was just gave the amount of space. Fair again to Yaroslav Honzik for the ass heat. Gave exactly the space that he needed. Fair play indeed. That was a very, very good move. But at the moment, Darren King, he is now being pressured by Barrier. Yeah, I might have been a little bit naughty running a little bit wide on the exit there, just pushing Barrier off a little bit, but that camera again could have shown a slightly different view from what it saw. But that was my thought. Might have been a bit naughty, but I don't think they'll be looking into that too much.
It was the motorsport equivalent of a shoulder barge, really, wasn't it? It's kind of in the rules, but it's, you know, it's a little bit frowned upon from time to time. Bischoff has just made a little bit of a mistake as well. Honzik is now on his case. Not entirely sure quite what happened because we didn't quite catch it, but Honzik is going to fancy his chances on getting through, and that's exactly the corner he got through on Barrier. We've just seen it from Darren King as well. Seems to be a popular overtaking point, as does the right-hander right at the very end, the turn 13 hairpin, kind of hairpin. It just at the back end of the circuit, it seems to be popular as well. But Honzik didn't seem too interested in going through on Bischoff there, actually sticking behind for now. I think he might have realised that the McLaren is a bit quicker at this point, so him getting through is completely pointless because the 995 would, excuse me, would get through again in the next few laps, and they'd both be wasting time. So Honzik stays behind for now.
Indeed, as you say, Honzik does stay behind. Look at the gap that Darren King has already pulled on Barrier, another second. So the next person is Blotto. So Mercedes versus Mercedes this time. This is the first inter-manufacturer battle that we are going to see between the two Mercedes, the 991. So again, we'll see how that develops. This might be a bit more of an interesting one because obviously both cars, the same car, both going to be more evenly matched than obviously the Aston Martin Mercedes and Aston Martin McLaren and Ferraris that have already got past. Marco Bischoff in the Renvelton 720S manages to stay ahead of Honzik, and he actually does as they come across the line. He's pulled away a little bit as well. Gap is just sitting under half a second. You have to see how that sort of develops as we go. Meanwhile, back at the front again, it is even Stevens. Look at that, pretty much. Look at the time and on the left-hand side. It's half a second almost a piece. Near makes no difference. It's half a second between absolutely every single driver. The thing I've noticed though as well, Ewan, I don't know if you've picked this up as well. I'm sure you have, but look at the different line that Shevchelov is taking compared to Kisser. The amount of curb that Shevchelov is using is considerably less than Kisser, and to be fair, the rest of the field that I've seen. I wonder if that's just it could be a setup. Maybe the setup isn't quite suited for taking the curbs as much as the other cars. It's an interesting one to see actually, and it just seems to be going through down into turn 8. It's just almost no curb use at all. They really drive into the corner nice and early. It's just an interesting line, but yeah, it's just one thing I've only just really noticed these last couple of laps. And I don't think it's really costing any time. If anything, though, the gap has come down a bit. There is Jaroslav Honzik currently now on your screen. So Jaroslav, if you can hear, give us a wave. He might not be able to, though I'm sure he's concentrating. But if anyone can tell him to give us a wave on the chat, that'd be fantastic. So yeah, he is chasing down Bischoff at the moment, but a gap 0.6 of a second. So it's sort of there or thereabouts. It's not really coming down at the moment. I wonder again if they're just playing it safe, playing it as they need to, and not really pushing any much at this moment in time. And they're waiting till they get through after the next round of after the second round of pit stops, and then they'll be able to reset and then possibly push again. Interesting stuff. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure really. I mean, for these guys in the Yasik car, I mean, I think Honzik admitted it himself. Murphy might have that little bit of an edge on pace, just be a little bit faster. So Murphy might do the last couple of stints, and they might be able to get to the 995 a little bit later on when they've got Murphy in the car. But I'm not really sure. He's not a bad driver himself, really, Honzik, because they've had a fantastic season so far. 3 second places is not bad at all, and of course champions last season is definitely not bad. So, he was waving there, but we. But anyway, he's supposed to be concentrating on driving. Anyway, we shouldn't be doing this. Anyway, it doesn't matter. These guys at the front, as you mentioned, still running very close together. 4 different manufacturers involved as well, which is good to see. But yeah, there's some different. I've noticed as well, Shevchelov slightly defensive lines from time to time, especially into turn 10. It seems to be just the line that he's taking really, because he's done it every time since, even when he's not under pressure. Just seems to go for it anyway. So yeah, interesting to see. It's probably down to these cars really. the same lines won't work for all of these cars. I think that's pretty obvious. These guys are just doing what works really at this point, and it seems to be they're pretty happy to just ride in the positions they're in for now, unless one of them makes a mistake. It's exactly what Lars Kisser just did, and Santoro wasn't going to decline that invitation, was he? And De Havilland is going to have a go himself now as well.
He did. He might very well do. De Havilland goes through on the inside. Kisser has now fall around the outside. I wonder if possibly as well. Look at that. Girometti might try to make a move. There's a bit of contact between the three of them. Girometti makes the most out of that. Gains 2 positions in the space of about 30 feet. And Lars Kisser, look at that. He's gone from P2 all the way down into P5 in the space of about... I said, that was 30 seconds? Probably even less than that. This is great because it's allowed Shebatalov to now pull away. I wonder if Santoro can now try and catch up. The gap is 1.3 seconds. I was saying that 1.5, that's going to be the cusp. That's going to be the window. So a big, big shame there for Kisser. Hopefully we'll be able to get a replay of what happened and what that all stemmed from. But I mean, that was an intense couple of corners. Girometti, though, like I said, P5, he's now up into the podium position, the last step on the podium. We're talking about this as well. They're currently sitting in 10th overall, I believe you were saying, Ewan. This is just going to provide them with even more confidence to maintain that top 10 position.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a spin around for what looked like Lahanov there in the 7, I think. Went for a spin. I think he got hit by Garcia. That could be a problem for the championship contender, because if they get a drive-through or something for that, then they'll be in real trouble. But yeah, just as we cut away from Lars Kisser a few moments ago around this portion of the racetrack, he got onto the grass, I think, and just went a little bit wide. Santoro was going to get through, and then the tight line that he had to take through the left-hander at turn 6 meant that his run onto the next straight, which is turn 7, the slight bend, was terrible really, and it allowed De Havilland and Girometti both to get through. De Havilland didn't quite capitalise in the way he wanted, because he got a bit of a slide, and he allowed his fellow Lexus through as well, as him getting through on Kisser. So it wasn't ideal for him, but here is the mistake. I think he's just going to dip a wheel onto the grass on the right hand side. Yeah, just missed it ever so slightly, and obviously you can't brake on the grass very well. Santoro gets through, and Kisser's nightmare begins really.
I think that's the best way to put it. It's definitely a nightmare, something that Kisser didn't want to see. I mean, again, good capitalisation on the 349 as well. Both Lexuses, again, just really sort of made the move. You could almost see possibly as well. I wonder if Kisser was trying to go for the cutback, and unfortunately, the 349, both Lexuses were just in the way. You had a look as well, and that was Girometti that just sort of popped his car up the inside and just sort of like put it there in a position where, regardless if a move was there or not, Kisser couldn't really get that cutback, exactly what he wanted to try and do. But again, good stuff, really good car placement from both of the Lexuses, working together against the BMW, but obviously the person that lost out the most is indeed Kisser. Marsos, Manos, Gerardis had a little bit of a moment there going through out of the last corner, so that has cost him a bit of time. Currently in P11 though, he's only about half a second away from the top 10, a bit less than that actually. He's caught up quite considerably in turn 2. And then Florian Bonjour in the Virtual Drivers by TX3 Nissan GTR. Great to see again. The old Godzilla still making an appearance. It's seen better days, it's looking a bit battered and bruised. But again, if one car can take it, and it's definitely this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it might have got bashed up a little bit in lap 1, actually. I think I spotted the Nissan getting in amongst it, getting involved. So that might be where a lot of that damage has come from. But yeah, certainly they're having a fantastic season as well, actually, in the Triple Three. They're 5th place in the championship. 3 top 10s out of 4, and the other one was 11th. So they're doing very well, but unfortunately the trend of their results is going the wrong way, I'm afraid. They should be good enough at least to get an invitation to the next season. They might put the Nissan on the grid again, which would be fantastic to see. One of my favourite GT3 cars of all time, actually, never mind just on the grid now. It's fantastic to see. I remember a long time ago, probably, Paul Ricard, that he was so fast on the straight it could overtake 3 cars or something in a train like this on the Mistral straight. Absolutely unbelievable straight line speed at times, that car. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be too well suited to Misano, really, and I wouldn't expect it to be, given the characteristics of the circuit and the largeness of that car. But it's certainly fantastic to see it on the grid, and I'm sure they're enjoying this little fight they've got going on at the moment for P15.
I'm sure they will be indeed. Because, like you said, really sort of they're just having a bit of a laugh. As I said, really, really good stuff. But 3 Porsches currently in the mix, and they're all battling again. That's what I love about these sort of, like, you know, once you've got the same car, obviously the only thing that's now is just the setup and how you approach it. It's really, really good fun. And really good fun to see as well, these different setups and how they approach different sort of sections. I don't know what's happened there. Whoa! Ars Kisser and De Havilland. That was going to be a little bit. De Havilland has to go now on the defensive because Kisser does have... I thought he had a bit of pace. He did have to back out of it there, though, where De Havilland had that small little moment, though. And again, all the lights in the world are already on the front of that BMW just to try and put off De Havilland. Nothing at the moment. So that could have been a very, very good capitalization moment. Unfortunately, Lars Kisser couldn't quite make the most of it, though. And he will have to wait there and go again. Bear in mind as well, though, the in-game start time, as you can, the in-game start time was actually around about 7 o'clock, so it will get dark towards the end of this race. You can already see the sun is starting to set, and it will get darker from there on. Whether it will be complete night time, I don't think it will be. It may very well be, but we'll have to see. But it's sunset now. We've just been told it should very well be at the end. It will be in darkness, which again just adds another element of the. It just adds another element, doesn't it? Really, of everything. Your braking points change. Your vision completely changes. So that's actually going to be something that I'm intrigued to see as well, as how teams and drivers sort of develop and how they have to approach these different sections as well, especially in the heavier braking zones and when the track starts to get considerably darker.
It makes it more difficult to get your tyre pressures right, that's for sure. You need to keep your temperatures in order, your tyres in order, and the changing light conditions, the track temperature will go down. We're already seeing the sun going down. The shadows are very, very long at this stage, you can see on the road right now, and it just does make things a little bit difficult to keep your tyres in that operating window that is so important in these cars. Kisser looks like he's got a bit of pace though here. We've seen his mistakes have blown the group apart a little bit. We saw the top 5 within half a second of each other throughout the whole of the first 50 minutes, but since that mistake things have stretched out just a little bit more. But luckily we do have some more fights a little bit lower down the order, should I say. Becker and McCree now going side by side, and a trio of Porsches that are battling over 15th at the moment. Looks like they're going to go side by side into some of the fastest corners we've got on the calendar this season.
Indeed, this is going to be interesting. Who's going to come out on top? It might very well be McCree that's just going to go through on Becker. Good move there. It took a little bit of time, but eventually it did make, and it did stick. So Florian Becker, unfortunately, has lost out on a position, but he hasn't lost out on any more. So that was, McCree is now up into P15. Becker is now down into P16, and then Walworth he got front row seats to that, to be fair. The number 72, he's dropped a little bit, so he's not able to capitalise on the position that was made by McCree, but yeah, all in all, very good stuff. But again, looking further down the field, just in that sort of bit of, that little bit of battle here, again, one small little mistake by one of the cars up ahead, and you've got possibly 7 or 8 cars that can really all of a sudden get involved now, especially if there are some racing and some battling here. I'm just noticing, though, the gap's already starting to extend. It's around 6-7 tenths of a second now between the 192 and the 911. So I don't think there'll be any other possible moves that are going to happen here, because at this moment in time, McCree does have the pace on this grid and this gaggle of cars behind. I just can't get over how close it is. That is P16 all the way down to about P22. That is just within, the best place of about 3 or 4 seconds of one another. Look at that train there. And again, it goes to show we've only been through an hour and we've still got these really, really close battles. Remember, we're not even through the first round of pit stops yet. And this was one thing I was actually going to say as well. Look at the gap. Riding now on board with Danilo Santoro for the John Lacey Esports Academy. Look how close he is to Shevratalov. He is close. This is the closest he's been I believe he has sat here for about 3 or 4 laps. So again, I wonder if there's any going to be positions that are going to happen here, or there's going to be positions made in the. I wonder if there's going to be any positions that are going to be made in the pit stops, because that's the thing. That's the interesting thing to take note of. Are there going to be any undercuts, any overcuts? Barry has actually gone into the pits, and so has Le Hanaf. So 2 of those drivers jumping in the pits straight away.
Yeah, indeed, the pit window opened about 5 minutes ago, really, if you wanted to go into pit lane and stretch out your last 2 stints, but nobody really decided to do that. 10-second time penalty to Garcia, though. That's going to be at his next pit stop. It's not a stop-go, which I don't believe, anyway. It's not a stop-go, it's just a time penalty, so that's going to be served in the pit stops, which are very, very soon. And that was for hitting late enough. We saw, well, we didn't quite see it, but we saw the Mercedes aftermath anyway for the number 7. So Garcia, interestingly, you will have noticed before the 7 came in, he actually used the gentleman's agreement or the gentleman's rule and dropped back a little bit to let the 7 back through again. Dropped Garcia himself 4 or 5 seconds to let the 7 back through again. So kind of stewarded himself almost. Realises that he made his own mistake and served a penalty himself, but probably wasn't a good idea because he's been given a penalty anyway. But I'm hearing that it may have been a drive-through if indeed he hadn't have done that. So he's reduced his penalty, but not completely gotten rid of it. So there you go, 10-second penalty to Garcia.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that's sort of like penalty there as well. It's one of those things, as you say, the courtesy rule that the SimGrid operate under. There's an opportunity to reduce the penalty that you receive. So fair play. It is still a penalty. It's not all that much though. I mean, 10 seconds. Unfortunately, 10 seconds is still around sort of 7 or 8 positions possibly. But again, having it reduced is always preferred, I'm sure. Lars Kisser though, he's now still up behind de Havilland. Gap's about half a second now as they go through. It's actually more than that now. It's 7/10 of a second, so dropping a little bit of time there. Bischoff currently in P6. He's still quite a ways behind. The time in town hasn't actually come up yet. There we are, 10.7 seconds. They're still losing time, unfortunately. And then Jaroslav Honzik is actually 4.3 seconds behind Bischoff. So again, these top 5 are really sort of extending the gap. Santoro is still maintaining the gap between himself and Shevchelov. Again, I wonder for how much longer, because this pit window, I mean, realistically, if I was in the position of both of these drivers, I'd be trying to go out as late as I can. I'd try to pit as late as I possibly could. Maximise your track position. The fact that you're pulling away from almost everyone else, bar the top, bar the next sort of like 2 or 3 people behind you. Oh, Danilo Santoro, though, he wants to make the move, doesn't he, actually? I don't think he's hanging about. He's not waiting instead to try and make the move possibly in the pits. He wants this position out on track, which is interesting stuff. Again, not necessarily playing the long game here, but more so just wanting the move done and dusted.
Well, he is certainly applying the pressure as well, showing everyone that he does have the pace in this race right now, and I guess why not show it? If you've got a bit of pace, then why not? But he's not made any dives down the inside or anything like that just for the moment. It does seem like the 2 Lexuses have dropped back a little bit since that, since the Lars Kisser debacle on the grass around here last time, or a few minutes ago now. So that's kind of ruined it's stretched out the top 5, let's say. But the 27 was able to get through it all and get back up to the back of the race leader, which is very impressive pace actually. Whereas Giametti and de Havilland were no longer to hang on, no longer able to hang on. Santoro was more than able to. Oh, the contacts! He was more than able to hang on. Actually, fighting with him now, quite literally, and making a little bit of contact in the penultimate corner. That was an interesting moment. Giametti, now that I've said that, has now got himself back involved again. So this is getting very, very feisty now up the front of the field, and interesting indeed.
It is indeed. Like I said, this is where now it's starting to really kick off. Shevchelov has to be careful here, though. The last thing he wants to do, like I said, we had a bit of contact there. The last thing he wants is any sort of big contact which pushes him out and gives him possible damage. Again, it's not out of the woods. There's nothing that we can play safe. 1 hour has gone, though. We've got 2 hours left to go, so a third of the race. And now we're starting to see the contact come up. 38 laps completed, now on the 39th lap. but Santoro has made it definitely known and made it well and truly clear that there needs to be, and he wants the position. And the number 27 Ferrari wants that position sooner rather than later. Girometti, though, that was a bit close going up to the back of Santoro. I'm sure he might need a new race suit for that after that small little possible incident, but manages to just get away with it. I really don't know, because the gap now has gone, it's dropped again from Chevatala to Santoro. The gap has come down quite considerably from Girometti to Santoro. And the gap has opened up quite considerably as well to Havilland, because that's 1.8 seconds now. There is Florian Durkop coming out of the pit. So the Unicorns will have the first team in the top 5 to take the pit stop. So I wonder if they're now trying a slightly different strategy. The fact that there is Chevatalov as well. He now jumps into the pit a lap later. And that does now mean that Santoro inherits the lead. If anyone, I'd be Santoro, because I want to be staying out for as long as I possibly could. Your car is the lightest it's ever going to be now. Even if you can get that extra lap and you don't get involved in any traffic, depends where Chevatalov comes out, which will be interesting to see. If he comes out in traffic, that's really going to kick things off. And then, the gap was, 0.3 of a second when Santoro crossed the line? Or when, Chevatalov jumps into the pits? That's going to be, might be considerably more in the opposite direction if there's any damage to the outlap that Chevatalov receives.
Yeah, let's see what the kind of undercut for Durkop is first of all. I think he's come out in clean air, to my knowledge anyway. Yes, he has. The next car in front of him is the Fordzilla Lexus, and that's quite, a couple of seconds down the road. He's had a fairly clean outlap here, but has it given him any benefit at all? Let's not forget, Kisser brought that in 5th place. He was just behind Havilland, who was in one of in the Morera car now, the 349. So it will see where Durkop comes out in relation to that car. He's just coming past the pit lane now. It looks like he might well jump everybody here. They're going to release the pit limiter soon. I'm trying to watch it on the track map. The 41 has got in front just about, but that BMW slots into what I'd call a net second place. So I would say Santoro is in real trouble right now. I take what you're saying about that car being as light as it's ever going to be, but the new tyres were really, really effective for Durkop there, and I can only imagine that Ogorodnikov is going to do the exact same. So's Ferrari as well, who's just got out in front of Durkop.
Well, exactly. Not too long. We're going to have to see. There is Santoro obviously just going to the pits, just going to go and stop in his box. Where is Florian Durkop? There he is, just going through. I mean, to be fair, I'm just trying to get my bearings on where the track is. He's definitely around about halfway round and coming through. Yes, he's coming through into turn 9 and turn 10 before the back straight. So again, it's going to be very, very, very close indeed. Igor Ogorodnikov currently in P4 now. Whereas bottom right corner of your screen, there is Santoro. Is he going to be staying out, or is someone else going to be jumping in? I believe it is Santoro that continues to stay in the car. There is Ogorodnikov, always pushing the car hard. There is Santoro, he goes. So, Ogorodnikov is going through turn 14. Turn 15, remember, Santoro has to stay so late onto the pits. It feels like an eternity of how long this pit stop is. There he goes. There is Ogorodnikov going through the last corner. When is there going to be the release? This is, and so I know it just goes on for absolutely ever. There it is. So where's it going to be? Do you know what? I think they've gone and done it. I reckon Santoro's actually got out in the lead. And yes, he has done. Look at that, by a considerable amount of margin as well. Oh my goodness, he's pulled about 4 seconds.
Wow, that's very, very impressive indeed. Let's not forget, Santoro came in pretty late in that cycle, and he's got to do minimum of just 51, 52 minutes in this stint. If he only took 51 or 52 minutes worth of fuel, then he might have been able to short fill that and get out a lot further in front. So, this isn't particularly useful, the fact that he's battling with a Lexus right now on his opening lap, but maybe a little bit of a short fill for that Ferrari to be able to take them to 65 minutes to go. That's the limit on when you can pit coming in here. And they may well have done it, but certainly a shorter pit stop for Vatero. He's out now in front of Ogorodnikov, Ferrari and Durkop, who are battling over second place. But I think that 41 has a little bit of extra pace. They can just turn on just that little bit later on and maybe get themselves back towards the front in the next few moments.
Very, 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 very true indeed. May very well all turn on its head. Mirko Ferrari in the Lexus, which is something we will take a little bit of time to get used to, I'm sure. Currently pressuring Ogrodnikov at the moment. I'm just watching as well, Vitero in the Ferrari, number 27, who's taken over from Santoro. The gap went from 4.3 seconds to now 3.1. I mean, personally, it's now 2.5, so I don't know what's happening here. I wonder if Vitero is still being held up by the number 66 of the Team Fordzilla car. He might be, he might not be. I don't think Ogrodnikov has that amount of pace on his own accord. No, he is. So look at that as well. Alex Vitero, as we've got that Alex Vitero, he's just losing a bit of time. Might take a little bit of time to get up to pace, might take a little bit of time to get settled in, where someone like Ogrodnikov has just sort of switched it on and off he goes. But Mirko Ferrari is pressuring, he was pressuring him a little bit. It's now since dropped back. So he's dropped back around 0.6 of a second, but Igor Ogrodnikov is putting in the lap time straight from the word go. We're going to really sort of gauge an understanding of what that gap is now going to be when they come across the second time in line, which will be in a few moments. You'll see the time disappear from the top 3 or 4, and then it will refresh with the new tower. There it is, and then when it will come up, 1.4 seconds now, so half a second already. Oh, I wonder, possibly as well, tyre pressures, tyre temps might not be quite there yet for Vitero. But also, Ewan, this is now going to back up everyone as well. Everyone's now being backed up. So you think Vitero's, if Ogrodnikov does catch up, which is the rate he's doing, that won't be too far ahead. As long as that Vitero can hold off just a little bit, then that's going to allow Ferrari to catch up in the Lexus. That's going to allow Durkop to catch up, and possibly Moreira as well in the other Lexus.
Yeah, Ferrari in the Lexus catching the Ferrari is not a nice thing, is it, for us? But anyway, you're right. Vitero is not showing that he's quite got the pace right now. Maybe taking a couple of laps to get accustomed to the car, get himself up to temperature. Well, not himself, obviously. Get his tyres up to temperature, and get himself into the groove of things, get himself into the rhythm, etc. But you haven't really got much time to do that at this level, and you got to be on it as soon as you leave the pit lane, really. And I'm afraid Vitero has lost a 4-second lead pretty much immediately. Ogrodnikov is right there, and in Ogrodnikov's attempt to actually catch the Ferrari in front, he's gotten rid of the 14 of Durkop there. So interesting to note that the 14 can't quite hang on right now. Moreira is not showing bad pace, but he started with a 3-second deficit to everybody else, so he is trailing them just by a little bit at the moment. We've got 3 for the lead though, and it doesn't look like Ogrodnikov's going to be held back really. He's showing some fantastic pace. And I'll be interested to see what Vitero can do to stop him right now, because he certainly doesn't seem to have too much in the way of pace right now.
I know, again, it's getting so close, but I tell you what, I mean, again, this can go absolutely any way here. We saw how well the barrier was able to defend and hold off, even the fact that he wasn't quite on pace. This could very well be the same from Vitero to Ogrodnikov. But at the rate he's catching, look at that, having a bit of look already in the SimWare Pro, number 41, Aston Martin. How close they want to be. Oh, that was Vitero having a small little moment. That's possibly going to open the door. And you know what? Round the outside of turn 2, Igor Ogrodnikov does not take any second invitation. I think as well, he may have got a little bit, just a little bit wary of what Ogrodnikov did, sort of like put the car up the inside. But look at that as well. Mirko Ferrari trying to take the position as well as they go through turn 4. Oh, that was so close to being contact. I dread to think how close that actually was. But look at that. Vitero goes from P1 to P3 in the space of about, 3 corners. It was just a reaction there. Ogrodnikov moved out, then started straight back in. There was never going to be a move going into turn 1. But we were just told as well from the different camera angles that we're seeing, Vitero reacted to it. And it just sent the car in a bit of a state of unbalance. And that's what allowed Ogrodnikov to go through. So fantastic bit of racecraft there.
Yeah, I'm not sure how far the Russian sent it down the inside there, and if Vitero was, if it was reasonable for Vitero to give him the room, or whether he just did get a little bit scared and he probably should have slammed the door shut, very like what we saw towards the end of the F1 race last weekend. You're just getting a little bit spooked, going a little bit wide. It can cost you really quite a lot. So it just maybe a little bit more confidence in taking the inside line there might have served him well, but it doesn't look like he's got any kind of pace to live with them at the moment, Alex Votero, in that 27. He is, of course, sharing that car with Danilo Santoro. I mentioned that towards the end of the first stint that it may come down to these 5 whose teammate is the best, and it looks like Alex Votero doesn't quite have the edge that Santoro does. We'll see if he can limit the damage enough so that Santoro can and get back into this one a little bit later on. However, he's still a good 43 minutes away from safety, 43 minutes and a half until he can actually get out of that car.
Well, yeah, it's going to be possibly a very, very long stint for Votero. Meanwhile, a little bit further down the field, I believe we're just being told that Ryan Meenan, you can see on the top tower, the left-hand screen, has actually just got past. So Ryan Meenan has got past. That's Van Druyten in the 995 McLaren. And then as we go through, Nicholas Cummins is currently sitting in P16. He's got a bit of a gap going through. A bit further down the field that we just saw as well. That was Schneider, I think, having a bit of a tussle. Having a bit of a tussle with Seville. No positions gained there yet, though. Did have a bit of a look, did Seville, in the Aston Martin, the number 52. But no moves to be made as of yet. Although, to be fair, you don't necessarily need to do much. You just need to sort of like plant the move possibly there to know, and you can see as well, this is where Schneider, he's having a few little moments here though. He's getting a little bit restless, especially with Seville pressuring him as hard as he is. A little bit further up the field though as well. That is Pagano that's having is the back of that initial train that we can see. That is might not actually be. I'm trying to think who that is. No, that's Cummins that's actually at the back of that train. The person at the front of the train is Holter, the number 73 in the Nissan, and that's currently that's the XL Racing by Renvelt blue car. So again, battles all the way up and down the field, as we have seen and continue to see, with 1 hour and 40 minutes left to go, and it only takes, as we said, Ewan, one small little mistake, one little bit of hold up for everyone, and then you can gain 2 or 3 places. Similarly, you can lose 2 or 3 places.
Well, yeah, that's the danger of running in one of these trains. Oh my word, that's across the grass for Jonathan Seville, excuse me there. But yeah, it's exciting to watch. Certainly, some of these trains to to see. There's a lot of risk versus reward going on for all of these guys, really. Because as you mentioned, you can make up moves, you can make up positions quite quickly, but you can also lose them equally as quickly. So yeah, very exciting for us to watch. And if you're a championship contender, let's say, they're not particularly ideal to find yourself in, but that's exactly what Odux Motorsport have done. That 10-second penalty has not only put them back a few positions, but it's also put them back in a little bit more madness that they could do without. As I mentioned earlier on, they are not in a position to capitalise on any issue that the championship leaders may have. You know, they're fighting for a lead right now, Mirko Ferrari versus Igor Odgorodnikov. If something goes wrong between these two, you know, 41 DNS, for example, let's, most extreme circumstance, they're not there. They're not there even near the podium to capitalise. So it's really not a good day for them, and I'm afraid the results have really been going the wrong way for the 1-2-1. They started off with a win, but I'm afraid the results have just been they've been slipping down the order, let's say, throughout the season. It's a shame to see.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a shame. It's not what you want, definitely not what they wanted as well, but that is racing. It's just, I can't remember who said it for the life of me, but it's just like, 80%. I think it was something like 80% of racing is frustration or bad luck or something along the lines. And to be fair, I can sort of believe that statistic if I'm honest. Again, when it all comes together, it's absolutely magical. But when it doesn't, it can be the most frustrating thing on the planet. Meanwhile, Pagardal is having a bit of a look at Holter, the number 73 in the Renvelton, but doesn't quite make anything stick yet. The GTRC Endurance Team 911, named the number of 911, has a bit of a look, possibly going to go side by side down into turn 4 and 5. Is it going to be moved? They go around the outside now for that's turn 6 and 7, but no move is to be had there yet. So it's going to be a little bit longer, but they're going to go around down the outside now of turn 8. Is it going to be a possible move? It's going to be close, but no. Now look at, that's Hinault that's having a look in the number 7. Mercedes going to try and go around the outside, going down all the way down into turn 9 and turn 10. Is it going to be another possible move? It's going to be close. But again, nothing at the moment. So it's just absolutely... No, actually, to be fair, sorry, apologies. Hanaut has got past Pagardal. So he's lost out on a position. Look as well, this is where Kamins needs to try and capitalise on this position. He needs to make a move. He needs to try and get up the field as much as he can, as quickly as he can. No possible moves there, but Hanaut is wanting to try and get past Holter straight away as well. He is not holding back. And again, as they go through, they all seem to stabilise now at the moment after that very, very interesting and busy sort of 3 quarters of a lap. And yeah, they do all settle down. But good stuff from Hanaut there. We've just seen a drive-through. Left-hand side, look at that top left. I wonder if that's going to be for track limits. We don't know of any incidents, but I think it could very well be track limits. Not good at all for the team that are currently sitting in P9, so just inside the top 10. Not what you want.
No, not at all. But as you've seen already, it's easy to pick up around here. We've seen already that Hanaut was very, very smart there. It was a fantastic move, actually, because we saw Pagado try to make a move on Holter there, and he was side by side, he was right up behind the Honda, and the Mercedes just kept his car alongside so as to block him in. The 911 didn't even have anywhere to go, and so Hanaut was able to send it right around the outside through 9 and 10 last time around. On this place last time around, and yeah, he was able to make the move. Oh, that's a dive and a half from Kamins. I'm not sure if Pagano turned in there or whether that was an unjust dive, but there was certainly contact made, and yeah, down another position for the Porter into 16th, and Odox get into the top 15.
Well, I think it's one more position that they need. We just saw on your screen. So that was the 194. Was actually for avoidable contact. Was the drive-through there? So that would be unfortunate for them. Something that they do not want in the slightest. Julian Hanaut, though, in the virtual drivers by TX3 number 7, is really making a move, possibly down in the last corner. All that's going to cost him time. Look at Kamins now, the 121 Odox Motorsport. That's allowed them to really catch up. Not possibly the best of position placement and track placement for Hanaut there. And that's really, look at that, it's really closed the gap. Holter has to go a little bit wide going through turn 1. Maybe the car doesn't seem too confident over curbs at this moment, especially going through into turn 1. Might be a little bit more sketchy as they go over. So that is costing time as well. Look at that. The virtual drivers, the number 7 Mercedes, is wanting that position more than anything in the world. But also, one person that's going to be wanting even more positions is Kamins. Yes, because any positions that are made are positions closer to mathematically it being possible. I said mathematically being the key word there because something has to really happen big time, which again, as what Ewan touched on just then, we don't want. We want to be able to have a nice, clean, fair race for everyone. Moment. No positions still to be made as of yet. Okay, just have a little bit of a look. You have a little bit of sort of aggression. Try and get past. If nothing happens in the sort of maybe half a lap, just sort of pull it back a little bit. Let the tyres cool down. You know, get everything back into a more composed state, and then go at it again. It's all about that sort of. You've really got to get to a stage where you start off. You have to do this in waves. You can't just sit there and hassle someone all the time because you will just lunch your tyres, you'll lunch your brakes, and you'll put your car ultimately in a worse position come the end of your stint. So you've got to time them wisely. You've got to use any potential overtaking opportunities sparingly. Again, Julian Hanaut trying to look around the inside of the last corner. Never going to be a move there in a million years. Alfarado goes into the pits and serves his drive-through penalty. And again, just starts out, does Hanaut, but no moves again to made. I'm intrigued to see actually though as well, Ewan. It seems that Misano, from what I remember actually being, I don't remember it being this sort of difficult to overtake. A lot of these corners actually, surprisingly, they don't promote overtaking, do they, in a way? It's a bit tricky. I don't know. It just seems that I thought there'd be... Again, it goes to show. Actually, no, I'm going to... sorry if any commentators curse that was there. So Julian Howe just slots up the inside because Holter went a little bit wide. That's going to allow Kamins to come up, possibly even Pagardal, as they go down side by side between Kamins and Holter. But look at that. So Kamins, the number 121 Odox Motorsports, now makes that position up. But now it's time for Robin Pagardal, the GTRC Endurance team. Is he going to make a move going around the outside? It's going to have to be a possible cutback as well. There is the cutback there. Or no, because Holter just pulls it up. Stops it just about right on the apex. And unfortunately, the GTRC Endurance 911 can't quite capitalise on that a little instant from Halter there.
No, not just yet. It's good battling that we're seeing though between all of these guys, and it's very close indeed. I did kind of expect this actually, that it being difficult to overtake. It's not impossible to overtake. I know in real life that it's a lot more difficult than always seen. People willing to take less risks to overtake, let's say. The track's always the same, and these cars are pretty much the same as in real life. They're just not actually there. It should be pretty similar. It's fairly hard to overtake, but by no means impossible. And it's just the circuit, really, as you mentioned, doesn't promote it too much. I suppose some of the corners are quite tricky, especially the fast back straight. You could do with the hairpin coming immediately after that, really, rather than the right-handers that are before it. But that will make things a little bit easier, but maybe too easy. I don't know. It's still entertaining though to see these guys go for it. You do have to kind of wait for a mistake from time to time. We just saw that with Halter, but he lost a couple of places because of that. But yeah, it can be tricky. But by no means impossible, and still providing a good race for us at the moment as Halter goes wide again, I'm afraid.
Yeah, indeed, Halter having another small moment. This is now opening the door again for Pagardal. And again, as they go round the outside, no cutback opportunities there as they go around turn 9 and turn 10 again for the next lap. Yes, no moves again, so pretty much a carbon copy of what happened. Pagardal was on the outside, but just couldn't quite make it stick. The Nissan has really good traction. Look at this though, because Schneider, number 71 Audi just behind, that's in the XL Racing by Renwell's orange car. They're really all of a sudden on the back of this train, as well as we got Halter going a little bit wide yet again. I wonder if he's going to possibly dart in. No, he's not going to dart into the pits because he's already made a pit stop. Again, Pagardal just can't find a way past. He has to go round, dart into the inside. That might even allow Schneider to come through. Look at the gap that Schneider's got. He's going to possibly go down side by side on the Porsche going into turn 1. If he can hold it on the outside into turn 1, he's going to have the position going into turn 2. Can he do it? He might very well do. No, he can't. Just drops out a little bit, but that's going to possibly open the door. And again, going now back to Killian Ryan Meenan on the 888, having a bit of a tussle with Eamon Murphy now. Picture in picture again. Porsche versus Honda versus Audi in the bottom right corner of your screen. And then we've got Ferrari versus Aston versus McLaren on your main screen. Nothing can happen as of yet. And still side by side as they go through. Killian Ryan and Meenan, nope, nothing at this moment in time. This is the best opportunity that they're going to have. They're going to go 3 wide coming down into turn 8. No, they're not. Instead, they go 2 wide, and that may well be Pagardal. Yes, he's got the move. There's no way they're going to come back from that. Runs out on the exit just as you are supposed to do. And that is a move that I'm sure Pagardal wanted to happen sooner, but happened eventually. At the moment, though, this battle going up for P6 really starting to pick up, because not only have you got Ryan Meenan now on the tail of Eamon Murphy, you've also got Van Droyten in the McLaren.
Yeah, have indeed. It's very close indeed. Sorry about that. Just muted my mic. But yeah, it is indeed, and very very enjoyable fight. It's kind of popping up all over the place. We saw the top 5 in the most. Oh no, contacts. And thankfully nobody's gone for a spin around. It looked like Holton was going for a little bit of a late one. I'm not sure whose fault that really was, but yeah, that was an awkward moment, certainly. Fortunately, nobody got spun around.
Well, exactly. I said there was a bit of a half spin there, but as you say, no one was properly, unfortunately, no one was actually properly taken out by that. So just a small little bit of contact. I'm sure the stewards will be absolutely reviewing that incident, and they will see what the outcome of that is. I mean, that camera angle, yes, it's a bit tricky to tell. It will happen quite quickly. So, again, the stewards obviously be deciding what happens, but Pagardal has definitely got some damage on the front of his car. Going back now onto your main screen, Killian Ryan Meenan still can't quite find a way past from Eamon Murphy, although he is close. This is the closest he's been, what looks like at least the last lap or so. Aston Martin seems to be really good in this last sector. Seems to be very good in the last sector. I think that's where even in qualifying, we were saying that the Aston Martins were really able to keep that momentum up and keep the pace up going through, whereas some of the other cars, the BMW, the Ferrari, and the likes of the McLaren were just dropping off a little bit. And we're seeing that because the gap is always consistently coming down. Look at that, 0.239 is between Killian Ryan Meenan and Eamon Murphy as they go through. Oh, Meenan, though, was a little bit wide in the 888 Aston Martin that time around. that would have cost him some time. Van Druyten is going to try and capitalise on it, but I don't think there's going to be any possible way. He has dropped back, unfortunately, at the moment. Again, could just be waiting for these tyres to come back, and then he'll try and push again, similar to what Ryan Meenan is doing. Just waiting, biding his time. And then, again, the second half of the lap, they seem to catch up consistently. We're going to have to see how that develops moving forward. Nearly, Ewan, we've got yellow flags somewhere on the track for a brief moment, and then they come back to green again. I mean, halfway through, Ewan. I tell you what, that's gone actually really quickly. I don't know about you, but that's really flown by for me.
Yeah, that surprised me actually when you said that. Nearly an hour and a half way through the 3-hour race, and only 90 minutes left of this season. The sun's going down on the season, so to speak. It's coming towards an end. The end is in sight for these guys, and some of them will be getting out of the car for the final time in just half an hour, you imagine, because of the final pit stops and so on. It'll be interesting to see how the last part of the race actually goes on. These three, though, on your screen right now seem to be displaying really quite some pace right now. Murphy, Ryan Meenan and Van Druyten all driving single file at the moment, working together sort of, and getting up towards the back of Durkop and Moreira, who have lost the back of Viterbo. So front five are really starting to stretch out, and they're not staying together nearly as well as they were before. And also, these guys further behind are starting to show a little bit more pace as well. So lots of things are kind of changing around in this race. And I said anybody outside the top five doesn't have a chance of winning this race before the pit stops. Well, my mind could be changed on that one now, because they're starting to get a little bit closer, displaying a little bit more pace.
I wonder if this is a setup and a tactical change, like maybe the car was set up for a slightly, knowing that the track would get cooler, knowing that everything would get a little bit, just generally cooler and darker as well, with the fact that we're going later into the evening. I wonder now, as you say, are we starting to now see some of these times start to come down with the people whose cars may not have been set up for the start of the race, but now they're getting more accustomed to these cooler track temperatures? It has dropped a couple of degrees. Doesn't sound all like too much, but it's surprising how much of a couple of degrees difference will make. The tyres as well, they're so sensitive to tyres. Even half a PSI out will actually cause some considerable issues. So again, we're going to have to see how that sort of pans out. I'm just looking though, Schneider on the left-hand side of your timing tower, look at that, he's got a drive-through. I wonder what that is. Could very well be, that could be track limits, not entirely sure what that is, but Jonathan Seville goes up the inside of Holter. He's defending from Holter as well. And then we have John Monroe actually in the Rocket Sim Sports. That might be John Monroe. It might not be actually, but it's the number 26 Rocket Sim Sports. And at the moment, they are a lap down, unfortunately. That's actually Milos Stamenkovic in the number 26. But side by side again, Holter versus Seville. Who is going to come out on top? They're going to go side by side. They're still side by side. And I believe it's Holter that's now got the upper hand. But it could very well be changed. Is there going to be a last minute lunge going through from Jonathan Seville in the Pole Sim Sport number 52? No, there is not. So Holter manages to come back and make that move, now riding on board with Milos Stamenkovic in the number 26, currently riding in P18. Apologies, I don't know why I said that they were a lap down, because they're not. This is a battle for P16, and at the moment, Milos Stamenkovic has just got front row seats to what's happening up ahead of him. Great stuff, great racing, as we said, all the way up and down the field.
Yeah, just biding his time a little bit, and Rocket Simsport have been biding their time for most of this race actually. Just been waiting in the wings, so to speak, and taking advantage of issues that have happened in front, and that's the way that they're going to do it. It seems in this one. So it's not a bad strategy really when you think about it. Didn't qualify all that well. I can't remember. I think they might have even been outside the top 20. They were really quite far down. But in the only race that they've finished so far this season, back at the opener in the Hungaroring, they were. They raced pretty well. You know, they got themselves up the order pretty well during the race, and it feels like they're going to do the same here again. A top 10 once again isn't out of the question here. You think about it, we're halfway through the race, they've made up a fair amount of places. They might be able to do the same in the second half and continue their march up the field. You can never write them off. Top 10 might be possible for them, so we'll see if indeed that does happen. But no, just watching and waiting at the moment in the cars that are battling just in front of them.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have to see. Yeah, but we just noticed as well, Igor Ogrodnikov has lost out to Ferrari. I'm not entirely sure what happened there. A small little excursion, a small little moment for Ogrodnikov at some point. We are going to have a replay in but a few moments' time, which would be absolutely fantastic to see, because I'd be interested to see what happened. Just touching on that as well, is as you were saying, a top 10, absolutely not too far off the cards when you think about it, considering that John Munro, very early in the race, had a drive-through for Rocket Sim Sport. They're really sort of making a comeback, which is absolutely fantastic to see. Schneider is now in the pits. He's taking his drive-through penalty again. Could be for track limits, could be for contact, could be something else. I'm sure we'll get information on that as well moving forward. But ultimately, either way, Ogrodnikov did lose out on a position. He has, however, started to already pull the time down. Look at that. Between the two timing towers that you saw, it was 2.2 seconds. It's now 2.1. So whatever happened there, they put it behind them, they head down, and they're cracking on. And they're already catching up with Ferrari. We are being told as well there are several penalties that are on their way, and we'll be able to provide that for you in a few moments. That was, I'm trying to think who was that. That might have been Kamins getting a little bit wide through turn. That's not Kamins, it's the number 26. So that's a little bit further down the order. I'm trying to think who that was. That is actually no. Apologies, I'm not too sure what I'm seeing there. Ignore me. Carry on. Ewan, I think moving forward as well. Look at the time. I just know. Look at the time already. It's now under 2 seconds. So whatever happened there between Ogrodnikov, it's not phasing him at all now, is it? Because he's still got exactly the same pace, pretty much, that he had before that small little incident.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say, as soon as we saw that, the fact that Ferrari was in the lead, it's very important how Ogrodnikov responds to that now. We normally see when the 41 wins races, they get out front and you never see them again. But on this occasion, it seems that that's not going to happen. Now, did they get caught up in somebody else's incident, side by side in front between a couple of cars? Yes, they did. Oh, it's the Fordzilla Lexus. He did incredibly well to avoid them, actually, Ogrodnikov, without making any contact at all. But I'm afraid the 66 has gone around, not for the first time today, as we know, and the 41 has had to avoid the spinning car. Very important how he responds to it, though. If he just, completely gets demoralised and starts making more mistakes that snowball into more mistakes, then that really is a problem. But for the moment, he seems like he's driving very well, very considered, and he's responding to the incident quite well right now. Slowly bringing that margin back down again. I think by the next round of pit stops, he will be right on the back of that for Lexus once again, and then they'll be able to go from there, really. But certainly he's responding well for the moment.
He is indeed. We're being told that the penalties are incoming. And here we go. So here's two of them. We have cars number 166 and 53 on lap number 46. Drive through to car 53 for avoidable contact. And then also cars 31 and 72 on lap 46. Stop and go 30 to both 72 and 31 for unsportsmanlike conduct. Not good at all there. So definitely penalties coming in thick and fast at the moment. And again, something that all of these drivers definitely did not want. Here's some more as well for you, just to give you that. So the cars number 52 and 71 on lap 47, avoidable contact, 53 and 35 on lap 48, drive through to car 35 for avoidable contact. And then we've also got car 71 and 52 on lap 48, and a 5-second penalty, 5-second time penalty that'll be to car number 52 for also avoidable contact. That is a definitely string of penalties. Hopefully, we're not going to see too many more in this next half of the race. But I mean, I think to be fair, it's we were just been told that it just sort of kicked off. I mean, to be fair, we didn't really actually, to be fair, Ewan, did we? We didn't see all that much in terms of sort of incidents, but it all just sort of just cropped up on us, really.
Yeah, well, I can't say I noticed too many either. You sometimes see the odd yellow flag hanging about, you wonder what's going on there, but never think too much more of it, really. And it seems that, a lot of those yellow flags have been caused by somebody that deserves a penalty. So, that's a lot of red on the left-hand side of your screen now, which indicates a penalty, and the 72 is going to take that stop and go 30. That's the maximum penalty he can receive for unsportsmanlike conduct. I can only imagine what they did to get that, because that's a serious penalty, and unsportsmanlike conduct is never good anyway. And so, there would be some serious. That must have been something serious. We'll have a look a little bit later on at those replays.
We will, absolutely. But what we're going to do, everyone, is we're going to take a short break. We are going to be sticking with the leaders. We're just going to go and have a drink, make sure we're all ready to get up and running for the final half of the finale for the SimGrid Endurance Cup. So make sure you stick around, don't go anywhere, and we will be joining you. We will join you again in a few minutes' time.
And on that note, because obviously they sound like they're a continuously evolving product, it's not a market really that is too heavily saturated. But for the folk that are maybe looking to get their very first set of sim racing socks, what do you think that they should specifically be looking for?
The main thing is fit, how it kind of sits on the foot, where the grips are situated, because we are going to get other iterations, and people are going to try different kind of types. But the main thing I feel is the grips are very important, and where the grips have been designed to sit on the sock, because that's kind of paramount on when you're driving. There's no point having so for example, you've got some football socks where they've got grips all the way from the front of the toe right to the heel. There's no point having grips in the center of the foot where the arch is, because usually there's no contact on the pedal from there, and especially somebody with doing heel and toe, that grip is going to just drag along. You're not going to get a smooth transition from the accelerator to the brake. So the main thing I'd say is where the grips, and that's one of the main things when we came down to design, and we were doing some R&D, is we did put a lot of effort into where the grips actually sit on the socks, because when the sim driver is going to put them socks on, it has to sit in the right place so they get the perfect modulation of the pedals.
And that's a fantastic point, isn't it? Because from everything that you're saying this afternoon, Mohammed, it's about striking that balance between, having the ability and the feel for the pedals, but having that confidence knowing that your feet are, comfortable and protected at the same time.
That's right. The other thing, coming back to to that point, is we did have obviously one of the main parts that's going to gain a lot of friction while sim racing is your heels, back and forth, pedal modulation, accelerator braking continuously throughout the track, especially in endurance events. So we actually had some extra padding fitted inside the sock or the heel, so that gives you extra comfort for long races.
Yeah, just to touch on the point you made earlier, I tried karting boots as well when I was exploring, footwear and things like that, and didn't work out. Feet, you feel like your feet are clambering all over each other, and they're very, very clumsy, and they really do look the part. But one thing that I also then wanted to find out is why the SimGrid? How did that partnership come about? Because obviously SimSock and the SimGrids, how did you join forces?
So I came across SimGrid when I initially spoke to Coach Dave. I had a coaching session with him early last year, I think it was. And then I think the SimGrid was formed not so long after that, maybe. And I'm quite active in the racing community. So I joined SimGrid, I think, in the first the season 1 Sprint Cup. And that's how I got to go SimGrid, or I realized how quickly SimGrid was developing. I did speak to other leagues who are kind of configuring leagues, etc. But I found that SimGrid, the way they were evolving over a short period of time, and the kind of the attention and interest they were gaining, and the momentum they were gaining was pretty pretty decent. So that's why, I had the chat with my partner, and we decided, we'll approach SimGrid and see what we can do with it.
Let's take a very brief segue on that note, because you are actually part of the community, and I did a little bit of research, a little bit of digging here. Third place in your split for the SimGrid AM Sprint Cup must have been one of the first Sprint Cups that they did here. Do you think we'll be getting you back on the grid anytime soon?
Yes, I mean that was a very good result for me. I had a slow start, but eventually I managed to kind of gain some positions back and finish P3 overall. I mean the season 4 SimGrid, I did race yesterday in Split 2, so hopefully I'll be going from strength from here, and hopefully we can kind of join more races in the future.
It's always nice to hear somebody that's genuinely part of the community as well, doing work and really doing their bit to try and help bring the whole thing forward. And to finish off on that note, I mean, where do you think sim racing is going to be in the next, say, 5 years? I mean, we've already had an amazing year and a half with the unfortunate events across the world benefiting sim racing, but where do you see it specifically in the next 5 years?
Well, I can see it multiplying in great numbers. I mean, I keep on telling my children to invest some time in sim racing, or a lot of time, because I can see it becoming quite big. I mean, I think the season 4 with the introduction of prize money, etc. I think it's quite obviously normal at the moment, but I can see that gaining momentum as time goes on. Even SRO esports, I mean that one as well. So I've been racing with SRO for the last couple of months, and I can see that just evolving over time. And I think sim racing overall, especially with COVID, we saw a lot of professional drivers take on sim racing as well publicly. So in 5 years' time, I can see this being quite big, and to a degree where people probably be able to make some careers out of it.
Well, that is exactly what I was away to say myself. I mean, it's the way that it's coming on is just almost exponential growth, and it is so exciting to have SimSoc as part of that here at the SimGrid. Thank you so much, Mohammed Karolia, for your time this afternoon. If you want to get yourself a special pair of these SimSocks, head over to simsoc.com, that's simsok.com, and get your very own strategically placed unique grips with special Coolmax yarn wicks and arch support as well, specially developed to help boost your sim racing performance. Thank you very much, Mohammed, and look forward to speaking to you again very, very soon.
Been a pleasure, thank you.
And welcome back, everyone. We are back here for the final stage of this Endurance Cup, the season finale here at Misano. Absolutely fantastic stuff. We've seen some incredible racing. We've also might be giving you some interesting replays, to say the least. But I think, Ewan, first half has gone. Obviously, we're going now into the final third of the race. Sort of, what's it been like for you at the moment? Like, what's been sort of, from your position, how has it been? How have you been finding it? And, have you got any other predictions that you can make possibly nearer the latter half of this race?
Yeah, I've enjoyed the race so far. It's been good. Let's settle these replays first before we get into anything else. This is the 72 and the 31, I believe. Yeah, it is. So the 72 gets into the back of the 31 first of all, then waits, sort of, and gets side by side, and then the 31 drives into the 72. So they're both pretty unhappy with each other, and I think there might be some more afters here in a minute. But they're both out of the race now anyway. They both got that hefty penalty, let's not forget, for the unsportsmanlike conduct which we are seeing right now. I think there might be a little bit more of a bump here in a moment. Oh no, there isn't. That's all right. There might be some more afterwards though, otherwise we won't still be seeing the replay. But yeah, they definitely got a penalty for that. Unfortunately, they're both retired now. But yeah, I think there's little anything anyone can do about Ogorodnikov and that 41 car at the moment. I can't see them losing this race from here. I definitely can't see them losing the championship. I think they can park it and still win because Odox Motorsport got 30 seconds up to 8th place and they need a top 3 at the very least. So the odds are hugely stacked against them right now. And Ogorodnikov is going to certainly enjoy these final hour and 12 minutes. As long as he can keep a margin like this, he'll very much enjoy it. And it's a fantastic feeling bringing the car to the end of any race where you're up there. Never mind winning a championship, must be a fantastic feeling for them, as we have another replay of something going on.
We do indeed. Trying to see who this is, but this is number 6 and number 53 is a side by side as these cars go down. Oh, the contact. I tell you what, though, again, the respect we are seeing, there is some really, really good racing. Probably it can get a little bit funky there. Oh, that was a tap, though. The number 53, that was the Le Pair Esports car with the 166 as well. It all just went horribly wrong. And that was the Beto Sim Racing. They're doing very, very well indeed as well. So that's a big, big shame. Currently driven by Radizi in the 166, coming down P15. That was a big, big shame. Not what they wanted to do. So it's amazing how it can all sort of unravel as you go through after a while. And again, something that they really didn't want to see, is it? It is a shame. Seville has got that 5-second penalty, and that would be why for that small incident there. So, I mean, the one I wanted to quickly touch on is the incident before. Again, with the retaliation. I mean, don't do that. It's not clever, is it, really? And you've got to think that you've got to have some respectable driving. Things don't necessarily go your way and things do happen. Absolutely. And again, I'm sure we can all share the frustration because we've all been through that at some point, one way or another. Unfortunately, though, it's not the right way to go about it. You want to try and keep it civilized as much as you can. And unfortunately, it just puts your name, it puts your team into a bad light, unfortunately. So I really do not recommend doing that. It's silly, really. I think, and that's the nicest way to put it.
Yeah, it is a little bit, really. So they're both out of the race now. I think they retired on their own, by the way. They weren't disqualified for that, but given hefty penalties and retired after the incident. So yeah, it's not the smartest idea, really. But they're both out of the race now. And that second replay we just saw a minute ago, I think I'm somewhat surprised that they only got 5 seconds for that, Seville, because first of all, the spinner, he spun another car around. Like, okay, he got spun around as well, yeah, but the problem I saw anyway was the fact that he rejoined into another car. I didn't see which car it was, but the fact that he pulled out on another car out there and probably gave them damage, to be honest, was not good at all. And we've seen a couple of dodgy rejoins so far today, which is a bit of a shame. There's a couple of that corner actually, but yeah, there we are. The couple of incidents that the stewards have been going through. I believe there's a few more on the way. Whether they actually come to any penalties or not remains to be seen, because they're not decided on yet. However, we know at least they are being looked at. And another replay I'll be interested to see if there is one of it. was the 14 car. Apparently that got spun around by Morera in the 349. So there may be a penalty coming their way as well, we're hearing.
It might well be indeed, and I believe this is actually, so this is the 71. So this is the XL Racing by Renvelt. Oh, that's a hefty tap on the 52. That's Pulse Simsport getting tapped. That was a big hefty, and that's the XL Racing by Renvelton orange car. Yeah, it's a shame. It does happen, but at the same time, though, it is very, very frustrating. So yeah, I'm sure that'll be a penalty for that. As well as we've seen, Amy Murphy still in P6, hassling the back of Ryan Meenan in the 888 Aston Martin in the community car, but can't quite find a way past yet. And just behind as well, the McLaren 720S, currently driven, that's a Ferrari behind. Ignore that, because that is not actually currently in track position, but instead Van Druyten, as you can see, will just sit in the back of shot. Actually, that was Aston Martin instead. Another replay here. What's going on? So this is number 35. This is the Kings of Asphalt Maxon oil car coming together with the Aston Martin number 53. Oh, just a tap. I mean, that is a shame. You can look at that too many different ways. I think personally as well, I think that was Ferrari's fault. Unfortunately, that would be, just from initially looking at that, just drifts a little bit too wide, regardless whether the Aston was trying to come across. Just looked like the car just got upset at the front end, pushed it a little bit wide, and unfortunately it was there. I mean, it's so close from not being an incident at all. We're talking, millimeters, probably a couple of inches. But yeah, again, something like that's a big shame.
Of course, it's fine margins, yeah, of course, but the fact that the Ferrari bounced across the curb and put its front wheels massively into the air was the real problem, because with your front wheels are in the air, you can't steer, obviously. So they had a real problem there and spun the Aston Martin around. I would need to see it again to know whether the Aston Martin came down on the Ferrari or not, but we've seen it once. We probably don't need to see it again, so we won't. But it's as you mentioned, very fine margins. And the Ferrari, did it get squeezed or not? Well, you could debate that all day, really. But either way, it bounced across the curbs. It got into the Aston Martin on the outside, and yeah, there was nothing that they could do from that point. It was just a shame, really. I did see as well while we were in the break. You might have seen it on the right hand side of your screen. Mirko Ferrari went wide at turn 6. Got into those sausage curbs, and his car was at about a 45 degree angle. He got spat right up into the air, and that's exactly how Igor Ogorodnikov got into the lead of this race. Ever since then, he's not looked back, and that's the exact way that the 41, or as Lada Sport as they used to be, but Simware Pro are winning races now. Get into the front, don't look back, and then they're never seen again. So that may have been the race-defining moment, and instead of the 41 and Ogorodnikov actually winning the race themselves, that position was gifted to them basically by Ferrari, who made that mistake.
Possibility that will continue to stay as is. 71 laps have gone with an hour and 6 minutes left. Interesting point, though, as you say there, because I wonder if Ferrari, the gap has been extending, absolutely, but it's not been extending as much as I thought it would be. Here we've got a replay here again. This is the Lexus. Whoa! I've never seen a Lexus GT3 car do a wheelie, but there we go. There's a first time for everything. And Ogorodnikov just sort of, I mean, to be fair, he's sort of hoped for the best. He sort of just hoped for the best and prayed that the Lexus wouldn't come down and then sort of all of a sudden split off into the side. And yeah, I think as well, that gave you sort of like, remember you and I was very, very little at the time, but remember the Mercedes, I think it was Mark Webber was driving it, as the wind took it, and that sort of Le Mans. Obviously it didn't, and the wind did not take the car and flip it up in the air, but it's sort of like almost the same sort of degree of angle that was impressive, to say the least. I wonder if there's any damage. I don't know if there's any damage to the underfloor. There could possibly be something there, maybe some damage at the front, whether it could be aero or under or something. That could be contributing a little bit to the fact that Ogorodnikov is now starting to pull away and continuing that gap. But even so, pace that the 41 car has, the Sim Racing Pro car, I mean, it is relentless. We have seen that in the past. It is absolutely relentless. And I'm sure it's going to be continuing on from that as we go. Meanwhile, just up ahead, this is, I believe, a battle kicking on. No, it is no, that's not a battle, actually. That was a blue flag. as we go through from the Ferrari of Vitero, just getting past the Team Ford Zilliqa.
Morera has been given 10 seconds for that incident. We didn't see it, but he apparently, according to what I've heard, broke a little bit too late, got into the back of the 14 BMW that's now in 8th place, and spun it around. So he's been given a 10-second time penalty for that one. Lots of time penalties coming in, and I'm sure we'll have confirmation of some of the penalties that have been coming in a few moments' time, because there've been a lot in the last few moments. We've not seen all of them. We've not seen a lot of them, actually. There's so much stuff going on everywhere. It's hard to know where to look, really. We can't catch everything, obviously. That's why we've got replays. But yeah, there's been a lot of... The stewards have been busy, let's put it that way. And there's been a lot of penalties given out. And so yeah, there's going to be a lot of people staying in their pit boxes for a little bit longer than they would have liked in the next few minutes. The pit window's open right now.
It is indeed, absolutely. On your screen now, you can see Porsche versus Porsche, the number 192 versus the 911. This is Kekelt versus Pagardel as well. Currently Kekelt in the 192, leading this little battle here, but only a couple of tenths of a second between the two. Any small little mistake can happen. Bear in mind, Pagardel has also got a bit of damage as well, so that's something to take into consideration as they go a little bit wide. They're going to go side by side. Does Kekelt and Pagardel? What is it going to be? Oh, it's close, and Pagardel has to take evasive action because Kekelt didn't quite see where he was supposed to be. Just didn't. I don't think he really sort of anticipated how far or how close that Pagardel was going to be. Meanwhile, as well, the 73, that's a lapped car, so both of these drivers have got blue flags, and look at that as well. Pagardel now going on the cutback, going down through into turn 8, down into turn 9 and turn 10. The number 73, oh my goodness, it's all gone wrong. Again, 3 cars don't fit into one space, and unfortunately the person that lost out in all of that was, I'm just having a quick look, the number 73, actually it was Dominic Schneider. So something that was a back marker as well that just couldn't quite... I mean, to be fair, again, there's probably a billion different replays. We can have a look at that. But I mean, the stewards will definitely be looking at that. I really don't know what happened there. And until, which is exactly why we have stewards, until stewards can review and have a look. I mean, there could have been a million different ways that could have gone. And obviously, unfortunately, just went with the person who's out the most was Dominic Schneider. Yeah,
in the end, to me, I don't know why the 73 is getting involved in that at all, really. They are, last place at the moment, nearly a lap and a half, over a lap and a half down, about to be 2 laps down, and they're getting involved in a fight that's for 8th place in this race. I really don't understand it. Trying to unlap themselves. If you're lapping other cars, then that's fine. But unlapping yourself on a pair of battling people for 8th place, when you're down in last, I really don't understand it. Obviously, they've got a right to race as well, whether they're a lap down or not. But, when the 73 got involved in that, they were already going side by side, coming out of turn 6. And, if they're side by side in front of you, I certainly wouldn't be getting involved. And I'm afraid that's the result of what we've seen there. There may be a penalty coming the way of the Porsche that got into the Honda anyway. Whether it was right for the 73 to get involved or not, so we'll have to look out for that one. But yeah, I certainly wouldn't have been getting involved if I was in that Honda. As the penalty, the pit stops is the word I'm looking for. They're starting now. Girometti's been in already, and now Ogrodnikov is in. We'll see in a moment who is going to come out on top between those two.
But again, yes, not too long before we do find out that information, but that's it. Last pit stops are done and dusted now for a lot of these drivers. When they all come in, it will just be a sprint race to the finish. The mentality starts to change a little bit now as well. Just looking at there, Pagardel, he did get in front of, out of all that sort of incident, Pagardel did get in front of Kekelt, which again, I'm sure Kekelt will not want. He wants to be trying to make that as soon as he can. Shervatalov, he comes now back out to finish off and do the final stint. He does come out into P. I'm trying to think once the all the time in standings update, and he will be coming out. I mean, to be fair, as long as he's out in clean track. That's the key thing, isn't it, Ewan? Shervatalov, he is out in clean track. He's got no one ahead of him. But interestingly enough, again, he's one of the first people to pit. So again, the people that don't, you've got Murphy, as well, who's currently now leading the race. They've inherited the lead. I know that obviously they are still quite a ways down, but it's always going to help, isn't it? It's always going to help if you can put yourself in a position where you're able to stay out as late as you possibly can with the battle now as well. Switching our attention to Sandro Petroziello in the number 53 Aston Martin, and then Milos Stamankovic in the Rocket Sim Sport number 26. So again, as we've talked about, Ewan, as well, battles all the way up and down the field.
Yeah, I mean, most of the leaders have come in quite early on this occasion, which is a bit of a change to what we've seen from some in the past. But yeah, the battles are now going to really ramp up a notch almost, because they know that this is where they're going to find themselves for the remainder of this race. These are the guys around me that I'm going to have to fight until the end of the race, and it's realistic to try and beat them in this one. So yeah, the intensity of those fights is going to wrap up, or ramp up, should I say, just a little bit. And it looks like the battle for the lead may well transpire to be pretty good as well. And whatever his name, I've forgotten his name, in the 41 car anyway. Girometti chasing him down less than a second. They're currently battling over second, or they will be. So yeah, it's a two-horse race for me, because there's more than 10 seconds, about 15 seconds actually, back to Santoro, who's going to be third. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. Aston Martin versus Lexus for the race win. I think Girometti can give them a good run for their money here.
I'm sure he will, dude. I mean, we saw how good the Lexus was last time out. Obviously, it won. It took the win at Paul Ricard. So, it definitely has got some pace. Eamon Murphy, though, still opting to not pit in yet. And currently, we have the people that haven't pitted are currently in the top 10. Anyway, we've got Murphy in the Yas Heat, the number 149 Ferrari, so he's not pitted. We have the 911 in Pagano. That's the Virtual Drivers by TX3. We also then have Kekelt in the 192 Porsche. That's the Racing Line Motorsport number 192. They haven't pitted. And then the only person in the top 10 that hasn't pitted is number 17. And that is Team Vorzilla APM, the sister car to the Lexus, currently driven by Mazur. So they're the only people within the top 10 that I had to count then for a second, my dodgy maths there. 4 out of the top 10 have not pitted. As I say that, Kekelt proves me wrong, and now it will be down to 3.
Yeah, indeed, not many people left to make a pit stop at all in the whole field, actually. So yeah, it looks like Murphy just running this out as long as he possibly can, trying to make use of the clean air that he has right now. Maybe a top 5 for them today, but certainly not back onto the podium, which is where they were at the start of this season. Obviously, the DNF last time around has really disrupted their season and put an end to their championship charge. They're not going to be able to defend the Endurance Cup, I'm afraid, but hopefully they'll be back next season to try and win it for a second time. That would be good to see. But Murphy's into the pit lane right now, and he will be making his final pit stop of the season. And of course, let's not forget they've got that direct invitation into next season, so they will be able to have that chance if they indeed want it. But yeah, last pit stop of the season for Murphy, probably going to be getting out, and Honzik, I think, will end off this race for them.
Well, indeed, they may do. Well, as I said, Yaroslav Honzik may indeed. And if we could, I'd love to be able to get a wave off of Yaroslav if we see him on the stream. That'd be quite cool. So Murphy still in the pits, and as we see, yes, Shebatalov now coming through the last corner, so easily going to be ahead. But it's more importantly, it's Eamon Murphy that is still finishing off this race. Oh no, actually, apologies, it's just changed. That's ACC playing tricks on me. No, it is Yaroslav Honzik that is finishing up this race. So there goes Shebatalov in the bottom right corner of your screen to retake the lead. And as you say, more importantly, where does Honzik come out in the Yas Heat number 149 Ferrari? They're going to be coming out past and behind Santoro, as we can see. But the actually interesting one is we've only got a small little gap there. There is James Parker. That's going to be one to really sort of come out. Do they come out ahead? Yes, they do indeed. So look at that. Yaroslav Honzik moves up into P5. So as you say, spot on the money there, Ewan. A P5 straight away. And a top 5 there. So Good stuff indeed. And I wonder, there's a bit of a gap between themselves and P4, 6.5 seconds to be precise. Santoro had some really good pace at the start of this race, and he's continuing with that pace as well. So I wonder if that 6.5 second, is it going to come down? It's got 50, well, they have 54 minutes. It might very well do. We'll have to see. The side-by-side action in the background that we just saw there. It was a Mercedes and a very brightly coloured Mercedes and a very brightly coloured McLaren as well. I couldn't quite see who it was, unfortunately. But all in all, a very, very good race indeed. There is Gerald Martinez Amir for Odox Motorsport. Thrustmaster, the number 121, currently sitting in P11. I mean, they'll make up at least 2 positions again because of the pit stops that need to come from a couple of the drivers ahead. But apart from that, though, I think P9 is sort of where they are thereabouts, Ewan.
Yeah, and that's not good enough for them. I'm afraid. Really, it's been a little bit difficult. I mean, it's a big improvement overall. If you look at the big picture, you know, we're expecting big things from them because of the start to the season they had. You know, winning the first round and then coming third in the second one, fourth at Laguna Seca. Those are all really solid results. And you know, another top 10 here is another solid result. And looking at the big picture, you could say it's been a successful season for them. It looks like they're going to end up in second place in this championship, depending on the gap to Yassi, depending on where they get. But it looks like it's going to be second place for Odox Motorsport in this one. And looking at the big picture, as I say, that's a bigger improvement on what we saw in Season 2, where they finished 10th in the standings. They only managed 1 podium, and that was a second place for them. So having won a race and gotten 2 podiums, that's an improvement in itself. And to be second in the points, that's also an improvement. They're going to be disappointed because second, arguably first loser and all that. But, you know, I think looking at the big picture, they should be pleased with their season. And yeah, it's another top 10 for them. I don't think that they can complain too much about that.
No, well, you know, progress is progress. You've got to look at it again in the bigger picture. You can't necessarily just look at it from we didn't win and that's that. You've got to think of it as there's so much else to really look at. On the screen as well, some more instance, we have car 80, number 26 on lap 62, 10-second penalty to car 26 for avoidable contact. We've also got a 10-second penalty to car number 934 for avoidable contact, and car number 192, a drive-through for avoidable contact. So a slightly more severe incident and a slightly more severe penalty for the 192, and that is the Racing Line Motorsport. Not good, not what you wanted to do, and that will be obviously for the incident that would happen, even though obviously that I believe that was to be with Schneider and the back marker. So even though that was an incident with the back marker, still contact was made. You've got to keep a nice sort of level, you've got to keep a nice even sort of playing field. Meanwhile, just looking further up ahead, look at that. That's Chassé and Snyder that are having a real big hustle up ahead. They're currently in 15th and 16th, just ahead of Petit, who has got that 10-second penalty. But he's really getting involved now. Look how close the battle is between these three here. Oh, that's very close going through turn 9. And what's it going to be like going through turn 10? I think we see that possibly a little bit wide there for Schneider. It's going to open the door all the way to Chassé.
Oh, no!
What has happened? Oh, I mean, to be fair, they were alongside. I don't know what contact could have been made there because they were going down both in a straight line, but I mean, we just got the tail end of it. I wonder what on earth happened there. I mean, either way, unfortunately, the person that has lost out the most is Schneider. The person that's gained on that is Chassé, who's now being hassled quite a lot by the number 934, currently driven by Petit. So not good, but I don't know what happened there.
No, I can't tell either from the camera angles that we saw. It was just out of shot as we were looking at it. Yeah, Snyder has dropped from P15 where he was. He will be down to 18th now, I'd imagine, because Fabien Piffet has indeed got through on him as well. I was about to say for Chassé that I would not want to be in the middle of Petit and Snyder. First of all, they both got 10-second penalties, so either drop back and let them fight it between themselves, because you know you're going to get them on the line, or get in front of them and try and go off up the road, getting more places. He chose to stay in the middle, and he's, I guess, a little bit lucky that he didn't get involved, and that could have been a little bit worse for him. So yeah, now that he's got out of the way of those two, I think that's a good thing. But it was going to be a good fight between Petit and Schneider, actually, because they've both got 10-second penalties. So even though they're both going to be dropping down the order, they'll do it at the same rate, and it means that they'll be able to fight it out towards the end either way. So that could have been a good fight between those two, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen anymore, and Schneider probably has a bit of damage, to be honest, from hitting the wall. So those two are probably not going to see each other again.
No, I'm sure they won't be. As you say, a bit of a shame. Look at that. Who was that behind? That is, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm guessing that is Santoro. Yes, it is indeed. So Santoro for the John Lacey Esports Academy, trying to get out of the, actually passing, but number 934. Here is a replay of what happened here between Schneider. I just have absolutely no idea. I wonder, does he just drift over ever so slightly? Oh, do you know, I mean, that can go either way. I don't really know. It seems that from that angle, it looked like Schneider just drifted over a little bit too far to the right, but then similarly, said he's just drifted a bit too far over to the left. Of Chasse just drifted a bit too far over to the left. I don't know. I just think two cars don't quite fit into one space. So, yeah, again, we've got another replay coming up here. So this is quite literally just above. This will be a really good camera angle. Again, Mike on cameras and broadcast, fantastic, as always, giving us exactly what we need to see what happens. As they go through, this is going through turn 8. There's a bit of contact there, or just a small near contact there. But that's nothing major, so no rubbings, racing and all that. As they come through down into turn 9 and then subsequently turn 10. So again, this is where Schneider goes a fraction too wide and just comes through. Oh, I mean, again, I'd still too glad. I almost think both of them to a certain degree.
I guess you could put blame on both of them. You could look at it either way, really. First of all, Chasse didn't really give Schneider the room to get back onto the circuit in that one. Schneider was slightly on that curve, but it runs out quite quickly at that corner there, and there's grass after that, which obviously you don't want to be on. And so Schneider realised that, but he wasn't clear at the end of the day. Shouldn't have gone up into the Mercedes and just overcorrected himself, really. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like that was kind of a racing incident, as that was weird actually. And the stop at the middle of the corner was even more weird because one of the Ferraris got caught up in it. So even though they have slowed down to let the Aston Martin back through again, a little bit of clumsy driving started to happen from a couple of these guys, and a little bit of a strange incident for the 26 there. We said that they might be able to get another top 10 in this one. Well, I think that's pretty much out of the question now. They're all the way down in 25th place now, and it's not been a good day for them, I'm afraid.
No, very true. I mean, to be fair, it was an interesting one. It was a very interesting one. I think, looking at that, from a perspective of the Bentley, the number 26 with Rocket Sim Sports, currently driven by John Munro, I think what you'll probably find is the closing speed was a little bit more than Munro anticipated. And as we went through, obviously, Aston Martin, just sitting on the inside, may have just pulled up, and John Munro wasn't necessarily expecting how close he was going to close that gap. It did look like the Aston was a little bit slower going through that sort of midsection of the corner. Again, it's no excuse. Obviously, the damage was still there. But this is, as well, the Aston Martin getting involved in a few more instances. Oh, that's a close one. And what's it? This is versus the 934. Again, I mean, it's. I tell you what, the GTR Masters HU Endurance team currently getting very, very involved in these last couple of. That was two instances on the same within the space of a couple of laps. I mean, that one again, it was a little bit tricky. I think, to be fair, Axel Petit should have. That was on the same lap, apparently, we've just been told as well. So definitely the number 80, the GTR Masters, getting very much into the wars on that particular lap. I mean, again, that one was it seemed to be that the McLaren just sort of dropped down as well, the number 934. So obviously Axel Petit just seemed to try and go for a gap that was never going to be there, unfortunately. It's a tricky one. It is a tricky one. I mean, I believe they have got a 10-second penalty. And that could very well have been for that incident there. So, again, bit of a shame. But this is the one that happened earlier on. So this is Kekelt and Pradago. So, I mean, I don't know, Ewan. This is a great camera. Oh, that's a lunge. Yeah, that's as much as the 73 should have should have sort of pulled out the way if there were blue flags, I can understand why the penalty was still given, because that was a lunge at the best of times.
Yeah, that was a bit of a lunge actually. I didn't quite realise from the outside of the circuit, it didn't look that bad, but from that camera angle, it was quite a dive. And you're right. The 73 was wrong to get involved in the first place, in my opinion, but that doesn't take away from the fact that the 192 also did something wrong, and they have to serve a penalty for that one. So, it's all been going on in the last few moments. That Aston Martin as well become a bit of a punching bag on that lap in particular. A couple of incidents that I don't think either of which were their fault, actually. Sometimes, with these slower cars, they can get a reputation for being annoying, getting in the way all the time, and just being just being a little bit of an interference around there on the circuit. But the Aston Martin was absolutely not doing anything it shouldn't have been, let's say. So totally sticking by the rules, but I'm afraid a couple of guys trying to get through on them was just a little bit of a misjudgment, bit of a mistake in what they thought they could go for. So nothing that I would give the Aston Martin any blame for in that one. Just a shame to see for them, really. Bit unlucky to be involved in those incidents in such quick succession.
Exactly, that's the thing, isn't it? The quick succession is the tricky one. You get involved in an instant, you try and compose yourself, you get going, and then not even half a lap later, you get another one. Car number 73 and 7 on lap number 79. That is a drive-through to car number 7 for avoidable contact. So that is the virtual drivers by TX3 number 7. That is Chassé. So, that is why he received the drive-through there, and that will be because of the early incident for avoidable contact. 43 minutes left to go, and at the moment, Shevchenko still leads by 1.7 seconds. It's coming down, though. It's coming down. 1.7 is the gap, and it's maintaining, I think, actually. It did drop down. It may be maintaining at this sort of moment here. So, 42 minutes, still a lot left to go. It is getting darker as well. We are past the point of, really getting to the point of sunset now. Absolutely looking fantastic. Bit of incident there, bit of contact between Marco Bischoff in the Renvelton Ambassadors 720S versus the Havilland in the 349 Lexus, the VRM Racing Lexus. Again, both these cars really, really on it. And actually interesting to touch on there, Ewan, is because of the grids are so close and because everything is just so close between these drivers and teams, you almost have to constantly weigh up the risks of making these dives and making these lunges. So, again, it's one of those things where you've got to make a calculated risk, and as we have seen, it's just sometimes it just doesn't pay off, which is a big shame, because no, we don't want contact, but at the same time, in some cases it's just very difficult to actually try and make Marco Bischoff really pushing the car as hard as he can going out of turn 6, and as they come down now turn 7 into turn 8, just about manages to keep it all in check. Does the Havilland, but not for very long. I thought that was going to be moved. So Bischoff goes from the inside to the outside, then possibly back to the inside again. Nope. Is there going to be a cutback instead? Nope, because there's a massive, great big Lexus in the way. Good racing again between these two.
Yeah, it is good racing. Very respectful racing, and the Havilland trying to recover just a little bit. If you remember, Moreira had that penalty for spinning around the 14, so they're recovering just a little bit, and it looks like Bischoff has shown some good pace here. Might be able to get through on him, and Bischoff has been really impressive this race. In the first stint, he was very quick indeed, but got caught behind barrier. If you remember, he was caught in the second group that were battling for so long. And it never really got back, but now finally he's been able to flex his muscles a little bit more in some cleaner air further up towards the front. So he's doing pretty well now. Is Bischoff, and we're starting to see some of those drivers who started the race get back into the car. In some cases, the top 4 have done that at the very least, and Havilland and Bischoff has already been in as well. So. We're starting to see some familiar faces finding their feet again, and we've got at least a couple of battles to keep us entertained for the moment. 4th place and 6th place look like the main ones that are going on, certainly inside the top 10.
Absolutely, very true. Barrier, though, Valentin Barrier, the virtual drivers by TX3, obviously have been in the wars, doing really well at the start, managing to hold off, just didn't quite have that ultimate pace, which is a big shame. That's about 7/10 away, though, so a battle could still be happening there. They're only about 7/10 away from the number 80 Aston Martin, and that is for the GTR Masters of Lagny as well. The car was in a bit of the wars earlier on. Meanwhile, again, further up the field, James Parker for Coach Dave Academy, or sorry, I keep saying Coach Dave, it's the community car in the 888, hunting down Jaroslav Honzik, really quite close indeed. But at the moment, Honzik managing to hold himself where he needs to be. The gap has come down, I believe, to 7.6 seconds. I think it was a couple of seconds more than that when he left the pit. So while it is coming down, it's not coming down quite enough. So I think that top three possibly is still going to be, unless something happens, which again we do not want to happen. We want to be able to get them. There we go. So Jaroslav, everyone, tell him to give us a wave. Why not? So see if we can catch him on a wave this time. Actually, really good opportunity to see as well how almost as well like where if he's having to adjust any lines. I don't think he will be, because the gap is just. To be fair, actually, from James Parker, the gap is big enough. The gap is long enough now that they don't necessarily need to defend too hard. Jaroslav is just doing what he needs to do. He's not doing any more than that. You just see the little radar coming up as well, telling you where he is and where James Parker is. But it's not really enough for them to warrant too much of them having to make too much defensive movements and having to make too many sort of defensive opportunities, which is really good again, because as well, Ewan, we don't want drivers to defend too early, because ultimately that's going to cost you even more time, and that's going to lose you even more sort of moving forward. So Jaroslav just playing exactly where it needs to be at the moment, and to be fair, both P4 and P5 very respectable positions. James Parker just can't quite find the way past at the moment.
No, not right now. As you mentioned, you just need to keep things eyes forward, so to speak, and not worry so much about the Aston Martin behind. I think he is doing that. Slowly maybe closing on the car in front, but as you mentioned, not quite quickly enough, especially if a fight begins between the two of them, which I think Parker is going to at least give it a go here. So I find it difficult to believe that the Yasik car is going to be able to get up towards third place in this race. I don't think they're quite going to have that much, but you never know what could happen in front, and they might find a bit of pace. They might get up the order just a little bit as well. But I think this camera angle also is a good view on how much information these cars actually have at their disposal, all on the screen at the same time. You got the relative, I don't know what it's called, in the bottom right, bottom left, excuse me, about Delta, whatever it is, about where the cars are around you. You got driving time and how long you've got until you have to make your next pit stop, how many track cuts you've done, all of the fuel information, or all of the information that you actually have on the dashboard, actually in the car, that you would have in real life as well. There's so much to actually consume all at once. I know you're not looking at it all at once, all of the time, but you've got to have a glance at that and keep an eye on that at times, and all while driving fast at the same time. It does give you a headache looking at it sometimes, because there's just so much information for them all to look at once.
Absolutely, it's very true, which is why the importance, I think, again, something that's possibly left, is the importance of an engineer as well. The engineer's telling you, team manager will be helping with this as well. They'll tell you information that you need to know, so you can focus solely on making sure that you're racing, as opposed to actually focusing on anything else that are going on, again, like your strategies, your deltas, your positions, anything that happens around you. Like, that's what the engineer is there for. They're there to help you so that you can concentrate. It's amazing how much the mental capacity really, you want to be able to dedicate as much of it to racing as you possibly can. And I didn't realize up until I was lucky enough to be given a very good experience into some new technology, which was fantastic to be able to use. And I didn't realize how much there was in terms of the mental training that you can go through to be able to help you. It's a fantastic just minefield of just so much stuff and so much thing that you need to focus on, you need to adjust, and that you can train, which I think is actually something that reminds me of, that was a bit of a I'm going to interrupt myself here, that De Havilland that's had a small little moment there. It's very quick on a straight line though, because Bischoff, while he had a better exit, can't quite make any form of move going on though, but he does get possibly a slightly better exit going through. No, he doesn't, because the Lexus has an insane amount of traction. Tell you what, this Lexus, it's a really good all-round package. It doesn't necessarily seem to struggle really in any way. The only thing possibly is maybe on the initial braking phase, but look at that again, the traction that it's got, it just hooks up and just goes off into the distance. I mean, just there as well from Bischoff, he pulled, what, a good 2 or couple of car lengths at minimum. So I know that the McLaren tends to be quite a loose car at the best of times, but the Lexus just seems to be a really good, stable platform all the way around. It does seem, though, that, yeah, looking at that, the McLaren is definitely better on that sort of possibly the medium speed, so I'd maybe suggest that's where the Lexus will lose out most. It's not maybe not as nimble, it doesn't quite give you that pull up on the brakes that some of the other cars do, but I think that's actually a really relatively small trade-off for the fact that it's so good everywhere else, especially on corner exit.
It does seem to have pretty good traction and straight line speed as well. You saw not even the best run for De Havilland there, and the slipstream for Bischoff as well, but it's still not really able to match the car in front there, and he especially through the corners, McLaren seems very strong indeed. And yeah, I did expect that actually before we went on board, that McLaren seems very, very good in especially the higher speed corners that we have around this circuit. Lower speed, it still seems better than the Lexus, but you know, it's got nothing on it on the straight, so not even a good run for De Havilland there. But look what Bischoff can do, absolutely nothing. He is in the slipstream and he will get a benefit from that, and now he'll be able to use that braking performance and the cornering around the outside, but slammed in his face. The door is slammed. De Havilland, good robust defending, but that is going to ignite this fight. Certainly Bischoff is going to want to get through.
Absolutely, he will do indeed. It seems to be that taking a really heavy amount of curve going through turn 10. I mean, perfect placement for De Havilland. He just put the car exactly where it needed to be. No mess, no fuss. I mean, how late he was on the brakes, which is absolutely insane. I mean, genuinely was insane. How late the McLaren's able to brake and then still quite comfortably make the corner. Just something that the Lexus isn't able to do. If you see with the Lexus as well, or as we got, that's Jaroslav Honzik currently riding out on board. You can see the concentration. He's really having to drive the car as hard as he possibly can now. And this is, again, the final 30 minutes. This is where now your risk versus reward, the ratio changes. It's constantly changing throughout the race. And again, James Parker needs to make a decision. He is closer, definitely closer. But again, he's got to try and make a possible option as to where this move is going to go. Lexus, again, just getting a little bit sideways through the mid-corner. Manages to keep it all in check. The amount of curb McLaren takes significantly more than De Havilland in the VRM racing car. And again, just going through, takes a slightly, tries to cut the corner off a little bit. Oh, big moment there. Actually, I say a big moment. It wasn't too much of a bigger moment for De Havilland, but Bischoff just had to avoid it, and that's the only way that you're really going to be able to do that, is just hitting the brakes, slowing on the anchors and making sure that nothing happens. Because again, if a move was there, I mean, if we had De Havilland, if he'd have came across a little bit too much and had a bit of an opposite lock and contact was made, that would have been the opportunity, that would have been the fault of Bischoff. So again, well avoided, but still just can't quite find a way past. I think though, and personally I feel that the Renvelt Ambassadors McLaren, I think it does have the pace over the Lexus at this moment in time, at this latter stage of the race.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be that way. The Lexus tailing off maybe just a little bit throughout the late stages, and maybe the same in this battle here, although Pife has just got through on Macri. So that's 13th position in a recovery drive for Team Vorzilla Lexus. Spun around in the very first few corners of the day, got a hefty stop and go 30-second penalty, which I think was deserved, and then they've had to come back from that, and they've done a very good job of it, getting up into 13th now for Pife. So clearly they're able to make the Lexus work this late on, but maybe something a little bit wrong with the tyre pressures that they've done in the 349. You know, many things can go wrong really for them, but yeah, they're certainly under a lot of pressure. Bischoff is going to continue to try to get through. The door was ajar this time last lap around, and it wasn't quite able to capitalise. Let's see if James Park can get through on Jaroslav Honzik though, because this fight seems to be starting to heat up itself now with half an hour to go.
It is indeed, yes, it's getting ever closer, it's getting ever more sort of aggressive. Again, you see James Parker, he's really diving into the brakes, really driving the car into the corner and trail braking just that little bit more than he was before, just to try and get as close as he possibly can. Because even if you are closer, yes, you sacrifice a little bit of the pace on exit if you're having to trail the car in, but that does mean that if there is a possible small little error for Jaroslav Honzik, then that's going to be a possible move to capitalise on. Gets very, very close, just James Parker, but again, just can't quite manage it. Aston Martin seems to be really stable under braking, and again, trailing into the corner, it just allows you to really carry the brakes on the way in. And again, yes, he is concentrating, isn't he? That is a concentrated phase. We have another penalty that will be coming through in a few moments that we will see coming up on your screen. But again, look at that. I don't think that... oh, there we go. So we have number 80, cars 80 and 991 on lap 88. Drive through to car 991 for avoidable contact. That is the GTLC Endurance team. And then the 934 McLaren of Virtual Drivers by TX3 AAA Esport, currently driven by Petit. That's got a drive-through for track limits. So, and we've also actually got as well the number 35, so De Oliveira in the 35 Ferrari, and that is the Kings of Asphalt, Maxon Ulcar. They are taking another drive-through as well for track limits. So, we're starting to see these track limits now. Yeah, we didn't see them. We saw one at the very, very early start of the race, about 35 minutes in. There's been a massive break, and then all of a sudden, they've all just come back again.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how that's happened, really. I was expecting a lot more throughout this race, I have to say. I know there's been a lot of penalties for incidents or track limits, and I was still expecting more, really, especially on the track limits side of things, but it looks like things have been fairly all right. Only towards the end, you kind of expect it towards the end. People are firstly getting a bit tired, and second of all, you know, you're running out of warnings, and patience is wearing thin with it. So you know, one mistake and you could be over the edge, and that looks like that's what's happened to Petit and De Oliveira, who's now got down to 13th position, 23rd in the Ferrari there. Interestingly, Bischoff has lost a good 7.5 seconds, which indicates a spin to me. We'll have to try and gather a replay for you, at least tell you what happened about it, because we didn't see it. Oh, it's a spin entirely on his own through the very, very fast right-hander there. So he'll be glad there's a lot of runoff and a long way to the barriers there, because it would have been a nasty accident otherwise, but just looked like he lost the rear end of that car. Nothing really more to that.
Well, absolutely. I mean, to be fair, I think, if I'm honest, to have a Lande, to be fair, the person that I'd be most concerned about is the fact that how much that De Havilland will be sweating now from that possible incident, because that would have been a massive, massive crash. That's not a slow corner, and I dread to think again how close the Bischoff was to De Havilland. So it's a bit of a half. He manages to compose himself, and off he goes again. But wow, that was close. That was so close. We're also being told as well that apparently the 934 car, and that is what we just spoke about, the Virtual Drivers by TX3 AAA Esports, has actually been disqualified for not serving their penalty. So they were currently in P16, they're not anymore because they've been disqualified, which is not what you want. It's definitely not what you want. James Parker, though, look at that. He is just a man on a mission. He wants this move a lot. He wants this move. He doesn't want it in a lap. He doesn't want it in 2 laps. He doesn't want it by the last 5 minutes of the race. He wants it now.
Yeah, he does, and he's certainly pushing to try and make that happen. You can see that Honzik is coming under a little bit more pressure as well, because the gap to Santoro out front has gone up to 9 seconds. He will be looking in his mirrors, slightly concerned now with Honzik, and you know, things will be getting a little bit nervy down at Yassi. They're not going to be able to get that podium, but they would at least like to hang on to 4th place. And they may well be able to get up ahead of Team Fordzilla Lexus. I'm pretty sure they will be able to, even with a 5th place. Fordzilla Lexus would need to be comfortably inside the top 10, which they are not going to manage in this one. So they can console themselves with 3rd place in the championship, which is not bad, but after being champions last season, they will have wanted to do a little bit better, maybe. But yeah, there should be a good fight going on in the last 25 minutes or so between those guys.
Indeed, it's just still continuing battles all the way up and down the field. Unfortunately, yes, Monroe does have that 10-second penalty, so this battle could very well be all for nothing. But again, 25 minutes, I mean, they're going to have a good go, and they're going to have a good little bit of a scrap as well, which is always good to see. Glowing exhaust as well on the side exit pipes. I love a side exit pipe. There's something about it. It's just so cool. It is just so cool to see a side exit exhaust. And again, the Bentley looking stunning in the Rocket Simsport colours. Great livery, as always, that we see there. Again, some fantastic liveries we see again. The Unicorns of Love, BMW has definitely got a soft spot. Klink Mueller in the number 14. Actually, speaking of Unicorns of Love, they are in they're sitting in P8 at the moment. So they've had a pretty boring, a pretty sort of like, I suppose was a boring race for them in this sort of like closing stages. They haven't got anyone really ahead of them. They haven't really got anyone behind them that they can race with. So they're just sort of running their own race at the moment, just putting in the laps, taking off possibly any little things that happen, and then off they go. Really, it's a shame because I said they qualified up and qualified on the front row a few hours ago. They qualified in pole position, not by too much, but they had the pace. They really did, and some unfortunate instance cost them a little bit. Just cost them quite considerably indeed, but they have worked their way back up to P8. They have got 6.5 seconds. Don't know if that's going to be a gap that they are going to be able to pull down, but again, anything can happen, even in 24 minutes left to go. One of the things, though, that is not happening is James Parker still can't quite get past Jaroslav Honzik. The gap has been about 0.4 of a second for quite a while. And ahead, I have noticed, there is a bit of back marker, there's a bit of traffic there. So this may cause, and this may upset the balance that both of these cars had. Just a bit of flames from the Aston Martin there, no bit of flames from the Ferrari though, as they go through into the last couple of corners for the 97th time. Again, I'm trying to see who that is. That is, I believe that's the Team Forzilla Mercedes. Again, as they go through, that could be the number 166 of Ben Offerman, if I have got that right. No, I haven't. That's Fleury, actually. Apologies. That'd be why. No, I didn't get that right, as it turns out. And there we go. Number 17 does get out of the way. No time lost. I've noticed, though, that McCree, the number 192, has got 130 seconds on time. So I'm not entirely sure what has happened there.
Ow.
I don't know. Exceeding. We've just been told as well. Just been told in our ear. Exceeding driver stint time limit. 132 minutes and 10 seconds for that. So there we go.
Wow.
That's a message to all. Don't do that.
Was that how much he exceeded it by? Maybe, I'm not sure, but yeah, I don't know. Apparently it's a base penalty. But anyway, yeah, you don't want to do that. That's a hefty penalty. That's the biggest penalty we've seen all day, and it's going to drop them more than a lap, because a lap around here is only 1 minute 35. So they're going to drop a lap and a half very nearly, and yeah, that's pretty costly for them at the end of the day. They're having a pretty decent run in 14th. But yeah, they're going to drop down to, I would say, 24th, maybe 23rd. That's really not good news at all. And I'm afraid that's not the way they would have wanted to end off the season. But it's pretty simple. Don't exceed your drive time limit, whether that be the 65-minute stint in terms of wanting your stint that can't exceed 65 minutes before you have to come into the pit lane, or indeed the driver time that's allocated to you, that you share with your co-driver. You can't exceed more than a certain amount of that, whichever one it is. You can't do it, because you'll be getting some pretty serious penalties, and obviously that's cost the 192 today. Maybe a little bit on the harsh side, really, but it makes a point that you can't exceed the limits, and yeah, they're going to be paying the price for that today, unfortunately.
They are indeed, yes. Big check, like I said, some people that have really got in some very, very good positions. Absolutely, other people that have been involved in a few instances, which has indeed cost them. Again, going back to James Parker, how frustrated do you reckon, Ewan, on a scale of 1 to a million, do you reckon that James Parker is on? Because I feel it's definitely into the 7 figures.
Well, I'm not sure if he's frustrated or just biding his time at the moment, really, because he's still not made a real big attempt to go down the inside at any point. He's just probing at the moment. He's just waiting, watching, and seeing where, maybe trying to work out the weaknesses of that Ferrari, where he can maybe make a move in the near future. Just trying to force that mistake maybe of Honzik in front. So I don't think he's getting frustrated too much for the moment. I think he's just biding his time just a little bit, being a little bit patient and waiting for the right opportunity. He doesn't have forever, though, of course. There's only 20 minutes to go in this race, so he does need to get a move on before long. But no, I think he's just biding his time for the moment, and I think he's waiting for the right moment, let's say.
Absolutely, he is indeed. There is Darren King, teammate for James Parker, sporting a very, look at that, he timed that well, didn't he? Just stroking his beard there. That's a I've not actually seen Darren. I've not actually seen Tilk. I've known him for a while. I've not seen him with a beard. It suits him. But yeah, he's just sitting there he's just waiting here at the moment. He can't do anything at this moment in time. All he needs to do is just give the information that Parker needs, give the information, no more, no less, and do exactly what he needs to do. And to be fair, at the moment, like I said, he is just sitting there waiting the wings, and he is just leaving and just letting it run as he is. But again, Darren is very, very quick indeed. He's a very, very good driver. And again, look how close that James Parker managed to get up to the inside. He drives the car so hard into the corner. I genuinely have not known anyone. I don't think there's anyone on this grid that drives a car that much into a corner. I really don't think it's actually quite a unique driving style. But it works for him. He's so close. It really, really does work. And again, how close he'll get here going up. And again, he just manages to keep it. I thought that was going to be a possible move then, but that curb on the inside can really, really get you. And if you're not careful, it can really upset the balance of the car, give you just that little bit of oversteer that you really don't want. Aston is so good on the brakes. So good on the brakes. Does go a little bit wide though, so he's lost a fraction of a time. But again, I'm sure overall, it's tricky to see. I don't know. Do you know what, Ewan? I don't know about yourself. I don't know which car is quicker. I think they're so evenly matched in certain places. It seems that the Ferrari's better at the first half of the lap. The Aston Martin is better in the second half of the lap. I really don't know what's got the edge, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, it does seem that they're very, very evenly matched at the moment, which is probably why we haven't either seen Honzik drive away completely or Parker make a move very quickly. So, yeah, I guess that's becoming apparent now, really. But yeah, he's still just. Oh goodness me, that was close. Didn't quite see that in the bottom right then, but he was braking so late into turn 7. Turn 8, actually, I say. Sharp intake of breath you could see in the top right-hand side of your screen there, and I'm sure there was one from James Parker as well at the very same time. So, yeah, as I said, they're very, very evenly matched, and there's nothing really to pick between them. It's just going to be who races better, really. When this on-track battle actually happens, which is bound to at some point, who's going to be better in terms of actual racecraft, and how's Honzik's defending, how's Parker's attacking, and then switching the roles. Maybe if indeed the pass does happen, it's going to be down to those two, really. They can't rely on the car at this point.
No, this is true. No, this is very, very true. It's you've got to try and get that stage. If you're close enough, I think, especially you've got 17 minutes left to go. We haven't got long. You've just got again, I don't want to say the words but you've got to get to a stage where if you're in a position, send it. You need to be confident on the move, but at the same time, again, like I said, you have to. The field is so close. You have to get to a stage where you're going to make a move, and you have to almost not necessarily force the move, but you have to put the person in front of you in a position where they have to give you at least some form of space, just to try and, just so you can actually put yourself on possibly the front foot. I think James Parker is in the better position because he's the person that is following. He's the person that's attacking. So Jaroslav Honzik has to be the person that obviously needs to constantly check mirrors, constantly check when to defend and how much to defend and whatnot. Whereas Parker, he's got what, about 12 seconds between himself and De Havilland. So he doesn't have to worry about anyone at this moment in time. He really, really doesn't. So he's in a fantastic position to be able to kick a spark up there. That was absolutely fantastic to watch. We're fully in darkness now, and I don't really think, actually, if anything, everyone's just got a little bit quicker. The pace is stagnated a bit, and again, everyone's just in that stage where, the final 16 minutes, you get some people, again, like James Parker, really trying, and they're absolutely pushing the car as hard as they can. If anything, I was going to say that some people are sort of taking it a bit easy, but I don't think they can't, actually. They can't afford to. Look how much track that James Parker is trying to use. And he's just going as wide, he's using up as much of the track as he possibly can, but it is costing him. That cost him a couple of tenths that lap, and just even that in that last sector. So again, if you push that little bit too hard, it's amazing how much time you can lose.
Yeah, it is. He's going to need to be careful. Obviously, these guys, any mistake is going to be magnified at this stage in the race, particularly because of the position that they're in. But yeah, there's certainly a lot of traffic around at the moment as well, which is going to maybe help or hinder Parker. We'll wait and see which one it's going to be. But sometimes you can use traffic to your advantage quite effectively, actually, if you are the car behind. Because the car in front is kind of waking up that lap traffic for you, and then you can just slide on by yourself. And if they get held up, you know, they're going one way through a clump of traffic, you can go the other and try to make the move that way. But no, it's all very close between these two, really. At the moment, it doesn't look like Parker's going to have any kind of run off of this corner. He's going to be waiting once again. And this has been the story of his stint, really. Has not been too much in the way of attempts. I don't know what that was, but not too much in the way of actual attempts at the overtake for the moment. He's getting very close through some of the sections, especially on the brakes, but yeah, not making it down the inside. One of these times, though, he's going to throw it up the inside, and it looks like the car has the brakes on it to actually cope with that. So I think it might not be the worst idea to indeed do that.
No, I think the Aston Martin is definitely better on the brakes. It's definitely better on the brakes, but the Ferrari, again, it's got really good traction. It's so fast as well. Again, it's just so fast in a straight line that any positions that are made up, or any time that's made up, it just gets all just decimated again, because that Ferrari is just so fast in a straight line. Again, it goes to show they're really evenly matched, these cars. Again, the BOP working fantastically well, because these drivers, there's absolutely nothing in between them. There is literally nothing. And they're both driving absolutely flat out. They're both using as much as they can of the circuit. They're not holding back at all, because they can't afford to. If one of these drivers drops off, even for a half a lap, and that's going to be a difference between possibly a position not. Which I find also really interesting. Said it a couple of times, that I can't remember who said it. It was a couple of years ago. I think it may have been like on Radio Le Mans or something. But before, like places like Le Mans and endurance races, it used to be you had to use, you had to be conservative. You had to be a little bit more reserved in some areas. Whereas now what people are saying is essentially people, endurances like Le Mans, any sort of that, even endurance like this, 3 hours, 6 hours, 9 hours, they're just a big sprint race. That's all they are now, because you can't afford to move, you can't afford to back off anymore, because the competition is just so fierce and so close. Again, now riding back on board with Jaroslav Honzik. He has got a bit of traffic in the form of a Porsche. Just needs to make sure that he disposes of it nice and quickly. He is absolutely trying as hard as he can. He has no more to give in that car, because you can see again just the way the car's moving out. Look at his steering inputs as well. Really nice and smooth, exactly where they need to be. He's not wrestling the car too much and causing any sort of movement, any sort of like additional motion that doesn't need to be there. He's going exactly where it needs to be. The car's dancing on entry though, but that's fine. You're starting to get onto the limit then. If you're having massive corrections, you're past that limit. So those small little corrections that you're seeing, that's absolutely fine, because the tyres are working at their maximum potential. So it's really good again to see. Goes a little bit wide though, for Jaroslav. That's going to allow Parker to catch up a little bit. He needs to get past this Porsche sooner rather than later. And to be fair, the Porsche it's difficult because he's on the racing lines, but there's no real reason. He doesn't need to pull off. He just needs to, as they say, you need to stay in your racing line. Stay predictable. That's the key thing. If you can stay predictable, then there's no fault of your own if contact is made.
Yeah, staying predictable is the way that you should do things anyway. In these races, but it kind of needs to get out of the way at some point as well. They're not wide. Getting in the way too much, but yeah, you're right. Parker's just gone wide at turn 10 there. Went wide at the final corner as well, so he's just beginning to push that little bit further, beginning to push the envelope just a little bit more. So he's certainly trying to get closer to Honzik again as the Ferrari gets down the inside into the right-hander there. So a good move, and yeah, dispatched of the Porsche quite well. But the problem is that Porsche is running in 14th place in this race. Not slow by any stretch of the imagination, so it is becoming more difficult to actually overtake these lap cars as we go further up the order.
Yeah, this is very true actually. Now this is very true, to be fair. It's one of those things where, again, like when you're in a position where you are trying to overtake a car that is of not necessarily even similar pace, but pace that's only a couple of tenths of a lap off you, as you say, it becomes more difficult, and it's almost like where you need wow, look at that, bottom right corner of your screen. That's the current team standings. That's a live update. So Odos Motorsport, if they stay as they are, if everyone stays as they are and the race were to finish now, Simware Pro would be leading and would win the championship by 40. That's not even 40. I really can't count. By 60 points. And then you've got Odos Motorsport and Yas Heat. Again, great stuff indeed from Yas Heat, trying to claw those additional points back, but they're going to be sitting in P3 with Team Forza Lexus, considering they're not actually going to be finishing. They're going to finish way down the order. They're doing well. Actually, no, to be fair, I say that they're in P13. P3's actually made up some positions, and then SFR Italia, number 446, in P5. That's how they are as it stands now. Again, at this moment in time, Shevatalov, they need to. If there was a DNF, then the number 121, currently in P9, would need to finish. Is it P3?
Yes, it is indeed. P3, because coming into the day they were 32 points behind, and you get 36 for P3, 32 for P4 wouldn't be enough because they've only got one race win as opposed to Simware Pro's 2, so it would need to be a podium as De Havilland in the 349 gets a drive-through penalty for track limits. He's been doing so well on them all day long. He's been keeping it within the white lines the entire day, but I'm afraid he's come unstuck at the final corner with the end in sight, and I'm afraid that is going to put an end to a fantastic run that they've had today. He's going to drop down a long, long way, probably down to P9 in this one. Just waiting to see how far the 14 is actually off of Biskov there. He is, a fair amount. Anyway, so yeah, probably P9 for that car now, which is going to be very, very disappointing for a car that has run inside the top 5 for most of the day.
Yes, again, it's a as you say, a bit of a shame there, and I mean that is going to cost them. It's going to cost them quite significantly. It's probably going to put them down, I imagine, into around about P12. Might not be that much. Might still be possibly within a. I don't think maybe not within a top 10 shot, but maybe P11. I'd say, but yeah, big shame. With 8 minutes left to go, they've run so well all race, and it just that last little bit. So very unfortunate there. James Parker was actually caught right back up to the back now of Yaroslav Honzik. It's about 0.6 of a second now is the gap, which does again lead me to believe that the pace is there for James Parker, and the pace is definitely there to be able to get past. It's dropped down another 10. But it just seems that as soon as they get closer, to around about that 2.5 to 3 tenths away from the back of the Ferrari, it just sort of stops. Like all the aero, admittedly, you won't lose too much aero. They're only GT3 cars, but you will still lose aero nevertheless, and it will cost you a little bit. As James Parker, how close does he want to be? Again, I'll tell you what, if anything's going to upset, if anything's going to take your mind off of what's going on and sort of make you look in the mirrors a bit more, that's going to be it. When you see an Aston Martin all of a sudden get very, very close in the mirror. So again, Aston Martin, it's definitely showing the fact that it's better on the braking. It definitely is better on the braking. It's allowing Parker to catch up quite considerably, and it just gets negated by the Ferrari having such good traction. Bit narrow there for on the entry going through into turn 10 for Parker. That will cost him a little bit of time there as well. So the gap 0.508 as they go across the first timing line. What's it going to be here? 5.517. So it has come down. Although again, you see already this is where it now starts getting smaller. The increments of which they catch up, instead of becoming tenths, it becomes hundredths. And then it becomes hundredths, and then it becomes difficult to get past. And they haven't got too long to do it. 6 minutes and 36 seconds left of the finale for the SimGrid Endurance Cup Season 3. And again, at the moment, we haven't really seen them too much. I was just about to say, we haven't seen them too much in this latter half, probably the last hour or so. Yaroslav Shevatalov, number 41 for the Simware Pro car, is just off into the distance with a 4.3 second lead over Girometti.
Yeah, he is off into the lead. It's hard to see him losing this race here at this point now. The gap between the two of them was less than a second when Shevatalov came out of the pit lane. He was under pressure early on as his tyres were getting up to temperature, but since then he has been much the better driver. That car has been much the better car, and it's nearly out to 5 seconds now. It's going to be a famous championship for that very popular team, I have to say. Let's not forget they've had some great success at the SimGrid recently, winning the Monza race here in the Endurance Cup, winning the Laguna Seca race, winning rounds 2 and 3 of this championship, coming second in the 4th round. Let's not forget a podium in the first as well. They've had podiums in all 4 races so far, and of course they won the Spa 24-hour World Cup race. That was a few months ago now, but that was still a very, very nice victory for those guys. It just shows the kind of form that they are on, absolutely unstoppable, and we've seen that here once again. 5 minutes to go as things stand, so probably 4 laps still remaining on the clock right now, and yeah, that will round off the season for the Endurance Cup Season 3, but yeah, in the end, nobody really able to get near them, and they're going to add the Endurance Cup Season 3 to their list of achievements, it looks like.
Absolutely, very true. Although, again, let's not say anything to you until the checkered flag drops in 4 minutes and 42 seconds. And go back onto the battle that we've been on for quite a while. But to be fair, this is one of the closest battles that we've got, and one of the most intense ones, because this is the calm before the storm. We really don't know what's going to happen here. James Parker, he is again that little bit closer. Only 4 tenths now is the gap. He's definitely closer now, probably about 3 tenths. He's got to get up within probably, I'd say, around about a 1/10 and a half to even consider making a lunge or making a dive going through into one of these braking zones. He has to be that close, because if he's not, that's going to cost him. And that will cost him, again, you're just too far back. If you're around 2.5 tenths, a move just isn't on the cards. It's just a little bit too far back. It's a little bit too far in terms of sort of positioning, and it just doesn't work. So you have got to be careful in where you place this overtake. But again, first off, we need to get close enough. The timing tower currently shows as 0.418 away. It's now 0.349, so it is closer. A lunge could be on the cards, just that little bit more. Until it's going to come down to the wire. Absolutely come down to the wire. Yaroslav Honzik, they're doing a fantastic job to defend for as long as he has been. And it's just putting his car exactly where it needs to be, not taking any more defensive lines than he needs to. This is great as well. It goes to show that there's good racecraft knowledge between both drivers. And especially with Yaroslav Honzik, good racecraft defending there as well, because he's not driving the car too defensively. He's just driving the car where it needs to be, possibly putting out some sort of like move just to try and cut off any possible lunges that Parker may try. But ultimately, he's getting back to the racing line as quickly as he possibly can to make sure that there's no moves that Parker can make late on. As well as they say that, what's going to happen here? No, instead, that's the closest that Parker has been this time around. You can actually see, look at the relative in the middle, the radar in the middle of the screen. Look how close Parker gets up to the inside. Actually, it looks a little bit closer than we initially thought. But it is, Parker is close. This is the closest he's been. This is definitely the closest he's been. Again, has another little bit of a look, decides against it though, just trying to upset the balance of Yaroslav Honzik. But again, nothing can happen here at the moment. 2 minutes, 26 seconds left to go on the clock. Only a couple of laps remaining. And Parker needs to get even closer. I know it's such a difficult thing to say, and it's an easy thing to say for us, easy thing for us to say in the commentary box. But he's got to get closer, isn't he, Ewan? Because otherwise, the move just isn't on the cards.
Yeah, for the moment, he just isn't close enough to make a move, even with the braking performance of the Aston Martin. But what he's doing right now, which is quite clever, really, just to get in the mirrors of that car in front. You know, make Honzik look into the mirrors, make him wonder where that car is going to be, and maybe he can force a mistake in that way. They're certainly slowing each other down, and the gap's over 12 seconds now to Santoro, who's absolutely gone, and he's going to finish in third here today, it looks like. But yeah, it's going to be a fight between these two. We've had so much build up to it. We've been watching it for at least 40 minutes now. We've just been seeing when this move is going to happen, and to be honest, I'm surprised Parker has left it this late to even make an attempt. Surely he could have tried a little bit harder to dive it down the inside somewhere around this circuit in the last 10 minutes, but so far he's still not done anything. Sometimes on circuits where it's very, very easy to overtake, you sometimes see guys hanging out behind someone, waiting for the final lap so that they can go through and their opponent doesn't have any chance to reply. But that's not the situation we have around here. When you get an opportunity, you need to take it. Parker's gone down the inside, big shove between the two of them. Honzik gets off the road slightly onto the curb. Parker gets through. Was that fair? Was it not? I think Honzik gave him the space, but that didn't look too good for Parker from that angle.
No, it didn't, did it? And you look at Yaroslav, you could tell the frustration there. And I think that's warranted, to be perfectly honest. Yaroslav did give the move. Do you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of a certain race that we saw a couple of weekends ago in which a possible driver didn't give enough room on the inside and wasn't close enough to the apex. It just looked like that as well. Like, admittedly, that's where the move was going to be made. It had to be made in one of those bigger braking zones. But again, it looked like he just carried a bit too much speed on that midsection, couldn't get the car slowed up. And even though that Yaroslav gave the space, I just don't think it was enough. So James Parker has indeed looked at that. James Parker has actually led him through. So fair play there to James Parker as well. That was good sportsmanship. We are on the final lap, though. And that is it. Timer has counted down. So Yaroslav Shevratalov is on the final lap. He's only got about half a lap to go, and then he is taking it. 4 seconds is the gap. So Girometti has taken the gap down a little bit, but I doubt he's going to take it down 4 seconds. Fair play to James Parker, then recognised that there was a small little mistake, and then obviously let that position go through. So again, while I think that's actually a very respectable thing to do for a driver if you recognise a mistake such as that.
Sorry, the 27 is off the road. The 27 just had an incident coming out of turn 6. Didn't see what happened. They've managed to get in front. Santoro's managed to get back out again in front of Honzik and Parker. But the Jean Lacey car having a problem on the final lap that could have cost them a podium there. Looks like they're going to get away with it.
Well, they're going to get away with it, but as you say, it might not. Probably a little bit too close for comfort, especially on this final this final lap. Girometti, though, coming through. He's only 3.6 seconds away, but it is not going to be enough. One more corner to go, and then that is going to be Yaroslav Shevratalov taking the race win and, more importantly, the championship. There he goes. Yaroslav Shevratalov for SimWare Pro, number 41, taking the season victory and the last race victory as well. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Cannot argue with that. I wouldn't say a dominant race, but to be fair, when the pace was needed, they were absolutely there. And in the end, 2.5 seconds was the gap. But best part of about 5 seconds before that last lap as well. Jaroslav Honzik does take home P4 with James Parker in P5. Patrick Girometti. Sorry, I thought that was a bit of a moment there, but he's already crossed the line. So he comes across the line in P2. There is Danilo Santoro for the John and Lacey Esports Academy taking the last step on the podium. Few more cars to go left to Havilande with that drive-through. So he still manages to retain the top 10. And I wonder if that's still going to retain him into that auto-invite position for the next season. It may very well do, but it might be a little bit touch and go. Then we've got Klink Muller. That is number 121 for Odox Motorsport as well. That is Martinez. They have Havilande and Becker as well. Still a few other cars to finish. Lanier is actually quite close to Shinov as well. The number 80 and the 217. Only a couple of tenths separate those two on this final lap. But there, I mean, wow. Fair play as well to the Pro Sim, the SimWare Pro cars of Igor Ognorognikov and Yaroslav Shevratalov. I mean, they did, they pulled it out when they needed to, and they really had the pace exactly when they should have done. They managed to break away, continued the gap, and then that was the last we saw of them.
Yeah, what they've done this season as well is nothing short of astonishing, really. Having 5 races, 5 long races, let's not forget. You know, they've not been sprint races where you can qualify well and then hold on quite easily to a podium. They've got 5 podiums in 3-hour races, a 6-hour and a 9-hour race. Now, truly remarkable season from them. A fully deserved championship. One of the most deserved championships victories I've seen in a very long time, actually, because they've just been so dominant, and yet nobody came close to them. Odox Motorsport will lick their wounds, obviously, and they'll come back hopefully stronger next season to try and do a little bit better. They'll give them a run for their money for sure. Yassi will have to regroup as well and try to win their second championship. But yeah, it's been a fantastic season to watch, certainly, and some very fantastic champions, that's for sure.
Absolutely, indeed. I'm sure that the simware.pro guys will be happy indeed, and hopefully we're going to be able to have a chat with them in but a few moments' time. I mean, again, I'm so happy to have been a part of it. It's absolutely been a fantastic experience for me. One of the best racing I've seen personally. And I'm hoping that everyone will have me back again moving forward, because it's just fantastic. It's such good racing. The more and more I watch this sim, the more and more I drive this sim as well. I just fall in love with it even more. It's such a good sim, and it's just making leaps and bounds as well. Even in the last 6 months of some of the little updates that they've had, it's just fantastic to watch, fantastic to drive, and fantastic to be a part of this community. And I'm sure you'll agree with me as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, obviously, you can make a case for all the Sims at the moment, to be honest. But I think this one's definitely pushing being the best one. I know that people will have their own opinions on that one, and it'll be a bit of a controversial one. But I'd probably say it is looking the best at the moment. I mean, the future's bright as well. For racing on ACC, especially. There's probably some tracks in the pipeline, maybe some cars along the way as well. We'll have to wait and see, of course, but let's hope so anyway. And anyway, not much needs to be changed at this point, because the racing's fantastic. We've been thoroughly enjoying it. The Endurance Cup has absolutely delivered so far this season, and it's been thoroughly enjoyable. So let's see what's the future holds.
Absolutely. Well, we do have, I believe, we're going to bring in Jaroslav Honzik and Eamon Murphy into the commentary box first. So they were P4 overall today in the race, and they were P3 in the championship overall. And we do have both drivers in here, Mr. Eamon Murphy and Mr. Jaroslav Honzik. Gentlemen, how are we both doing? I hope we are well. I mean, just want to say congratulations first off on P4 overall. Just a quick one for yourself, Jaroslav. We may just go to you first as you finished that race. I mean, that was an interesting final sort of like half an hour for you, wasn't it, to be fair?
Yeah, I had a quite flashback or a deja vu from the Thursday, where for 45 minutes I had Aston right on my ass for 45 minutes, and today I had for 50 minutes James Parker behind me as well. But yeah, you could see like we had a very similar pace. I would say he was like 10.2 faster, but you could see that the cars were different. It was like I was faster on acceleration and he was faster on the brakes and the straight line, so it was literally almost impossible for making any overtakes. So yeah, I was quite lucky there.
Well, absolutely. I think to be fair as well, we saw going forward as well, like we saw the move that James Parker did make. He obviously did let that position back in the end, which is obviously respectable driving and good stuff for him. It just looked like I mean, to be fair, again, as you said, you quite rightly hit the nail on the head there. There was so almost impossible to make a move that a lunge like that had to be made. It's just unfortunate that it ended the way it did.
Yeah. I said 30 minutes to go that I absolutely trust James, because I know he's a clean driver. It's quite stressing having the Aston behind, because he can brake so later,
Yeah.
Like he was catching, 2/10 on a long straight, and then he caught 2/10 on a braking into the hairpin. So it was quite stressful. And yeah, in a second to last lap, he tried to make a move. I think honestly I would do the same. He just missed the apex just a tiny bit, so nothing serious, and he gave the position back. So I think absolutely beautiful gentleman driving there.
Absolutely. And to be fair, Eamon, just going to yourself as well. I mean, what were your thoughts? What were your thoughts going forward when that move happened? Again, obviously, I know that you were sitting on the sideline, obviously, but from the drive that you had and then going through, I can imagine that was quite a nail-biting experience for yourself as well on the sidelines.
Well, to be honest, I thought Jordier had it covered. As long as he didn't make any mistakes, which he didn't. The places where they could overtake, we just had much better acceleration out of the corners and could keep it at about 4/10 on the exit. So there was not really a chance to catch enough. That one move down into their hairpin was probably their closest, but at the end of the day, he gave the position back, which was fair, But yeah, a tough enough race. The car didn't feel that good, but yeah, a pretty bad DNF as well, which kind of set us back a little. But we'll come back next time a lot stronger.
Well, absolutely. It was such a shame on the such a shame on the DNF. And to be fair, that does bring to sort of the last question I have for you both as well. Is like moving forward, going into the next season. Obviously, is there going to be sort of? Are you sticking with the? Are you going to be sticking with the Ferrari? Are you going to be sort of moving to something different? Like, what's your thoughts? Or are you happy with the Ferrari? I mean, the Ferrari is a great car. It's a very, very good all-round package. But have you had an additional thought about what you'd like to go through next, Amy?
Jordi is thinking of the Aston. I've got a real soft spot for the McLaren and always have. The Ferrari, I don't like it in low speed corners. I find it very twitchy. It's good in the fast stuff, but you can get a lot of oversteer in the exit. But I'm sure we'll test a few different ones. But it may sway towards the Aston to see exactly what it's like.
Brilliant stuff. And then, same question to yourself. Yes, I know you were talking as well about sort of possibly going to the Aston. And obviously, I know testing is going to be something that's quite important. Is anything really going to, in terms of the preparations, do you reckon anything's going to change between now and sort of next season? Anything you'd like to do differently, or what's your sort of thoughts about going into next season?
Well, I told Ewan that I would like to try a different car, like to learn it a little bit. Because I've driven Ferrari a lot and McLaren a lot, and I would like to do some refreshment. And I kind of liked I'm not saying the Aston was faster or anything like that, but I kind of liked how the car was working for some other teams. So I would like to master it as well, So I would like us, maybe, if there's going to be custom BOP again, to try to take the car and try to learn it and, well, start with something different again, And in terms of practice, well, hopefully we'll be competitive as we were this season, and I think today was like the least practice race we done ever in this championship. Especially the last three races were less and less and less, and today it was absolute joke from our. I did 2 laps before the race even started, so we haven't obviously we did a race in a sprint cup, but yeah. I did 2 laps and Emma did 8 laps or 8 minutes before the quali. So our preparation in the last race was really bad. Really bad.
Well, to be fair, again, I've been fantastic. Fair play then for still people with, like you said, not a lot of preparation work. But gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure. Again, we... congratulations again, P4 overall. And I know it's such a shame. I was commentating on the last round at Paul Ricard, and it's such a shame to see, obviously, that DNF. And yeah, I'm hoping to see you guys and hopefully speak with you guys in possibly better circumstances moving forward next season.
Oh, 100%.
Brilliant. Take care, guys. Have a good one.
All right. See you later.
And there we go. Evan Murphy and Jardier for the first round of interviews. And we do have as well the championship winners and also the winners of this series here. So we are going to bring in a few moments' time, Igor Ogrodnikov and Yaroslav Shevritalov. So let us bring both of those drivers in. And here we go. Gentlemen, how are we doing? I hope you are both well. Just like to start off as well, congratulations again on winning not only the race, but also winning the winning the championship as well, and winning the season 3 of the SimGrid Endurance Cup. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Really, really good, and it was a pleasure to watch you guys drive. Igor, just want to start off with yourself actually as well. Going through in qualifying, ended up P3. Did that shake up anything in terms of your preparation or your setup? I should say. Did you have to change strategies or anything like that?
Yaroslav put it right, so I think he must ask.
That's right. No, sorry, apologies. Sorry, Yaroslav. So yeah, sort of same question to yourself. What was the qualifying P3? How did we have to change anything like strategies or anything like that going forward, or?
I didn't expect that I will be on such high position, but no, it didn't change something. As we had this one setup, we drove on this. Little bit we changed the pressure, but nothing more.
Okay, right. So you said you weren't expecting to be as far up the front as you were. Was that any particular sort of reason for that, or?
Yes, it was. This is a track. We thought that this track is not very good for Aston Martin, but the balance little bit changed the how to say, the strength of the car, and we did a perfect job. Honestly, we we expected to be in top 5, in top 10. It was good for us, but we won, and I don't know. This is a very good feeling.
Well, I can imagine so. And I mean, quick question for yourself, Igor. How was it? How did the car feel out on track for you? Did it feel, did it feel stable? Did it feel balanced?
I really like it today to drove Aston. I was pretty. I just really like it. Today's one was one of our most difficult one, but car was just awesome.
Good. I mean, to be fair, absolutely. It really looked. I mean, like I said, it was, as you say, it was definitely difficult. We did see that. It was. It definitely wasn't the easiest win that we've seen from yourselves, and yeah, you really had to work for it. But I think that that makes it all the more better, doesn't it? I believe. I think that makes it all the more better to have won under those circumstances, having to push and work for it a little bit more. But absolutely fantastic. Yaroslav, just final question for yourself before we wrap up. Moving forward into the next season, again, you are going to be going through as defending champions. Obviously, Yas Heat were really on pace. A few other drivers as well. Do you reckon it's going to be closer next series as well and next season? I'm sure it will be, but I don't know how close you reckon it will be.
Honestly, I can't give an answer on this question because I'm also a real driver, and my timetable of the races right now I don't know this. So maybe some races I will be, not drive in some races, yes, but.
No, that's fair enough. Fair enough.
I hope Yaroslav could take part in next season.
Yes, I'm also hope.
Well, good. I mean, to be fair, absolutely, it would be great to have you both. It'd be great to have you both on the grid for next season. I mean, like I said, defending champions, you sort of have to be there. I think, to be fair, to defend the crown. But chaps, we are going to have to shoot off. But it was a pleasure catching up with you again. Congratulations again on the overall win in the finale here at Misano, and also as well, congratulations for the championship as well. Great stuff indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Dream team was here.
Brilliant stuff. Take care, guys. Have a good one. And there we go. That is it. All done and dusted, Ewan. That is season 3 of the SimGrid Endurance Cup. All there, ready to go.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's that's it now for the Endurance Cup season 3. It's been a very enjoyable season, and there've been some very good races. Unfortunately, we didn't quite get the championship fight that we were hoping for, but we did see completely domination, really, of those guys out front. So yeah, fully well done to those guys. And yeah, we still had some very enjoyable races either way.
Absolutely, we do indeed. Just a final sort of interview that we have got. We have got Nicholas Cummins from the ODOTS Motorsport, the number 121. Nicholas, can you hear us?
Yeah, hi there.
Brilliant stuff. I mean, to be fair, just a couple of things. Obviously, first off, going into the round, it was a really good. Obviously, we had a chat with the team manager at the start of the race, and again, it was definitely something that was recognised as a tall order, even with the small little mistake or the small little instance that you were caught up in earlier in the race. I mean, to be fair, you came back as well to finish P8 overall today, P2 overall in the championship standings, but P8 today. I mean, it was a very good comeback drive, even though those small little incidents plagued you at the start of the race.
Yeah, at the beginning, in the qualifying, Alberto was doing a great lap. He could have done the pole lap, but he got a mistake, so we end up beginning in 10th position, I think. Then at the beginning of the race, you saw Alberto Spain. So since then we have been climbing, and I remember well. I began in the 14th position, and I ended up in 9th position. I overtook 5 cars. So yeah, it was a tough race, but I think it's okay. We end up second in championship. That was what we were looking for. I think it's right.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. It's definitely something that I think moving forward as well. It's given you some good. It's definitely given you some good confidence. I think moving forward, I'm sure it has. And then going forward into the next season as well. Like, what's going to be sort of the game plan for next year? Because obviously, we have the SimWare Pro guys. They're very, very quick. So are Yas Heat as well. I mean, are we going to stick with the Audi? Are we going to try something? Are we going to try something different? Do we reckon? Like, what would you like to see sort of next season from yourself and the team?
Well, we don't really know, but I have to say that this was the first season with the Audi, and we didn't know how to set it up correctly, if I'm honest. But now that we know how the car works, I think that we're going to pick the Audi again. But as I said before, I don't really know, because we may change the car again. I don't know. We have to think about that.
No, that's fair enough. No problem at all. No problem at all. Well, before we let you go, Nicholas, anyone you'd like to give a quick shout out to?
Well, could you repeat the question? I didn't understand what.
That's right. No, anyone you'd like to say hi to on the stream or give a shout out to?
Well, my father, my cousins are watching it. At least they were watching it. I have to say hi to them, and obviously the team that is hearing me. Thank you much for the support, obviously, and thank you guys for this championship too.
Brilliant. No problem at all. Well, always a pleasure to catch up, Nicholas, and look forward to catching up with you again very, very soon.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
And there we go. Nicholas Kamind taking P8 overall in the Odox Motorsport Audi, the number 121. Well, Ewan, unfortunately, we do have to wrap up. I mean, that was absolutely fantastic. I'm really looking forward again to the next season as well. Big thank you, as always, to SimSocks for sponsoring this series. Again, one thing that you always overlook, and something that I overlooked as well, is footwear. It's definitely an important part. And also, again, big thank you, as always, to Thrustmaster for coming on board, as always, and supporting us and supporting the series. They have released as well their new TGT2 wheel. This is such a big update on their lineup, and definitely one of the flagship models of the series. So if you're looking for a new wheel, then please make sure that you go and check the new Thrustmaster TG2 wheel out. Also, big thank you again to Coach Dave Academy. ACC setups, sim coaching, track maps, you name it, you want to get faster, Coach Dave Academy is the place to be. I mean, again, Ewan, just final thoughts from yourself before we have to wrap up. I mean, exciting. I can't wait for next season, and I just want to get it. I want to get it started now.
Yeah, it's. I think some of these drivers need a break, to be honest. But yeah, we could certainly get on with the next season tomorrow. But we're not going to, obviously. We're certainly looking forward to it. Make sure you follow us on Twitter and the like and everywhere. Keep an eye on the Discord, because I'm sure there'll be announcements and things like that to come. And of course the website as well. So there'll be things that to look out for, and obviously you'll know when the sign-ups are up, and we'll know as well. We'll be looking forward to it, and of course the calendar being announced. There might be a few different tracks, a few different race distances. We'll have to wait and see really what happens, because we haven't got any information for the moment. I'm sure there's a few plans behind the scenes, but nothing released just for the moment. So yeah, we look forward to those announcements. I'm certainly looking forward to them, and yeah, I hope you'll join us for the next season, and indeed all the other broadcasts that we've got coming up on the SimGrid in the next few months.
Absolutely, very well put. But again, everyone, my name is Daniel Handover. Joining me in the commentary box has been Ewan O'Leary. Big thank you, as always, to Mike Yao on broadcast for providing us the best coverage around. But again, as always, everyone, make sure, until next time, you take care and stay safe.